Olds is in, waiting on the Camaro. The 2000 Camaro, a little bit different of a hot rod car. Move off that starting line, right side, the Olds Cutlass looking for 7 flat down there. Goes 7:067, 698, too quick left side in the Camaro. So 7:067 is currently leader in the clubhouse in hot rod. Pickup trucks again. Wow, we got a boatload of pickup trucks out here. Holy cow. Rob Foss, the 84 S10 pickup truck, taking on the G body. Look at out on the pad there. 3 S10s and 1 Olds. Quick check of the track down there by the safety convoy. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Stock eliminator. Last call to lanes, please. Stock eliminator. Last call to lanes, please. Need you in the lanes now. Session number 1. So Rob Wright, the pickup truck. Ooh, check out left side. 005 off that tree down there, top end. 7:02, 98 miles an hour. Ooh, way too quick as Rob Frost, 692, 907 miles an hour. So 7:02.9, leader in the clubhouse is Leanne Ellsworth. And Larry Payton Sr. Senior Dryden Jr. to memory of his son. Of course, Larry picked up the win right side down in Virginia a couple weeks ago. Quite a inspiring speech in memory of his son who passed away a few years ago. That baby runs some big speed. Leanne over there, the S10 for Novus Homes Mortgage. I will tell you, Leanne's going to move out there. She's off throttle shot. Here comes Larry Payton now. Watch that baby down there top end. Woo. Leanne's good at 7:11.8, 112. Larry goes too quick, 6:98.0, 121. Leanne was 009 red. It's the Corvair. Love that. I got to get me one of those. Dave Braskett. Actually, that's a Manta. Looks like a Corvair. This is Steve Prosnek, 68 Camaro. Go look at it. I gotta go look at David Braskett's car. That thing's cool. Red light start again, goes into throttle stop mode, back to wide open throttle. Down there top end, 7:05, 119 for the Manta. Steve Prosnek goes 691.4, 98 miles an hour. Man, Hot Rod's got a boatload of pickup trucks coming up right side. Andrew Johnson, 78 Malibu, big inch, big block under the hood. Andrew left side there in the Summit lane. Move off that start and then goes to the Malibu left side down the, ooh, a little bit of smoke for you. Check that out. Goes too quick, 692, 108, 717, 104 for the pickup truck. And safety convoy going to hop over the wall there, make a quick check of the track. It's Tim Shuck, 67 Camaro, be left side, that Summit lane. The Coughlin lane, be Terry Bickley, 70 Nova for wired up electric service. Oh, word is we got a little bit of stuff down there. Going to be down for a few minutes here. IHRA safety convoy down there on the track. Zamboni going to go down there, the greatest and thanks and track cleanup down there. Used to sit on the tailgate of a pickup truck and grease sweep going out the bag and drag a broom, clean it up, and now they take the Zamboni down there and it kind of like sucks the oil right up out there. We'll be rock and rolling qualifying session number 1 at Hot Rod Eliminator. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series Spring Nationals here, National Trail Raceway. A little bit downtime here, a golden opportunity to go over and visit the IHRA souvenir tent. Your hoodie's a little cool this morning. Your hoodie would be cool. All kinds of cool stuff over there. So opportunity to do that. Grab yourself something to eat at the concession stands. And be back rocking and rolling here in session number 1 of Hot Rod Eliminator. 7029, currently best in class on that 7 flat index. course, a quick reminder, sportsman cars, Pro-Am cars, you will have 2 qualifying sessions today, 2 rounds of eliminations, top dragster, top sportsman, 3 qualifying sessions today, round number 1 tomorrow. And I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you, you go trip, sit, perfect on the tree, Alan Reinhardt has donuts in the towers here for you. So perfect reaction time. Hey, donuts. Can't go wrong. Not giving away $100 bills, just donuts. Sorry. If you'd been in Australia in the junior dragster, you had a shot for a $100 bill. And we had a young lady win one, too. Yeah, only kids get $100 bills. That's a long way to go to give away $100. So, unfortunately, the tractor is going to have to roll down there for be just a few minutes here and a chance to stretch your legs and walk around, go over to the concession stand, the IHRA souvenir tent, pick up a hoodie or something, a hat, anything. Think of your friends, buy something sweet. Day number 1, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series here. Darana Motorsports Park, National Trail Raceway, the Spring Nationals. Well, the IHRA safety convoy out on the summit lane doing the outstanding job they always do. And be just a few moments here. We'll be rocking and rolling again. Continued on qualifying session number 1 in Hot Rod Eliminator. Don't forget, all classes this weekend will be 8th mile. All classes this weekend will be 8th mile. On the board, there will be 7 flat, the index, and Hot Rod Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. If you're not, you are late. Stock Eliminator, you should be in the lanes for qualifying session number 1. Coming up shortly, as soon as we get this done. Whose idea was this? Man. just a few moments away from going back to session number 1 at Hot Rod Eliminator. So drivers might want to start making your way back to your cars. Those of you in the lanes here. An outstanding job there by the IHRA safety convoy. Quick check to the track there. The IHRA safety convoy off the track, and be just a second here, rocking and rolling. Hot Rod Eliminator session number 1. Jesse Adams, this is stuff you don't need to know. Oh, good news. They fired him up. Beat Camaro left, Nova right. 7 flat up on the board there. It's just so very simple. We go into eliminations later on today. Get to the finish line first. Don't run under 7 flat. That little white light will come on in your lane. So Tim Schuck and Terry Binkley be this pair. Tim will be in the Camaro, which means Terry will be in the Nova. 7:02.9, best in class. I do believe, actually I have no idea what they're doing down there. Oh, what are the sensors down at the 330? So be just a second here, got to make that little adjustment. There's probably a rat or something in there, who knows. There we go. Oh, 11 left side, the Camaro for Tim Schuck down there top end. 7:02.7 goes that top spot. 7:26.9, Terry Binkley. And the Nova's the next pair. Be Donnie Gibbs Jr. He's pretty good at this. That'll be that Nova in that Summit lane. And Joe Clark, Ohio, the S10 pickup truck. United Garage Door, Beasley Contracting. course, Donnie Gibbs Jr., the Gibbs Race Cars Performance Parts and Gibbs Performance Specialties. Right side, the red light start means nothing now. See what Donnie Gibbs does over there. Donnie Gibbs, 7:14.6. Joe Clark, 7:56.2. And I think Donnie Gibbs looking for a little more. Keith Mayers, he's pretty good at this. That's the Porsche. It's a stock Porsche, by the way. Taking on the Malibu, right side. Keith Mayer's been on a hot streak here, man. He's been to like 4 final rounds in 5 races. Almost doubled up last week. Went to the final round of both hot rod and super rod. In set. Mayers goes 006 red. Down there top end. How about Keith Mayers? 7 flat 5, 118. 7:15, 296 miles an hour for the Malibu. It's Mitchell Hinton and Robbie Ballard, this pair. Robbie right side, the Ford Mustang, which by the way is Ford powered. Mitchell over there, 72 Monte Carlo. Isn't that Monte Carlo cool? Not exactly the car you would pick as a race car. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Quick rod, lane 1 and 2, please. Quick rod, lanes 1 and 2, please. .003 right side, Robbie Ballard, the Mustang, down there top end. 2 quick 698 Robbie, 2 quick 697 Mitchell. Man, there's a boatload of pickup trucks this weekend. In the 77 Camaro right side, Lisa Hedden. Michigan. Stroke motor in the Camaro, taking on the, is that a Courier over there left side? We'll talk about it in a second. So Keith Mayers sitting number 1, dead 9 with the Porsche. Better than 2 reaction times right side, 21 on the tree. Lisa, the Camaro down there top end. 695, 2 quick pickup truck. Lisa goes 7:04.3. It's Michael Zayden and Gary Fleenor in this pair. Gary right side, the Z28 Camaro, which is 79. I used to, you know, Alan, I used to have a Camaro just like this. Didn't run like Miles, but, you know. And the 70 Duster, which, by the way, that Duster is bow tie for power. Dead 7 or better if you want to be number 1. Camaro's in, waiting on the Mopar. In and set. 002 red. Michael Zayden down there top end. 697, 2 quick for the Camaro. 723. Left side, Michael is Jeremy Bargo. This guy's pretty good at vinyl top Camaro. Jeremy left side. In from Kentucky, Jordan Odens. The S10 pickup truck. I dig the Noble wagon in the water box. That thing's cool. Bargo Aviation Services sponsor Camaro, Jeremy. .27 on the tree as Jeremy runs down through there, 7:15. Jeremy Bargo, 111, 7:44. Neither one of them exactly hit the index like they wanted to. Keith Mayers is down there. Dead 9 ain't bad. It's Glenn Ferguson, Corey Hansen. This pair, Glenn to 66 Ford Fairlane. McCarty Auto Parts and Victory Lane Golf Cart sponsored Fairlane. And the Noble wagon. Corey Hansen. Let me just sit there and look at that thing. That thing's so cool. Long roof racing. Glenn Ferguson, 16 on the red side. Corey Hansen, 005 green in the Noble wagon. Glenn goes 2 quick, 693.0. Corey Hansen, 7:05.4. So next pair, how about the Mopar? Steve Sasko, 64, and it's a 426 wedge. taking on Camden Kagan. 70 Nova Big Block Chevrolet. Quick Rod, you should be in lanes 1 and 2, please. Quick Rod, you should be in lanes 1 and 2, please. Camden moved first by a bunch there. Bopart drives around, going to run under that index by a bunch. 671. Camden was also way under the index, 688. Rex Davis, 66 Nova Small Block. Final car, Hot Rod, session number 1. 7 flat, 6 or better. Rex Davis, you can go to that number 1 spot. Didn't make the honor roll for reaction time there. Here, go back to wide open throttle. Throttle stop turns off down there. 7:33, 100 miles an hour, and that'll close out session number 1. Keith Mayers, sit number 1. Dead 7. Stock Eliminator coming out next. Stock Eliminator coming out next. Zach Ross, the 70 Challenger for Jeff's Auto Body. Michael Hours, the Jags Performance, Grady's Performance, 71 Demon. So the factory stock D Challenger for Zach Ross and the modified Duster left side there. Love stock linear. Small tires up on the front wheels there. Challenger going to get there first. 6:14.109, Zach Ross. 7:14 at 93 miles an hour, Michael Hours. The next pair coming up, Aaron Allison and Jaden Deachin. Jaden right side, that's the Mustang. Factory AA car for United Trailers. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Quick Rod, final call of the lanes, please. Quick Rod, final call of the lanes, please. And the Race Tools Direct Challenger for Aaron Allison. Or, I'm sorry, the Camaro, my apologies. 427 Camaro, 302 Mustang. This pair. Aaron was first off that starting line at that finish line. 585, 120. Jaden Deachin. Aaron goes 599.8, 116. Scott Bennett, L Stock Automatic Oldsmobile. How about that thing? That thing's cool. And Tim Barrett, 68 Camaro, 350. K Stock Automatic Camaro, L Stock Automatic Oldsmobile. Come up now. Jim Barrett, the red light start by 6th down. Going to get to that finish line first down there. Goes 7:36, 89 miles an hour. Scott Barlett is 8:51.6, 76 miles an hour. Zach Ross, currently 8,600. City to number 1 is Roy Dean. D Stock Automatic Duster, and McNeil Freeman, the taxi cab in the house. V Stock Automatic, 262, 87 Caprice for the Hall of Fame driver out of Georgia. Oh, got one stopped on the track down there. The Oldsmobile didn't clear the track down there. Send the safety convoy out there to get Scott off that track. Qualifying right now, Zach Ross is sitting number 1 to 86 under. Tim Barrett, number 2, 83 under. Michael Hours, number 3, 74 under. And Aaron Allison, number 4, 65 under. Jaden Deachin is number 5 at 42 under. Qualifying session number 1 is Stock Eliminator, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, Darana Motorsports Park, National Trail Raceway. So there we go. Got the O's off the track now, and McNeil Freeman, the taxi cab. And Roy Dean, the Mopar. Roy Dean a little better on the tree by a hunt. Down there, Roy's going to get there first, 7:21, 92 miles an hour. The taxi cab, 9:29, 70 miles an hour for McNeil Freeman. McNeil up to the number 5 spot. Roy Dean, index-wise, the number 7 spot. It's Corey Griffin, Jim Nichols, this pair. Jim, dig the Mopar. 64 Plim, 426 max wedge. Corey Griffin, the iStock Automatic 83 Camaro 305 BK Beverage sponsored Camaro. The Mac Wet, the paver, that's Mid-Ohio Paving sponsored. See, now, just dig that car. About that, Corey Griffin, 001 green down there, top end. The Mopar gets there first, 673. 102. Corey goes 7:13.6, 93 miles an hour. Corey goes up to that number 1 spot, 87 under. Jim Nichols goes to the number 6 spot. Next pair, Kevin Anderson, 68 Camaro, and Taylor Degens, factory AA. That is a 302 Coyote powered Mustang for Taylor and the team. United Trailers team car. Red light start by 7,000. Kevin Mustang will get there first. Goes 5.609, 1, 2, 3. Kevin goes 6.98.0, 94 miles an hour. Kevin, number 12. And Taylor will slide into that number 5 spot. It's Tim Gilman and Paul Boster. Paul right side, 03 Corvette, LS powered C-Stock automatic Corvette, and the stick shift 70 Camaro, D-stick small block Camaro. Camaro's in, Corvette's in. Move off that starter line, went to the stick shift Camaro down there top end. Corvette is 6.625, 101. Camaro goes 6.59.9. And the Camaro goes to the top, 94 under with the stick shift Camaro. Randy Eakins, David Baird. Randy Eakins far side, the Cobra Jet Mustang, the team out of Missouri, and David Bears, the Hurst Oldsmobile. Man, how cool is that? D-Stock automatic for J-Line Performance. David Bear skies the front wheels there. Moved off that starting line first down there top end. Randy Eakins was 29 on the tree, goes 6.46.4, 105. David Bears is 6.53.1, 102. David Bears goes number 1. Randy Eakins goes number 2. David was 1 under that index is Steven Tulsky and Ron Jewell Jr. Amy, Annie, and Poppy, the sponsors of the 70 Big Block Chevelle for Ron Jewell's. And the stick shift 66 Nova. Move off that starting line right side, Ron Jewell and the E-Stock automatic Chevelle down there top end. 671 at 98 miles an hour for Ron Jewell. 674, 92 miles an hour, Steve Hiltowski. David Bears still the only one in that 1 under club is George Cox and Craig Dawson. The Aspen. The two on the right side are just cool. The Aspen and the 55 Chevrolet. George Cox over there, the 396 A stock automatic, 99 Camaro. Red light start Camaro means nothing now, will later. 644, 104 George Cox. Greg Dawson, 792.3, 85 miles an hour. David Bears, Randy Aiken still sitting number one. It's Chris Ratchford and Larry Nelson. Larry Nelson been doing 55 Chevrolet for Jags. And Craig Ratchford, 69. That thing is so cool. 428 stick shift for Task Force Power electrical contractors. Fairlane top end is 672, 101. Larry Nelson's 815, 82 miles an hour. Caleb McFarland and Richard Mace this pair. Caleb McFarland, far side. Stick shift Firebird for McFarland Chevrolet. The team in the next generation powered 90 Corvette for Richard Mace and the team. Caleb's in, waiting on Richard. Lights that second light. Richard is 0-1 red in the Corvette. Caleb going through the gears down there top end. 638.2, 106 Caleb McFarland. 684.3, 97 miles an hour Richard Mace. David Barton still sitting number one. It's Brent Dorridge. Brent Dorridge Motorsports. 94 Camaro, taking on the first gen Camaro. So Quick Rod, you will be out next. Superstock needs you the lanes, please. Superstock needs you the lanes, please. Super Rod, you are on standby, please. Super Rod, you are on standby. Two completely different generation Camaros here. Brent George hit second gear with the front wheels in the air. Down there, top end, 654, 103 for the 94 Camaro. 634, 107 is Travis Buth going to close out stock eliminator. Dave Barr Silson, the only member of the 100 Club, sitting number one. Travis for Redline Oil, Hall Brothers Racing, and Buth Racing. 88 Mustang, 302 M stock automatic. Superstock, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Superstock, if you're not in the lanes, you're going to be rolling in a few minutes. Need you in the lanes now. So, Travis, see what that Racing Butte family can do here in the Mustang. Starts off the weekend with a red light start. Down there, top end, 754.5, 88 miles an hour. And David Barnes will stay number one, and the long cars are going to come out. And Quick Rod coming out, qualifying session number one for them, and Alan Reinhart going to slide in and take you through this session.
Thank you, Mike. Morning, everybody. Great to be back here at Darana, Hebron. Been a while since I've been here. I think the last time I was here was when Biondo cheated me out of that practice tree race that I'm almost over. How do we make this stay up? Can I like stick a nail down here so it doesn't keep falling? We need to figure that out. I need to figure that out. Rolling at you now. 570 is the index. Oh, look, dragsters. Ron Benissi on one side, Steve Taylor on the other. At the finish line stride, 577. Comes up at 86 miles an hour on the left side, playing that top stop. 610 at 140. That ain't going to work. 610? No, I don't believe that's going to work in quick rod. Moving on. Kathleen Smulligan now on the left side and Ron Sayre Jr. in the right. You can pretty much assume Chevy dragster until I tell you different. Oh, look, different. That's a Hemi on the right side. Sponsored by Indy Cylinder Head.
I don't think this is going to work.
Boy, none of these guys went to reaction school this morning. Oh, wait, I was reading that wrong. 011 to 017. That makes more better sense. We end up with a 5709. Nice job, Kathleen, nailing the number there. Putting herself for the moment in the number one spot. We're going to have Rick Stroud on the left and Kenny Farrell on the right. Rick doing it with the mono strut. Kenny doing it out. Super stock. Where art thou? Thou art should be in the lanes. No, wait, that wasn't right. Thou should art be in the lanes. Art and thou should be. I don't know. You guys ought to be in the lanes. Stroud left, Farrell right. Both drivers off and running. It's going to be a 5.80, 144 miles an hour coming up for Rick. 007 on the tree. Kenny Farrell goes 606 at 135. And yeah, I know your reaction time has 4 places, but if you just drop trip, zip, anything like 0004 counts, that's a bag of donuts. Really. Really. It's going to be Scotty Reinchild and Tyler Schneider. Got a lot of EIs and IEs coming at you here. Like EI, IE, O. Reinchild out of McLaughlin Oil Company. And Tyler Schneider for Psycho B Racing. Sounds like my ex-girlfriend when she was racing. That was Psycho B Racing. Listen to those things singing in harmony down there. 564, a little on the quick side for Scotty. 576 comes up for Tyler. Hot Rod, you need to be warmed up and ready. Won't be long. Hot Rod, be warmed up. I'm sorry, Super Rod. Super Rod. Hot Rod will be not long after that, but Super Rod, you need to be warmed up and ready. Don Trazen now on the left side, and we have a mystery racer in the right. Good old 395X. I should know who that is. But I don't. We'll get that squared away, I promise. I know people who know people. Kathleen Smulligan sitting on top right now, dead 9. $550. Well, no wonder you wouldn't have put your name on that. You didn't want anybody to know who you were. 550 is way too quick. 567. 137 miles an hour. Comes up for Don Trazen. That'll bring up Mitch Harkey on the left side and another mystery man in the right, or woman. Oh, yeah, the right lane. That's one of the L-Rods. Team Sunoco. I'm not sure which one. And if I guess, it'll be the other one, so. I'm really good at guessing wrong. Well, the L-Rods are coming around the corner back to back, so Like, I bet if I said Jamie, I'll be right either this time or next time. I really should know. Ooh, 002 to 009. Almost gave away a whole pile of donuts. Actually, that would have been 2 bags of donuts. 567, both those are right on the number. 569 comes up on the right side. That's going to be Kevin Trusty and Team Elrod. Trusty on the left side, that Going Radical Racing. Going Radical does sound fun. Or just, you know, being radical overall. So we had what we have 002, 009 last time. Let's see. I just want to give away a bag of donuts. I haven't even opened the box yet. Somebody put up trips. I'll give you the 4th one. I'll overlook it. Actually, if you put up 0000, I might just give you 2. You can get a powdered and a chocolate. 0099 for Kevin Trusty. That's 2 pairs, but that's not worth donuts. 574 comes up for Elrod. 143 the speed. 615. 140 for Kevin Trusty. So Trusty's going to have to speed that baby up a little bit. Put a little more oomph in there. A little more oomph. Comes Mark Saigan. Maybe it's just a right lane thing. I've got another right lane driver I don't have any information on. Is there like an information gap between the right lane and the AccuTime computer? Nope. I think it's some kind of an alien takeover thing. Ron's trying to feed me some logical answer that I just ain't buying it. I think there's an extraterrestrial thing going on here. Who lied?
You said Ron fed you a logical answer.
No, there's no way. There's no reason for Ron to lie to me. We're not even dating. Red light by 0.004 of a second for our mystery driver, and then a 571. 571 is not too bad. Turn the red green, you should be in the neighborhood. 561 comes up on the other side. Kathleen Smulligan. Show off. Dead 9. Sitting in the number 1 spot. That Kathleen's always been a little bit of a show off. And I think we've got 1 car left. I do believe I see Mr. Freeman back there putting a helmet on after he hustled back. Well, you got to understand there's a lot of maintenance on that taxi. It's probably due for a tire rotation or something.
Swap the alternator belt.
Don't worry, McNeil. It's not like the whole world is waiting on you or anything.
Guy gets in the Hall of Fame when he gets this. He can hold up everything.
And I got Superstock drivers strapped in and ready to go. Well, they're going to be rolling out next. And if Superstock is about to roll around the corner, that means Super Rod. We're going to be summoning them shortly. Hopefully they're ready to go. McNeil Freeman, the Division II Hall of Famer. Oh, McNeil sporting some new shoes. That's what it was. He had to go back and put new shoes on. See if we can burn the tags off of them here. Want to welcome everybody here to Darana, Hebron. Place looks good, doesn't it? Derek and his folks have done a Spectacular job. Getting the place all spiffed up. Ready for us. Even it's kind of last minute. You know, the original plan was for us to be in Alabama this week, but circumstances beyond our control moved us up here. All right, McNeil, come on, bag of donuts. You made us wait. Now show us perfection. Come on, let's see it. Let us see it. No, I was looking at the comments. So McNeil Freeman blasts his way down to a 584 after being 18 on the tree. And just like that, we do the swap into super stock. So let's see. Somebody says, got to be Reinhardt, not the guy who sounds like Reinhardt. Well, there might be more than one guy that sounds like Reinhardt. I've been working on my Reinhardt imitation for a long time. Sometimes it works out good, sometimes not so much. The worst part is when somebody goes, are you Reinhardt? I go, yeah, I fooled him. Yeah, I'm Reinhardt. They go, good, you owe me $50. Remember, I loaned it to you last week. It's like, ah, crap. That Reinhardt guy must borrow a lot of money from a lot of people. Just like that, we got Mark Nowicki in the left side out of M&M. And we got George Wright in the right side. Varsity Ford, JRP, little Mustang versus Mopar coming at you. Avenger on one side, Mustang on the other. We play a little How Low Can You Go, 6003 for Mark Nowicki, 623 for George Wright. Nowicki goes 94 under the index. You know, it's tough to get 1 second under the index to the 8th mile because you only got half as much time to go 1 second under. It's tough. It's tough. Russ Gent now on the left side, Earl Rowe on the right. Super Rod. Attention to the pitch. Super Rod. Come on down. We'll take you now. And Top Sportsman, you need to knock them off the jack stands. It won't be long. We're going to be calling you. Russ Gent on the left side and Earl Rowe. Camaro's a pair, Gen 3, Gen 4. 1 car, 2 car, red car, blue car. Russ is in the red Gen 4 for Cometic Gaskets, Klotz Lubricants. And Earl Rose in the blue Gen 3, the 305 powered machine. Wheels up and away. Both of them off and away on the green light. It's going to be a 625. At 107 miles an hour coming up for Russ Gent. It's going to be a 680 at 105 coming up for Earl Rowe. And just like that, Lance Pinto rolls in. Pinto driving a Chevelle, as you would expect. Makes perfect sense. And Matt Overtack. Mark, part of that wired up electric for Mac Machine. They do love their Cobra Jets. Love, love, love their Cobra Jets. Factory Super Stock A. Pretty good little hot rod 302. Oh, look, we got them back to back to back. We're going to have that whole right lane wired up here in just a minute. Now that we've got the cosmic air gap out of the way. I got to tell you, the 396 Chevelle over there, F-automatic, wheels up. That's a neat little car. 629, 106 miles an hour comes up for Lance. Matt Overtack stops the timers at 571 and 120 miles an hour. That is getting it after it. Earl Rowe, by the way, number one, he's the only guy that's 1 second under the index so far. Russ Gent right behind him. Didn't those guys go side by side? By side? Now it's going to be Dave Deffin. 67 350 Camaro and Rod Worrell. Another one of those Cobra Jets. This one's a factory stock B. Running a little different weight break. So we got Ford versus Chevrolet, and they are separated by as many generations as you could get. Deffin working the gearbox down there. Got her in high gear before the 8th. Goes 620, 111 miles an hour. 576, 120 comes up for Rod Worrell. And here comes Josh Barsky, a.k.a. Flintstone. For Marcus Butter, Pram Clutches, Elite Tire, Rick Watson on the right side. Another one of the wired up machines. The Coyote powered factory Superstock C. You know what occurred to me? Those wired up guys. You know what the wired up guys need? They need an energy drink sponsor. Oh, man, the Mustang was really lazy at the hit of the gas. Didn't really look like it was cranking a tire. Just looked like it didn't go anywhere. 577. How about 5.77 at 11771? Team Flintstone goes to number 3 spot. And Watson goes 605 at 119 miles an hour. And yeah, it definitely was not the run he was looking for. That thing left a couple of Omars back at the starting line. Aaron Russell now on the left side. The diesel truck dude. That'd make a good GT car. Okay, call me crazy, but that's not a 68 Camaro. John Freck on the right side. I'm not sure if we got wrong car info or wrong number over there in the left lane, but that is not a 69 Camaro. I'm pretty sure of that. Almost positive. John French in a Firebird. I'm pretty sure that's him. Finish line stripe, it's going to be a 613, 106 miles an hour, and a deep red light for Aaron Russell. It's going to be a 644 at 103 miles an hour. Comes up for John. And here comes Aaron Allison out of RTD in the Cavalier. And James Rollins, Hippie Fat, ClassRacer.com. Super Rod. Oh, attention to pits. Super Rod, you should be in the staging lanes. And Top Sportsman, you should be warmed up and ready. AA goes 574, 120 miles an hour. JR goes 588, 116 miles an hour. And the hits just keep on coming. Going to be Bo Fowler on the left side. Going to be Ron Kearns in the right. Bo Fowler, the 78 Volare Super M automatic. Wow, M automatic, 318. Would that be a 2-barrel car? Or it might be, wouldn't be a thermoquad 78, would it? Whatever it is, it's a low horsepower combination to be alphabetically challenged like that. The GTG automatic Grand Am of Ron Kearns is going to get there first. 607. That's a hot rod. 110 miles an hour. 675 at 98 miles per. Comes up for Bo Fowler. And now we've got Jeff Ross in the Challenger. Love the big old Mopar out of Jeff's Auto Body. Thomas Chrysler Dodge and Jeep, and Randy Running out of Michigan. The old Rock Running Racing team. We're going to folks at VP in American RV. Wow, the Dodge spun the hoops big. The new generation factory GT. Whoop. And he's just going to idle her on down. 588 for Randy. Wow. That's pretty solid. 588, 114 miles an hour. Here comes Gus Atkins. That thing's cool. the AMX out of West Virginia. And yes, Virginia, it's got a clutch in it. 390 and a third pedal. Rick Nicolau on the right side, the Chevy 2. And that's a little screamer, the 327. What do you think of Gus's car? When's the last time you saw an AMX 394 speed anywhere? Not counting that one. Wow, they're both double O on the tree. I still have not given away a donut yet. $5.59 for Gus Adkins. All righty then. I got to give me one of them. 613 and 109 comes up for Rick Nicolau. Adkins goes to number 7 spot. Nicolau to the number 13 spot unofficially. That'll bring up Miss Amy. The Butterfly Enhanced 99 Pontiac out of Tennessee. Homer Carty on the right side. Rocking in here out of Virginia. Homer. Superstock P400 Chevy in that 67 Nova. That's going to be a whole lot more hot rod than that car would have been originally. 67. Could have been a 327, I guess. Could have been. Possible. Wouldn't be the strangest thing I ever saw. Ringa. It's going to be a 607, 112 miles an hour coming up for Homer. Amy goes 604. 112. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, come on down. I need you lanes now, please. Top Sportsman for Q. Number 1. I need you lanes, please. Here comes Caleb McFarland. The new Gen Copo, LS Powered Factory GTG, and Mike Prince. Make that Mike Price. There's no N in there, is there? F modified. Little bitty small block in that 69 Camaro. That thing will probably be spinning what? Mega RPMs, probably over 1,000. Maybe over 2,000. Maybe over 10,000. Maybe over 9 million. So there. Okay, maybe not 9 million. The early Gen Screamer, the late Gen LS, battling it out down to the stripe, 5995. Even if you've got dyslexia, that's still 5995. Comes up for Caleb. 656, 101 miles an hour comes up for Mike. That's it. I want more of those. Those were fun. There's more coming? All right. Old Rose still sitting number 1. Bo Fowler snuck into the 2 spot with that M automatic. That's the Dodge, right? Russ Gent. I'd know that car anywhere. The Gen 4 machine. Sitting number 3. Team Flintstone. Josh Barsky is 4. Mark Nowicki for M&M. Number 5, Aaron Allison. AA for RTD. Amy Falk. Sitting number 7. Gus Adkins is 8. Unofficially. As we're not quite done with one yet. I call it Top Sportsman, yes. I don't want to get yelled at again. My goal in life is for Mike to be the only one that gets yelled at this week. But Top Sportsman, you need to be rolling. Top Dragster, you need to be knocking them off the jack stands because you're coming soon. I hope so. Here comes Brett McFarland. Oh, that thing's... Well, it says Camaro, but that doesn't look like a Camaro. A chrome bumper Corvette. McFarland for Barry's Chev. Used to be Olds and Buick. The Root Beer Brown. Well, it looks like my computer tech support guy is not as good as I thought he was. But if you can get that plugged into there, I want to see the video when you're done. Just don't let the smoke out of it. Here we go. .576, 116 miles an hour. Comes up for McFarland. Looks like we've got Larry Eagle. This may be the last one. Maybe. Maybe. I see my super rodders all over there lined up, getting suited up and strapped in, and I see my top sportsmaners roll in the lanes. At least I think that's a top sportsman car. If that's a super rod, I want to see the throttle stop. Yeah, the one with the blow rod. Oh, Larry Eagle, come get a bag of donuts. Larry Eagle goes 591, 116 miles an hour. Oh, with a 3 on the end of it, but to win a bag of donuts, you just got to have 3 zeros, and he did. So Larry Eagle, come get a bag of donuts. I got chocolate, I got powdered. Take your pick. All right, see, now that's gonna start the trend. Now that we've broken open the bag of donuts, we'll start giving them away like crazy. And just like that, here comes Super Rod. You know, looking at that little Chevy 2 and it rolled by the window, you know what that thing needs? It's missing something. You know what it's missing? A license plate. That would be an awesome street car. And it kind of has that look, doesn't it? No decals. It's not exactly a sleeper with the mini tub, but neat little hot rod. Chris Goebel on the right side for APD. Now, wait a minute. That's a BAE 540. That doesn't really have a Brad Anderson motor in it, does it? Does it? Come on. A K car with a BAE Hemi? Oh, I got to get me one of them. If that really has a Brad Anderson Hemi in a K car, now I have to find that out. He runs top dragster in a K car? Yeah. I can't make that work either. Looking at the manifold sticking out of the hood, it did not look like it was a Brad Anderson, but that's what my screen says. Brent came up with what is most likely the proper explanation, that he's got his top dragster engine listed in his Super Rod car. That makes perfect logic sense, which is why Brent came up with it and I didn't, because I would never come up with perfect logic sense. It's going to be a 630. 120 miles an hour coming up for Chris. Going to be a 642 coming up for the Chevy 2. Now remember, 640 is the number we're all shooting at. I can tell because it's on the scoreboard down there. And here comes Charlie Kennepick in the left side and Pat DeBottis in the truck. There's something about a truck. Big block Chevy under the hood of that big Dodge truck. Another one of the APD race engine sponsored machines, working with Chorus and Race Fuel. That's DeBottis. Kennepick down from Ontario. Man, that thing didn't have a throttle stop on it. It just took off like zoom. Didn't have a trans brake either. I hate when you do that. When you pull up and you push the button, smash it, and the car just takes off. It's like it's trying to run out from under you. 647, 133 for Pat. Charlie was probably very surprised that the car took off before it was supposed to. That's why he didn't get a time. He left before the tree was activated. I got a couple of mystery guys here that we're still working on getting our database squared away. Well, Rock Haas said that was a big black Chevy, so that kind of sucks all the fun out of that. Sure, Rock, way to ruin my fun. Well, as you didn't try to run over me in the toter like that one time in Indy. I've almost gotten past the trauma of that. 633, 134 miles an hour on the right side. 664, 113 in the left. Now we got guys that I know. I know these guys. That's Steve and that's John. Hi, Steve. Hi, John. Steve Theodore out of Ohio in the left side. John Sickish out of Ohio in the right side. So I have the battle for Ohio. Lancaster versus Belmont. Corvette versus Corvette. Both drivers away on the green. The better green was Steve at 002. And 608, 140 miles an hour. A little quick on the old 640 down there. 673, 135 comes up for John Sickish. Should be interesting today because remember we're running 2 and 2, 2 time trials and 2 rounds of eliminations, and a number of these drivers I don't believe have got like the magic combination for 8th mile racing. A number of them running quarter mile over and over and over again, but the game time decision here at Darana Hebron was to run the entire event 8th mile this weekend. So Charlie Flanagan and Tom Diamond coming at you here. Diamond for Trazen Asphalt and Concrete. I wonder if they make shoes. Well, I remember I had a big concrete guy one time say, what size shoes you wear? I thought, you know, maybe I should start being nice to him. Tom Diamond goes 641. Way to go, Tom. He goes to the top, at least for the moment. Diamond number 1. What a show off. That'll bring up the topless Camaro on the left side and Keith Mayers on the right. The Alfa Romeo with a big block Chevy. Trying to figure out if I like that with the windshield or if I'd like it better as a roadster. He probably needs to have the windshield on that one because that's how he tells them apart. This one and the Porsche. At the finish line stripe, it's going to be a 6.404. Well, we've got a mystery man in the number 1 qualifying spot now. 642, 125 comes up for Keith Mayers. You know what occurred to me? If somebody who's not in the system yet has a perfect light, how am I going to know it's really him when he comes up to get donuts? Probably have 14 people come up. Yeah, that was me. And when I'm out of donuts, it'd be like, oh. Lily Horton had a perfect light in her junior dragster last week. Cost me $100. 2 more mystery drivers coming at you right now. Are we at the end of Hot Rod or Super Rod already? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 641 comes up in the left lane. 644 comes up in the right lane. That'll bring the slam down shoebox Chevy. Brent's giving me that get out of my office look, so. I don't think that's a Coughlin car.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Whose? Manny, Mo, Jack. That's Mike? Really? I don't remember ever seeing Mike in that thing, but. Whoa, trip zip, we'll find out. Come get your donuts. Come get your donuts. 659, 126 miles an hour, and a bag of donuts coming. So I guess we'll find out who that is. Somebody will find out. Well, looks like that's going to be it for Super Rod. And Top Sportsman is at the ready line, so that means Top Dragster, if you still got him on the jack stand, you need to knock him down on the ground because we're going to be calling you in your PDQ. Put a little sticky stuff out on the old racing surface before we turn the horsepower up a little bit. And roll our Top Sportsman cars around the corner for qualifying session number 1 of 3. And we are rocking through our hardcore Thursday here. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, Spring Nationals, Darana, Hebron, Ohio. Well, one of the beauties of running 8 miles, it only takes half as long to spray. So there. Think of the time savings. We'll probably be done by noon. 12:15. I do want to say a big thank you to all the racers. I know it was a last-second adjustment for a number of people when the races moved from Alabama up here. And we certainly appreciate everybody who kind of got with the program to come up here and be a part of it. We're planning on having a great weekend here in Hebron, and very much appreciate everybody that came out to participate. I think it's going to be another run by the Sticky Pig. Tractor's ready to do a little massage. It's kind of like, you know, when you do those 48 coats of lacquer, you know, you spray and then sand and spray and then sand. And, oh, man, you want me to read this? I'm going to need a microscope. You want me to read that? Holy crap. No, tell the dork in the tower that's Mike. Okay. I think the dork got it. Somebody said, I think gas is keeping people away. No, we locked English up in a room by himself, so the gas shouldn't be keeping anybody away. Alrighty, well, Brent Carver's picked up a headset, and he's getting ready to talk about some really fast cars as soon as we get the old really green tractors off the racetrack. Morning.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful. I'm just about reacclimated to USA time.
Right. Well, you had time to do that during your travel yesterday, I think.
Yes, I did.
Plenty of time to acclimate. Glad you finally made it in at whatever time that was.
Four cities and 4 planes. Yeah, got to the hotel about midnight. But you know what? Still beats walking.
That would be tough to walk from where you came from.
It would have taken considerably longer, no doubt.
No doubt about it. Hey, doing some final prep here. Got a little glue going down. Thank you, sir. Top Sportsman coming at you. Figure I better do a little work here this morning and they'll get rid of me. Brent Carver coming at you. Alan Reinhardt in the tower just stepping away. Mike English here as well. Going to be taking care of everybody all weekend. Thank you for tuning in on YouTube, IHRA TV, or Speed Sport 2. Lots of ways to keep up with the event. The best way, obviously, is to be here in person. You got all weekend. We're doing 2 rounds of sportsman qualifying and 2 rounds of sportsman eliminations today. And we're doing 3 rounds of top sportsman and top dragster qualifying today as per the original schedule. We shortened up the sportsman classes to 2 qualifiers versus 3, as we do seem to have some potential stoppages over the weekend. Most of them appear to be overnight, so it might just be more of a late start than anything from what I can tell. As I claim to not be Al Roker. But it is absolutely stunning here today. Beautiful. Especially if you're on the right side of something that's blocking the wind. There's a little bit of wind, and that makes it feel pretty cool. But the sun is out, and it is a beautiful day here in Hebron, Ohio. Also, if you're watching online and you can't watch online all day, maybe you got to go to work. Maybe you're driving to the event. You can also get on an app called TrackTune. TrackTune is a orange icon in your Play Store or your Apple Store with a microphone in the middle of it. You can get on that, set you up a free account, click on the event, and you can listen to the PA feed. The PA feed all weekend. So everything that comes out of this PA goes to TrackTune, and you can download that on your phone, your tablet, wherever you can download an app. So if you got to be driving down the road, I would first of all encourage you, don't watch the YouTube feed while you're driving down the road. That's supposed to be the case. But you can load it onto your phone, Bluetooth it to your car stereo. Mike English, do you know what Bluetooth is? Or does your car even have a stereo? You still have one of those record players built into the dash? Yeah. Slide the record player out of the glove box and use that. There you go. I'm getting all kinds of history. It's because I'm surrounded with hundreds of years of experience. And most of it's coming out of one person. But hey, the TrackTune app is pretty cool. So if you're watching online, and like I said, you got to go, you got to sit at work all day, and you want to put it on in the background there and listen to what's going on here at Darana Raceway this weekend in Hebron, Ohio for the IHRA Spring Nationals event. Download that app. It's free. Set you up a free account. Doesn't cost a thing. And you can follow along right straight from the PA system. So you'll hear everything from Alan Reinhardt, Mike English, Brent Carver. We will all be swapping in and out and working on stuff together and having us a good time here in the tower, taking care of this awesome event here in Hebron, Ohio this weekend. They have parked the tractors, which means it sounds like engines are going to come to life. And what a great first pair to kick off Top Sportsman here with Jacob Elrod and Mike Nitschke. Going to be your first pair out. So as the cars come to life, we have switched categories. Wait, there's an app for that. There is an app for that. It is called TrackTune. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes, please. If you are watching the live feed on YouTube and whatnot, hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. That lets everybody, including, you know, our metrics and whatnot, that says we know how many people watched, right? So we know if we're reaching the right folks, if we need to put it in some other places and whatnot. So let us know that you're watching, and let us, you know, put a happy face or a heart or something there, so you know that everybody that's watching and that pays attention to these things know that you are appreciated for tuning in online. TrackTune, T-U-N-E. TrackTune. It's pretty cool because, like I said, you don't have to go to a radio station and whatnot, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world or in the country. As long as you can get that app, and it's a free app, you can do it. Mike Nitschke, right side. Jacob Elrod, left side. Elrod in the 63 split window Corvette with the Pro Charger. And Mike Nitschke, after hours wiring door slammers chassis fab, on the right side in that 08 Cobalt with the little 632 on board. Boy, and Elrod almost got donuts there. 008, 446, 164 mile an hour. Troubles there for the Nitschke machine. 739, 70 up front. Gonna kind of look back here at the live stream and see if I can see a replay of anything that might have gone wrong there. It looks like I don't see it yet. Let's click that and make sure we're... Yeah, there we are. Somehow I had rewound the stream a little bit, and my video was behind, so I didn't actually get to see what the problem there was with Nitschke's car, but obviously not under full power, as that car easily goes 430s, I think. So a little off the number there for Mike. Jay Kirk going to be coming around the corner in the right side, the 68 Camaro. Left side, the Jegs Oldsmobile Cutlass. We can do it. 432 right side there for Jay Kirk. 163 mile an hour left side, 453. Kirk was 008 on the let go. Left side, the Cutlass out of Lexington, Kentucky. That's Eric Ellsworth. Air Hydro Power and Novus Home Mortgage. There for that low slung black Cutlass. Right side, the big Mopar. Jay Kirk, a winner earlier this year there in that Camaro that just went down, and he was 008. That shows you why. 008 up front, 432. Knocking down the tree. Let's see what these two have. Couple of very different looking cars. You got the kind of the traditional top sportsman looking ex-pro stock looking Cutlass there for Ellsworth. Oh, and huge wheels up for the Mopar. 505, 137 mile an hour. Ellsworth 459, 149 mile an hour there on the left side. Ellsworth 20 on the let go, 30 up front for the Mopar. Kevin Evans is going to be on the right side. Is that in fact a Dodge Neon, Ron? I think it is. With a 511-inch wedge motor. Cobalt there on the left side. Problems there for Evans on the right side left. A little early, 461, 153 mile an hour there for the Cobalt. Nice pass there, as it looks like they are pushing back the Neon of Kevin Evans. Well, that's a cool little car, too, there, a Haas car. Neat looking car. I always hate to see one being pushed back. I know what that's like. Always the funny ones here in the tower. There's a reason you don't have a microphone. That's true. So a little something out of the Evans machine. Go back and touch up that starting line, make sure it's all good to go. Obviously not much to it there, but track crew with Kyle Lang and the gang out there, making sure we got a good starting line and a good racetrack this weekend, and it's been fantastic so far today, I think. Yesterday we had a little test session. It took a little bit for the track to come around yesterday. There had been so much rain the night before. But eventually yesterday that left lane was working phenomenal. I watched Jerry Tucker in Mountain Motor Pro Stock go 4:01, which is right at the record. Shout out to the pit crew out there. Cranking up some tunes. They're going to swing us more a little towards some rock and roll out there. So, live entertainment all over the place here this weekend. Yes, we do have the world famous Ferris wheel right up here by the starting line. The band will be playing all weekend long out there, just past the, what is that, about the 300-foot mark on the left side of the racetrack. And Mike Savoya, left side 2017 Dart. And I recall that thing being pretty fast. Got 572 cubic inches of big Chevrolet motor. George Forrester, right side. The 98 Monte Carlo out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania. Savoy out of Michigan. That black machine, that thing is very menacing. I mean, it is black. The windows are black. It's a cool machine. Wouldn't surprise me if Savoya went to the top here. Thing goes some 4.0s. Savoya 90 up front, and how about that? I didn't say he went 4.0s. 399, 179 mile an hour there for Savoya. Forrester, 456, 153 mile an hour on the right side. And there is your number 1 mark. Well, we're checking the Glasser machine and lifting the front end off of it. So, problems for Aaron Glasser. Mom and Dad there pulling the scoop off of it. Gene going to take a look there and see what's going on with that machine. Justin going to go down the right side. Justin on the right side was your top sportsman winner up at the Pro Mod Mania race last year out of Louisville, Kentucky. .433 with a 9. .61 for Justin. Left side, Ken Langlois out of Milan, Michigan. In Lang transmission, Cutlass. That car was freshened up by Bob's Profab there on the left side. Right side, speaking of Profab, there is Jeff Mandel. Check out that machine, and in Mandel fashion, quite the burnout as well. And it looks like the Mandels have a few of them here this weekend, as I expected. .57 of Jeff on the right side. 399 for Mike Savoya as your number 1 qualifier at this point in time. A couple of these Mandel cars are capable of being right there in that real low 540 area. So 399 for now. There's a couple of them still in the line. Good field here of top sportsman cars. Oh, Mandel goes out and strikes the tire, turns it sideways, catches it quick enough, and clicks it off. Coast across 852. But how about Ken Langlois? 11 on the tree. 443, 157 mile an hour there for the transmission builder out of Michigan. Speaking of Mandel, here is Little Bob. Bob Mandel the third. 55 Bel Air, Culleoka, Tennessee based. Bob's Profab Performance. And race cars, they build some of the just most spectacular, especially Tri-5s. Although there is also a little wagon, 2-door wagon. Chevy too that they built that is just sweet. Killer Brooks, left side, Youngstown, Ohio, 92 Chevy Cavalier Z24. Tri-area electric streamline new image powder coating for the Brooks machine, and Mandel in that Bob's Profab race cars 55 Bel Air. If anything has blower surge, it's that one. It does it like no other. And when it goes, it's going to go 4.0 something. How about that? 408, 183 mile an hour. The thing went straight as a string. Had a little problem. That car didn't seem to want to really perform back at Virginia, but they've obviously gone back, checked it out, lined it out, and just right down Main Street. 408.8 to go to number 2.
How's it working?
Looks like they're pushing the Lorenzo Brooks machine back. So no go for Killer. So the Predator being pushed off the starting line, and we'll check that starting line, make sure there's nothing up there. It doesn't look like it. I don't see any of the track crew doing any prep, so I think we're good there. Brian Stoltz, I'm pretty sure he's out of Xenia area in the right side. That is another very fast machine on the right side for Stoltz. Michael Wayne, Mike Demuth, left side. In the Dodge. Appreciate everybody online tuning in and watching along. Hope you enjoy that free live stream brought to you by IHRA. You can watch it on YouTube. You can watch it on Speed Sport 2. Shout out.
So, take my silverware out of your fish and put my care.
Do you need one?
Yeah, I do.
So Demuth going to be on the left side. Stoltz right side. Tree dropping and away they go. Boy, nice pass down both sides. Stoltz 4:16 to go. Number 3 on the board. Demuth 4:32, 162 mile an hour. That will put Michael Wayne in the number 5 position for now. And looks like they did get fire in the Glasser machine. That is good. Lester Johnson going to be on the right side. The Coal Train. That 58 Corvette going to be on the right. And Aaron Glasser. The left side in the 68 Firebird out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. So Lester Johnson going to be over the Corvette, and Aaron Glasser on the left side. Going to see a couple of 14s here, I'd say. Boy, Glasser's some black smoke out of that thing, but still goes 4:15. So I don't know if there was just, maybe it was loaded up from whatever the issue was there. It looked like it cleared out about half track, but black smoke out of there, usually that's a rich. Of course, who am I? What do I know? That's a little tiny, like 18-year-old 632, and he's still going 14s with it in that car. Problems for Lester. Glasser, by the way, not only quick, 4:15, that's going to put him at the number 3 position, but he's also just consistently really good on the tree. 15 up front that time, and it would not surprise me to see a bunch of eggs in his reaction times throughout the weekend. Donnie Gibbs, right side, John Vesper. Left side, Gibbs out of Mooresville, North Carolina, 92 Camaro. He was a winner at the finals last year and gone a bunch of rounds already this year. So always one to watch there, Donnie Gibbs in that Camaro. Look at this Team Vega. John Vesper over there on the left side. Cavalier. I was looking on the live stream to see if they can see that that cool little golf cart thing there, but it's kind of hidden on the live feed. If y'all kind of watch back, you'll see this cool little Ford. All right, so a little reset of the tree there, and Donnie Gibbs and John Vesper going to go at it here. This is Q1 in Top Sportsman. All right, Gibbs 22 up front, 450 at 155 mile an hour, and Vesper 26 on the tree, 467, 148 mile an hour. It's going to put Gibbs at number 10. Vesper going to fall into the 15 position for now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, top dragster. Final call, top dragster to the lanes. Final call, top dragster. Hot Rod, you're on standby? Hot Rod, we'll take you. Q2, Hot Rod to 1 and 2. Q2, Hot Rod to 1 and 2, please. Attention to the pits. Hot Rod to 1 and 2, please. James Hayes going to be on the right side, 58 Corvette. And Ron Barnhill digging that 98 Mustang on 632 cubic inches of Ford power. Hayes, 003 461. He's finished the pass. Barnhill is still sitting in, so and there he goes. So whether the car shut off, whatever, got it refired, the tree was still active, so he makes his pass, goes 478, 145 mile an hour. Good job keeping his composure and getting that thing back together, still making a clean hit. So James Hayes going to be the 15 spot with that 461. Barnhill going to be in the 17 spot. Speaking of a potential move to number 1 right here, Ronnie Proctor, the right side in the Mustang. That car went a transformation over to a Pro Charger in the offseason, and it is now a solid 390s kind of car. Left side, Jim Hayes, that is senior. James just went down in the 58. That is the son, and that's Jim. Left side, 63 Corvette, 557. Big block Chevrolet out of Troy, Ohio. So let's see if Proctor makes me sound like I know what I'm talking about. He did not. It looked awfully soft on the hit. 60 foot was nowhere what I expect that car normally is. Went 430, it's still fast, but 439, 171 mile an hour. Jim Hayes, 446, 160. That's going to put Jim in the 11 spot. And Proctor falls into the 8th spot for now, provisionally. Looks like next up we've got TJ, don't call me Lex Luthor, on the left side, out of Mooresville, North Carolina. TJ Luthor's roadside service there. Right side, Ross Wells Jr., another one of those Bickle looking. Anyways, I didn't see it on the car, but that sure looks like a Bickle bodied Camaro for Wells. Again, we will take Hot Rod Q2. Hot Rod Q2 to 1 and 2, please. Hot Rod Q2 to lanes 1 and 2, please. TJ goes 477, 144 mile an hour. Wells 457, $152. Going to put Wells provisionally in the 15th spot. And currently, right now, your number 1 qualifier is Mike Savoya. 399, 179 mile an hour is the number to shoot for. Little Bob Mandel, number 2. Aaron Glasser, number 3. Brian Stoltz, 4. And Jay Kirk, number 5, currently. Pat DeBonis debuting his brand new 2009 Dodge Stratus with 674 inches. That's a bunch of motor of Chevy power. DeBonis out of Howell, Michigan. Right side, Jeremy Bargo out of Barbersville, Kentucky. Bargo has a win already this season with the IHRA. He got his Ironman down in North Carolina at the first race of the season, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am mistaken, just ignore it. You don't have to tell me I'm wrong. Because I'm wrong a lot, and I don't need to be reminded of it. Both of them actually turn on the red light. DeBonis in his debut, 452, 153 mile an hour, probably going to be happy with that. Bargo, 453, 154. They were 002 red and 008 red. So both of them right up on the wheel. We'll check out that Willys coming under the tower. Boy, that is a slick machine. That's going to be John Vergatz Jr. in that Willys. And that beautiful Tri-5 Chevrolet there on the left side. We're having a little issues with the Vergatz car in the water box. Not sure what they've got going on. Looks like we're going to send the left lane. Don't want him to sit down there and wait forever. That one struggled a bit too, so they're pushing the Vergatz machine back. Going to check that thing out and see what's going on there. The shoebox left really soft. I'm not sure, kind of looking back at a replay there, didn't see a problem with it, but definitely not the performance I'm sure they expect out of that machine. 559, 130 mile an hour. All right, so they've got fire in the pipes for the Vergatz machine now. stickers still on those tires, so probably looking at a little bit of an extra burnout here if I was guessing. Not too much. Although it looks like it sounds like it lost fire again. Again, I don't need to be corrected when I've been told I'm wrong enough times. It got quiet all of a sudden. They did get it refired. That's a good thing. So John Jr., JJ, going to pull it on up into the beams, and let's see. This is kind of a brand new ride for them, so may still have a little bit of learning and bugs and whatnot to work on there, but doing a little purge of the nitrous. And let's see how the pass goes here for John Vergatz Jr. Well, they staged it. And now we're pushing it back. So they've got some new car blues going on right there. Hopefully they'll get that thing lined out. Crew pushing that Willys back. And next pair going to light them up. Next pair, what a pair it is, by the way. The Bulldog. Indy cylinder heads, the Mini Cooper. And left side, Bob Mandel Jr. I mentioned those Profab builds and their Tri-5s. This is another work of art out of Bob's Profab. Little Bob sits number 2 with a 408. So let's see if Dad can go to number 2. I don't think that car runs in the 3s. I think it's going to be a 4.0 kind of number. Ricky Adkins there on the right side. The Bulldog. The Mini Cooper there. Mid-engine Mini Cooper. We'll call it that. A couple of very cool creations on that starting line with that 2-door Chevy 2 and Bob's Profab, and that thing is away and gone and wiggling around. I told you, 402 to go to number 2. Mandel went about 700 feet to go to the 660. 402, 182 mile an hour, and number 2 on the sheet there. Adkins, 18 up front, 452. That thing is, he's just dead consistent, always on the light. A very tough draw for anybody that gets Ricky Adkins in that little Mini Cooper. It looks like we wrapped that up. 30 cars there in Top Sportsman, with Mike Savoya number 1 with that 399. Bob Mandel Jr. 402. Bob Mandel the third 408. Aaron Glasser 415. So rolling into Top Dragster. top dragster going at it. 008 right side. 431, 161 mile an hour. 447 over there on the left. A $155. As the next pair complete their burnouts and back up. All right, pre-stage bulbs are on. Staging them up, and here comes the tree. Little 3 red on the right side goes 462 at 148 mile an hour. Left side 460 with a 9. 21 up front. Right now, your number 1 qualifier is 4:31 here in Top Dragster, although there are several to go. So I don't imagine that will be hanging in there very much longer. I thought we were going to see some excitement. We did see some excitement. Anytime a dragster front end starts pointing towards the non-existent clouds today, as it's very clear out, but the front end was headed north for the left side there. Right side, 431.7 to jump to the number 2 spot. 22 on the tree. Left lane was really late. And then went to the sky. I'm kind of looking back for a replay there. You don't see that very often in dragsters. And I mean, it had to pedal it to bring it back down. It was headed up and in a hurry. Old Maybelline right side. Oh, here's my replay. I'd say the front wheels got nearly 3 feet off the ground. I'd say there's a strong possibility number 1 changes hands right now. It's the Maybelline machine. With that side hung Pro Charger on it. I see some forced induction machines coming up here, so I'm going to guess that 430 is not going to last very much longer. Right side, 406. 173 mile an hour. Left side, 452. A $153, almost like I saw it coming. Final call, hot rod. Final call, hot rod to 1 and 2. Final call, hot rod to 1 and 2 for Q2, please. Will be your second and final qualifier for hot rod. 2 qualifiers, and this will be your second one. So second qualifier, hot rod. Final call to lanes 1 and 2, please. So the number to beat now to get to number 1 is 4:06. That's more like it. So we are rolling through Top Dragster Q1. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman are going to have 3 qualifiers today. Our other 5 Sportsman classes have 2 qualifiers, which they've already finished their first. We're getting ready to go into round number 2 of qualifying for. Boy, left lane, the front end started up on that one a little bit and dropped it down and then spun the tire. Watching that replay too. I like watching the replay. I've got the live feed up in front of me here. This is Profiler Top Dragster. That left lane front end started up a little. And it kind of sounded like the tire let go on it, although they're out there checking the track, and it appears that the car is not under power. It's out there about 1,000 feet. No. That's well past the quarter mile. But no longer moving, so I guess it was not tire spin, it was driveline spin. Yeah, all of a sudden it just went to this. You know, when you hear that, you think, oh, that's a tire letting loose. But I'd say not, considering that the car is out there and they're getting ready to push it off. Maybe a drive shaft, maybe something to that effect. Drive coupler in that dragster. It didn't like it. Whatever let go, it did not like it. It went right up to the rev limiter. So I'd say we'll have a couple minutes here as they check the track, although it doesn't look like they see anything on the track, but they do have to retrieve the car. So the safety convoy out there getting the quads out there and getting that dragster off. So our next pair sits in the water. And there we go, right back to it. Engine's back to life. Right back to it, and like I said, 4:067 is the mark to beat to go to number 1. When I see him come around the corner with the big blower or the Pro Charger hanging off the side of him, I kind of make those assumptions we're going to see some more real low 4.0s, and there's a couple of them here that I expect to see in the 3s, and they do exist, no doubt. Final call, hot rod. Final call, hot rod to 1 and 2. Final call, hot rod to 1 and 2, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock to 3 and 4. Stock to 3 and 4 for Q2. Your second and final qualifier, stock to 3 and 4, stock to 3 and 4. Final call. Hot rods, you should be in 1 and 2. If you're not, you're late. And stock, we need you to 3 and 4, please. 436, 160 mile an hour left side, right side, 424 to go to number 2. Quick Rod, you are on standby. Quick Rod, you're on standby. I should have Hot Rod in 1 and 2. I should have Stock on your way to 3 and 4, and Quick Rod on standby, por favore. How about 409.2 on the right side, 174 mile an hour, 475 on the left. Clicking it off real early with that only 103 mile an hour. At the big end. Rolling a little slow down there on the left side. Looks like making the turn off. So that is a good thing. All right, next pair at the pre-stage bulbs, and the first one is on already on the right side. Takes a 4:05 to go to number one right now. How about Trip Zip on the right side? Car 665, come get your donuts from Alan Reinhardt. 3 donuts on the scoreboard. Reaction time gets you donuts in the tower. So right side 665, car 665 should get a pack of donuts from Mr. Reinhardt. About a 10 bulb there on the left side with 498 at only 105. Clicking that one off way early, and it is rolling not super fast. So we'll make sure that that one makes the turn off as the next pair do complete the burnouts. 423 to 164 mile an hour on the right side. Look like left lane. That thing might have clicked off about 400 feet or so. Still has not made the turn, but there it goes around the corner. And we have problems on the left side after the burnout. I see the driver waving their hands going, hey, you're going to have to come get me. Going to have to come get me. I have no power. All right, so just going to send the right lane on a single. As the going radical machine is going to have to be going radically back to the trailer and check it out and see what the problem is. After the burnout, how about 439, 159 mile an hour? like we are getting just about to the back end of our top dragster Q1. Like I said, top sportsman and top dragster will be getting 3 qualifiers today. Looks like we just have maybe 4 dragsters left here, and then we will be going into Q2 of Hot Rod category. Hot Rod getting ready to come out of 1 and 2. Final call stock to 3 and 4. Stock 3 and 4. That means Quick Rod is on standby. Quick Rod, you're on standby. .462 left side, 147 mile an hour. 469 on the right at $144. Well, we got another pusher backer. I know. It's not my fault, I promise. So, Kara Joe Bauman over there on the left side, gonna. Not one car broke while Alan Reinhart was on the microphone. And, yeah, they might say, how about you don't announce the next round of qualifying? Yeah.
God is punishing you because you make fun of my hair.
Yes.
Wipe there your eyes so you can see what you're
doing. Had several dragsters not make it through first round of qualifying here. So got some bugs going on this morning. It's a beautiful day out. Sun is shining. Here in Hebron, Ohio. Kara Joe got back fired up. Going to go on a single as we have breakage again on the left side here on a 57-degree sunny day. As this is the final pair of top dragster, final car now in top dragster. And we're going to be back to the top with second qualifier here in Hot Rod and our other 5 sportsman categories outside of top sportsman and top dragster. So, Kara Joe going to put a number on the board. Nice, solid, clean hit for her. 452, 152 mile an hour, and that's going to wrap up round 1 of qualifying here in top dragster. Mike English, are you going to step in here and jump back into the hot rod category? This is Q2. You're going to fall in, yeah. Yeah, you're too old to be jumping anywhere. It's not the jump that will hurt you, it's the landing.
Oh, that is a fact for sure. Thank you very much, Brent Carver. Appreciate that. Absolutely gorgeous day here. Darana Motorsports Park National Trail Raceway. Hot Rod Eliminator qualifying session number 2 coming out next. Next time we see these cars after this session will be round 1 of eliminations. Of course, the first car out is that Keith Mayers, the Porsche. He is sitting number 1, dead 7 to show off. So Keith Mayer's right side, that's Coghlan Cars.com lane. And Keith Booth, 68 Camaro. He went too quick, session number 1. The school teacher for the Board of Education. I recognize that paddle on the quarter panel of Keith's Camaro, by the way. Many a time back in the day, when it was a single room school. There we go. Yeah. So Keith Booth in a 68 Camaro. Keith Mayers in a Porsche. Doesn't make any difference what year the Porsche is. Still a Porsche. 7 flat up on the board. Keith Mayers right side. He's the man in session number 1, dead 7. In set. Mayers is 14 on the tree. Keith Booth missed it in the Camaro down there top end. Somebody goes 7 flat again. Keith Mayers is 7:02.5. Keith Booth is 6:97.2. Too quick again. It's Joe Clark. That's the pickup truck. Pickup trucks are popular here at Hot Rod this weekend. And Camden Kagan, 70 Nova BBC for power, right side for Camden. Joe Clark for United Garage Door and Beasley Contracting. The S10. Joe Clark is red. Camden is green. He was red. Just leave it at that. 7:06.3. Joe Clark. 6:96.3. Camden Kagan. Keith Myers still sitting number 1 is Brian Webster. The Buick Regal Landau. I love that car. That thing is so straight, man. I was looking at that here just in front of the tower, man. I'm telling you, that thing is sweet. And Leanne Ellsworth, another S10. Oh, the Manta's coming up. Cool. I thought it was Corvair earlier because you look at the front and kind of looked at it. It's a Manta. You're right, Ron. Way to go. Good eye. Only because I told you. It's only because I told you. I should see his Cadillac. Nice. Yeah. Red light start, Brian. Ooh, just missed by 3/10,000ths. Down there, top end. 7 flat 2. Brian Webster goes that number 1 spot. Wow. Leanne gets down through there at 7:07.6, 1:11. But, man, Keith Mayers and everybody else just got bumped back. 1 spot is Lisa Hinton and Robert Jones. Lisa far side, 77 Camaro small block. And Robert Jones in from North Carolina, the 80 Malibu. Move up that starting line, right side. Robert first in the Malibu. Down there, you got to go dead one or better. 7:02.2 Lisa. 7:17.2 Robert. Lisa up down at number 3 spot, right behind Keith Mayers and Brian Webster, as Jordan Odoms and David Braskett. Jordan over there, far side. Oh, tell me if you've heard this before. The S10. But you haven't heard this before. David Braskett, the Manta. Because Ron said it is, you should see his Cadillac. What is it, a 64 Eldorado or something? No? Oh, with a Continental kit on the back? Well, that's worth something. You got any Cadillac with a Continental. Here we go. Red light. Oh, the Manta. There we go. Comes back to wide open throttle there. The red light storm. Jordan down there top end. 680. Woo, that's a different zip code. Dave Braskett, the Manta goes 7:06.9. Moves to the number 5 spot. This is Larry Patton, Sr. and Terry Bigley. Terry right side, Nova. For Wired Up Electric Service, one of them team cars. There's a bunch up here this weekend. And Larry Patton, Pennsylvania, the S10 with a big block under the hood. Larry, of course, the winner of the race in Virginia a couple weeks ago with that S10. Watch that, baby. He's going to drop a way back. Go to wide open throttle, come hustling after that Nova. And, of course, go 7 flat. Pre-stage is Terry right side. He's in. Larry's in. Larry goes 001 red. Terry goes 018 green. Look at that S10 come on big time down there. 7:016 Larry Payton. Terry out of the throttle at 770, just 72 miles an hour, coasting down there top end. Payton goes to the number 3 spot. Lisa gets back to the number 4 spot. Keith Mayers, number 2. Brian Webster, number 3. Corey Hansen and Robbie Ballard. Robbie, the cool Mustang. And Corey over there with the Nova. The Nova wagon. There's a lot of cool cars in Hot Rod, but I'm telling you, the Nova wagon, we could go cruising tonight in that thing. I would put that car in my dream driveway. Because my 96 Cavalier's in the garage. Robbie's in, Corey's in. Robbie moved first off that starting line. That Mustang down there top end. 7:02 Robbie. Corey goes 7:011. Corey will be number 3. Robbie will be number 5. Larry Payton's sandwiched in between them. Now it's the next pair. Mitchell Hinton, 72 Monte Carlo. Steve Sasko, 64 Dodge 426 Wedge. 2 very cool cars on the starting line right now. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Quick Rod, need you in the lanes, please. Quick Rod, need you in the lanes. .008 right side, Mitchell in the Monte Carlo. Down there top end, 7:062 Mitchell Hinton. 7:34.6 Steve Sasko in the Mopar. Stock Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Stock Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. So Brian Webster, dead 2, sitting number 1 is Sean Pitts and James Pridgeon. 83 Olds Cutlass, James. 2000 Camaro, Sean. 2000 Camaro is not a real common car you see in Hot Rod Eliminator. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. So dead one or better if you want to go the top spot in Hot Rod. Somebody could pre-stage here. I mean, it's like, come on, guys. There we go. Ron Vance said, oh, we're having a burn down in Hot Rod. They usually pre-stage first, Ron. Just thought I'd work with you on that. There we go. Now they're pre-stage. Somebody going to light second light today. There we go. James is in. Sean, there we go. You're in. Sean was too quick in session number one. James is out there with the Olds 703s a pair. 703-3 right side, 703-4 left side. It's Michael Walker and Donnie Gibbs Jr. Donnie Gibbs Jr. for Gibbs Performance. Right side, the Nova. And Michael Walker, 501 Perfect Converters, 72 Chevelle. On the tree right side, 28 on the tree left side down there, 703 and 7 flat 3. Michael Walker will go to the number 2 spot, dead 3 right behind Brian Webster. Wow. It's TJ Luther, Rob Frost. Rob right side, you may have heard this before, S10, small block. TJ Luther, S10, small block. 2 different generations S10s. Of course, Rob Foss for Bill Jackson Racing Engines and Nitro Joe Stats. Love that. Nitro Joe, great job on the internet there with all different stats and stuff. 19 on the red side, right side. 008 red on left side, down there top end. 713 TJ Luther. 703 Rob Frost. Rob will be number 12 with the 703. Steve Prosnek and Michael Zayden. The 70 Duster right side, big block Chevrolet for Power Michael. And the 69 Camaro for Gellner Electric left side, Steve Prosnek. A couple of racers out of Ohio. Dead one or better if you want to go to the top. .008 Mopar right side, bow tie power, of course, down there top end. 698 2 quick Steve Prosnek. 720 with a 3. Michael Zayden, next pair, rolling on up. Tim Chuck, Rex Davis, 66 Nova. For Kristen Bart, Rex Davis rolls up, Columbus, local here. And Tim Chuck for Watson Rupel Performance Engine, 67 Camaro. 67 Camaro, Tim, 66 Nova. Nova is cool. Red light start Tim by 5,000. 007 green right side for Rex Davis down there top end. Wow, Rex goes 661. It's like low ET for Hot Rod. 7010 Tim Shuck. .7010 puts you number 4. It's Dean Carnes Sr. and Andrew Johnson. Andrew right side, 78 Malibu, big block Chevrolet. And the Toyota. Well, the small block, 280 cubic inches for Dean Carnes Sr. Malibu goes into throttle stop mode, goes back to wide open throttle. Down there top end, 704.6, Andrew Johnson, 698.3. For Dean Carnes Sr. is Gary Fleenor and Glenn Ferguson Jr. Glenn, the cool Fairlane for McCarty Auto Parts and Victory Lane Golf Carts, Gary Fleenor. 79 Z28 level performance Fleenor Racing Transmission sponsored Camaro. Ferguson's red by 10 thou. 28 green for the Camaro. Down there, somebody go dead 1 or 0. 698, 2 quick left side. Gary, 699, 2 quick right side. Glenn, his final car in class. Rolling on up, Jeremy Bargo. The Fly Guy, Bargo Aviation Services. Barberville, Kentucky. Brett Carver's favorite town. So it's going to be so simple. It's easy, Jeremy. Dead 1 or better. That's all you got to do, man. You be number 1. Going to elimination, start out of that top spot. Remember, it doesn't make any difference where you start. It's where you finish. 31 cars. Buy run, first round, guaranteed win. Is there all even number in all the rest of the class? Yeah. Oh, that's right. The elimination. Sorry about that. Okay. Goes red by 13 thou. Down there, top end. 696. Too quick. 112. Stock eliminator rounds, qualifying session number 2. Boy, 2 very interesting. What about talk about a difference in the spectrum? The Challenger for Zach Ross in the 87 Caprice for McNeil Freeman. The taxi cab. I've ridden in that car. Have you, Alan? Have you? Cool. Well, there's 2 of us here that have ridden, got taken by the taxi cab. I'm going with the Challenger in this pair. Zach Ross down there, top end, 29 on the tree, 613, 111. McNeil, 35 on the tree, 931, 70 miles an hour for the taxi cab. It's the next pair rolling on up. George Cox and Tim Barrett. Tim Barrett, far side, 68 Camaro small block. The 99 Camaro for George Cox. K stock automatic, 69 Camaro. A stock automatic, 99 Camaro. Theoretically, on paper, the 99 Camaro should get there first. Tim Barrett is 003. Top end, George Cox is 646.7, 104. Tim Barrett goes 735, 189 miles an hour. Corey Griffith and Jaden Deachich. United Trailers, Jason Deachich trailer sales. 14 Mustang, Jaden Rightside, and Corey Griffith, iStock automatic, 83 Camaro for BK Beverage. It's one of my favorite sponsors. David Barnes sit number 1, the only one in the 1 second under club. It's stock eliminator. Oh, there's a walk down there. Gets back in it. Now Jaden lifts off the throttle. 713, 93 miles an hour. Jaden 663, 94 miles an hour is Michael Howard. Taylor Deedich. Taylor far side. Another one of the AA cars. Another one of the United Trailers team cars. Michael Hours. The modified Demon for Jeg's Performance and Grady's Performance. $16 on the tree is Taylor. $40 on the tree is Michael. Top end, 562.7, 1, 2, 3. Taylor, 7 at 12.0, 93 miles an hour for Michael Hours in the Mopar. Paul Booster, 03 Corvette, C-Stock automatic, LS1 powered Corvette, and Aaron Allison, Race Tools Direct. 2015 Copo Camaro. Paul in the Corvette first off that starting line. Camaro Aaron Allison 593A 115 gets to the finish line first. Paul Boster 671 101 is Larry Nelson and Caleb McFarland. Oh, pair of clutch cars. How cool is this? Caleb, the stick shift Firebird, LS powered Firebird for McFarland Chevrolet, and Larry Nelson, the Jags Performance 55 Chevrolet 265 and a clutch. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Quick Rod, final call of the lanes, please. Quick Rod, final call of the lanes. Superstock, need you the lanes, please. Superstock, first call of the lanes, please. It's Larry Nelson. Guy's been doing this for Jake's Performance for a long time in that 55 Chevrolet. And Caleb McFarland, Kentucky. And the guy been around a while. They drop the clutch. Caleb drops it red. Larry drops it green. Firebird will get there first. 640, 105. Larry Nelson's 818 to 82 miles an hour. Ron Jewell Jr., 70 Chevelle, big block. Amy and Arnie and Poppy all here in the house this weekend. And Tom Gilman, 70 Camaro. Stick shift 70 Camaro. Tom Gilman, D stick. Right side, drop that clutch first down there, top end. 6606 102 682 398 miles an hour is Richard Mason, Randy Akins. Randy, the Cobra Jet Mustang 302 for power, and the 90 Corvette for Richard Mace. G-Stock automatic 350 for next generation power. The Corvette. By the way, if you had a perfect reaction time, we have donuts in the tower for you. There's a couple more. Gabe Hoyt just won right now. But serious business, if you got a perfect reaction time, come on up, get your donuts. As Randy's in, waiting on Richard, left side in, set, go. Just like that, Richard went too early. He was red. Randy was late. Mustang to get there first, right side. The Coughlin lane at 645, 104. 686, 98 miles an hour. Richard may be rolling out of the throttle a little bit down there at the top end. Is Jim Nichols and Brett McFarland. Now this is Brett right side, the Camaro. And Jim Nichols, the paver for Mid-Ohio Paving. 64 Plym, max wedge for power, A-stock automatic, taking on the AA stick shift. Camaro right side for Brett McFarland out of Ohio. Jim Nichols was going for them donuts, missed it by 1,000. That goes 664, 103. Brett McFarland goes 630 with a 4, 107. It's Brett Dorsch, the Brett Dorsch Motorsports. Camaro become up over there in that summit lane. Kevin Anderson, right side, 69 Camaro, small block, H stock automatic, 69 Camaro, taking on the B stick shift, 94 Camaro. Pre-stage, both drivers, different generation Camaros here. Right side's in. That's the 69. Waiting on Brett. Left side in. Set. Go. 005, Kevin Anderson. Glad you were listening to me there, Kevin. Down there, top end. Kevin is 6.98.7, 94 miles an hour. Brett goes 6.548, 103. I'll tell you, everybody taking shots at David Bearsby. He's still sitting number one, the only one in the 1 club. As Craig Dawson, the Aspen. God, that is such a chick magnet. And Steve Tulsky, Chevy 2, stick shift right side. Who cares? You got an Aspen in the other lane. Why would you even look right side? Aspen is red. Chevy 2 is green. Down there top end. Pops that baby in high gear. Goes 673, 94 miles an hour. Craig is 797, 84 miles an hour. Travis Booth, the Mustang. Should ask Travis, where's Ellis with the chick magnet, the Ford signal? M stock automatic, Redline Racing Oils, Hall Brothers Racing, Ford Mustang for Travis and David Bears. That is sitting number one, the J-Line Performance, Hurst Olds. Well, there's two cars. I'm sorry, Randy Higgins won 1 under also earlier. I forgot. Missed that one. Yeah, it won't be the last time I missed one. So David still set number one. David Bears over there far side. D-Stock Automaticals. 1.03 under for the top spot out of that J-Line Performance team. And Travis Booth. A V8 in the Booth Racing Stables is unusual. Travis bumping it in, lights that second light finally. In, set. 22 on the tree, right side, 65 on the tree, left side. Olds down there, top end, 654, 102. Travis goes 755 to 88 miles an hour. Chris Ratchford going to close it out. David Bear's still number one. Chris, you go 1 under, man. Be like the number one spot. So you get a buy run, Alan? 27.
Yep.
Yes.
No buy run second round? Buy run third round.
So the stick shift Fairlane final car, session number 2, stock eliminator. That's a thing of beauty, isn't it? 664, 102 to wrap up qualifying session number 2. Next time we see them, it'll be round number 1. What's coming out next? Quick Rod? Quick Rod coming out next, which means I won't go there. Alan Reinhardt's coming up. Things will add up for you, I can tell you. Alan changed his mind. He's going to let me hang around here at Quick Rod. Thanks, man. But you got the calculator out so we can add up single runs and things like that late rounds. Cool. Here we go. Here comes the long cars. It will be the very traditional rear-engine dragster, big block Chevrolet. With Mark Heigan. In from Florida. Right side is Mark. And Tyler Schneider. Not quite so far, Ohio. For Psycho B Racing and Safety Track is Mark over there far side, or left side, Tyler, I'm sorry. That's 7th lane. And the Coughlin Cars lane will be Mark, Florida. Lives on Highway 98 North, by the way, in case you cared. I'll tell you, Mark's lined up a little crooked here. There we go. .570 up on the board there. The target, as we say in qualifying. Run 570. Be number one, as long as somebody else hadn't done it first. First pair qualifying session number 2 when we see them later on. Speaking of later on, Kathy Smulligan's coming up in a little bit. She qualified. She was number 1 after session number 1. Could change. Inset, flash yellow, here we go. 011 left, 014 right. Down there, top end, run 570. 573 right side, 571 left side. Kathy Mulligan was dead 9 for the number 1 spot. As the next pair doing their burnouts, be Keith Farrell, South Carolina. Backing up in the Coghlan lane. Summit lane, that infamous not on file. Haven't got his tech card up in the tower here yet. So dead 8 or better if you want to get that number 1 spot. Keith Farrell put up a 6:06 first session. It's 008 on the tree. 001 left side. Down there, top end, Keith Farrell. Wow. 5:21.3. Keith, 570 is the index. 584 left side, 136. And Keith is going to have to woe that baby like way back. So next pair coming up, that aforementioned Kathy Smulligan. Dead 9 for the number 1 spot. And Kevin Trusty. The Going Radical Racing Team Dragster. Kevin coming back in the Summit lane there. Kevin was 6:15.2 at session number 1. Needs to like step on it there. And index-wise, you know, you're familiar. You can be either too far under the index or too far off the index. You need to be hanging around that 570. Because you know when going to round number 1 eliminations later on, the guy in the other lane or the gal in the other lane is going to be hanging around that 570. Left side's in, waiting on Kathy. In, set, go. 22 on the tree, right side, Kathy. Down there, top end. 571.0, Kathy. Wow, that's 2 runs back to back. 585. Ooh, 2 quick lefts there, way off the left side, I'm sorry, is Scotty Reinshield and Ron Berdizzi Jr. The Charlotte Pallets, Tar Heel Materials, and JLS Auto Body sponsored dragster for Ron left side, and Scotty McLaughlin Oil Company. One RED goes 568, 2 quick right side, 565, also 2 quick left side. As the next pair rolling on up. Ron Stayer Jr., Indy Cylinder Heads, Hoosier Tires, Philpott Performance Team Car, the Shorty Dragster for Ron over there. That's a very cool, by the way, that is a late model Hemi behind the driver. And that's Summit Lane, Don Trassen. Trassen Asphalt and Chassis Team Car. So the Hemi Power Dragster left side, BBC for Power right side. There's a wop-wop out there. down there top end. 5.699. Missed a perfect by a thou. Wow, the Mopar goes 5.53.8. That's like a boatload too quick. It's Mitchell Harkey. Little Harkey coming up right side. And Blaine Basem, the American chassis dragster. Power behind the driver. Of course, Mitchell Harkey, L&M Motors team car. So you still got to be dead 8 or better if you want to go to that top spot. 18 cars doesn't guarantee you a bye run until the second round. How'd they do with that math, Alan? That was good, wasn't it, man? I used your calculator. Yeah, the abuse, except for the first round, there's no bye first round. Come on. Okay, you threw that then in there on me. The last minute. The abuse in the tower. So Blaine left, Mitchell right. Little Harkey. That's what they call him. I'm not kidding you. Blaine's in, waiting on Mitchell. There we go. Blaine is 006. Left side down there top end. 5.67 too quick. Mitchell goes 5.714. 5.71.4. Moves him up to that number 3 spot. Of course, Kathy Smulligan still sitting in that top spot. There's the next pair. Rick Stroud, right side, coming back. Coughlin Cars Lane. And Gary Fleenor. Level performance, Fleenor Racing Transmissions. American chassis dragster. A couple of BBCs for power. We're going to close out quick rod. 2 more pairs and a single run for the King. The Hall of Famer. But we'll talk about that later. Gary and Rick in this pair, both of them pre-stage. Gary's in, waiting on Rick to light that second light. Remember, dead 8 or better gets you the top spot. Off the throttle stop mode there. 23 on the green side, right side. 5.74. Rick Stroud. Gary Fleenor is 5.698. Missed that perfect by 2,000. Kathy Smulligan still ride that number 1 spot. Is Jamie Elrod. Winner on the tour. Miss Jamie coming back left side for Sunoco and Innovation, ATM Innovations, Hoosier Tires, and Steve Taylor. Of course, Jamie, a winner on the tour last year. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Rod, need you to the lights, please. Super Rod, need you to the lights, please. Steve Taylor pre-stage, waiting on Jamie Elrod, the Sunoco car. .004 Jamie. 15 on the tree, Steve Taylor. Down there top end, 5.71. Jamie Elrod, 5.806. Steve Taylor. Jamie up to that number 3 spot. So we're going to wrap up this session of Quick Rod with McNeil Freeman. Saw him up earlier in the taxi cab, his stock eliminator car. Now back in his Quick Rod car. Living the life, he says.
Got one number in.
Final car in class, McNeil. If you want to bump the lovely lady off that top spot, dead 8 or better. You want 5.85, session number 1. You need to step on it, which means turn that little timer a little bit more. McNeil is 15 on the tree. It's a 5.700. Oh, no. 5.85, 133. That wraps up session number 2 of Quick Rod. Kathy Smulligan's going to start out of that number 1 spot. We go into eliminations later on today. Alan Reinhardt is going to come up into the number 1 spot with Superstock, session number 2.
Thank you, Mike. Mike is learning math.
At a slow pace.
And so far, Well, let's just say he's starting to pick it up. Here comes Randy running in left side, Jeff Ross in the right. Ross, the Dodge Fever. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if your car has a fever, doesn't that mean it's overheating? Fix it with a bigger radiator? Electric fans? Ross last time cranked the tire. This time he's off and running. Going to be a much better run for him. He goes 630 to 107 miles an hour, 590, 114 for Randy running. Cruising on down there. Ron Kearns now and the left side, and Mark Nowicki's M&M Express, the Mickey Thompson machine. Got 26 of these babies, huh? Earl Rose sitting in the number 1 spot, the only one that's 1 full second under the index. We got a couple of guys playing in the 9 round and a bunch of 80 unders. And they're off and running the 2 GT machines. 603, 111 miles an hour comes up for Nowicki. It's going to be a 608 in the left side for Ron Kearns at 110 miles per. Brings up Homer Carty. And is that really Bob Marshall? Man, he's been around a while. The old Dodge material. That car's been a race car, I think, more of its life than it's not been a race car. A long time for the 64 model. Big old bad old Dodge. The guys that were in the crane business for a long time. Homer Carty leaves a little bit early, but I won't hold that against him. 606 at 112 miles an hour for Homer. Bob Marshall goes 596 at 114 MPHs. Brings up Last Pinto and Josh Barsky just like that. Super Rod. Attention to the pits. Super Rod, you should be rolling into the staging lanes, and that means top sportsman, you need to be warmed up and ready. Time to start putting the front end back on. Then we bring up the Flintstone. That's a great car. A little 302. Hot rod for Flintstone and Lance Pinto with the SS396 Chevelle. Let's see if you don't hike the nose of that New York-based Chevy up off the ground again. Whee! Doesn't that look like fun? I think it looks like fun. 578, 117 miles an hour comes up for Barsky, and it's 631 at 105. Comes up for Pinto. Now it's going to be Mike Price and Kevin Reedy rolling in at you next. Price, the F modified 69 Camaro, and the B modified stocker of Kevin Reedy. Who's got the more RPM, the 300-inch Ford or the 260-inch Chevy? They are both going to be screaming their way down the boulevard. Wow, the Mustang dropped that thing, dropped the hammer on that thing, just didn't move. Like, 654 comes up for Mike Price. Kevin Reedy goes 651. And neither of them really did the old lurch off the starting line, like, at least like I expected them to. But what do I know? That's what everybody says out there. Ah, what do you know? Fun matchup waiting up next year as we do some quick little mopping down here. There's Rick Nicolau and his modified Chevy 2 and Gus Adkins. The AMX. Which one of these you like better? There's no wrong answer. I got to tell you, if I was going to add one to my collection, I would take Atkins' car. Not because I don't like the Chevy too, just that you don't see that many 394-speed AMXs running around anymore. You just don't. Of course, right now I got so many E-bodies in my shop, I don't know where I put another car. Oh, Gus's car kind of turned a tire a little bit. Rick's car looked like it hiked the front end and then fell on its nose a little bit. 571, 122 comes up for Gus. 609, 110 comes up for Rick. Earl Rose still leading the way, still the only guy 1 second plus under the old index. Bo Fowler and Dave Deffrin coming at you right now. For those of you that are here, you know. For those of you that are not here, it is a brisk, crisp, high horsepower kind of day. I'm looking it up. Please stand by. Oh, it's not as good out there as I thought it was. How about that? Dave Deffrin goes 601. 111 miles an hour for the old Camaro down there. And Bo Fowler are going to stop the timers at a 691 and 92 miles an hour. 55 degrees. Correction factor is 104. Density altitude is 1,013 feet. Ain't got no vapor pressure. No barrow. The rest of it's all in great shape. No barrow. I really figured we'd be 101 or somewhere in that neighborhood, as cool as it is out there now. Here comes Earl Rowe. That Earl Rowe, that's the #1 qualifier over there. Just turned on that red light. Aaron Russell goes 615. At 110 miles an hour. Earl Rowe goes 637, 105 miles an hour. You'll take Top Sportsman? Top Sportsman. Oh, attention in the pitch. Top Sportsman. Come on down. For Q, #2. Top Sportsman lanes. Jim Rollins on the left side, Amy Falk in the right. I was cross-eyed, I couldn't. You need some 7/16 all thread, and you need 150 feet of it, or just a foot. Okay. Hey, if you've got a foot of 7/16 all thread, go see Team Elrod, and they will be very happy to see you. You what? You're parked at the ET Shack? A 1 foot piece of 7/16 all thread. The Elrods would like to be friends with you. Happy to be of service. Where were we? Oh, that's right. James Rollins was going 588, 116, and Amy was going 603 at 112 miles an hour. George Wright now. Driving the pumpkin spice colored little Mustang on the left side. Russ Gant on the right side. Russ had a pretty good qualifying run earlier. Currently finds himself in the old #3 spot. Again, the Cometic gaskets. 94 Camaro. They're in, they're set, they're ready. And away you go. The old Ford v Chevy matchup coming at you right here. It's going to be a 625 at 109 miles an hour for George. Russ goes 627 at 106 miles an hour. We're about to get wired up. Get wired. Starting with Matt Overtake in his Superstock A Cobra Jet with the Supercharged 302. Caleb McFarland on the right side. The LS 22 Copo. Factory GTG. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Come on, I said please. I was polite. It's nicer than I usually am. So the new generation Ford versus Chevy, Camaro versus Mustang, been going on a long time. Oh, that was sweet. I could get me one of them. How about McFarland's wheel stand? He goes 007 with the perfect attitude wheel stand out there in the bright red Chevrolet. and then goes 601 at 111 miles an hour. 565 for the supercharged hot rod at 125 miles an hour. But that was like one perfecto wheel stand. Perfecto. Rodney Orwell and Bruce McFarland. Brett McFarland coming at you now. McFarland. And the chrome bumper Corvette. I don't care what my screen says. That's still a Corvette. Somehow I don't remember that car. I remember a red one. I certainly remember the Camaros. Orwell and the wired-up Cobra Jet over there on the left side, because when those cars are wired up, they come up wired together. I think they wire the bumpers together and then just, use one of them to tow or one of them to push, or maybe the one in the middle does both. Push one, tow one. 575, 120 miles an hour comes up for Rod. 578 comes up for Brett. I'm still kind of surprised that as chilly as it is, it's only a 104 correction factor. Rick Watson on the left side, Aaron Allison on the right. Aaron Allison, the RTD. Ray's Tools back machine. Is there a clean green down and away? And at the finish line stripe, it's going to be a 586 at 105 miles an hour that comes up for AA. Rick Watson goes 596 at 119. And I am looking over my shoulder and do not see one single top sportsman car yet. Q number 2 for T/S. We would like to see you in the LA NES. John French, Larry Eagle. Did Larry come get his donuts? I don't think Larry came got his donuts. Oh, maybe he's going to wait till he wins 2 bags of donuts. That makes sense. Then you can come get 1 powdered and 1 chocolate. Well, you could. If you get 4 zeros, I'll let you have 2 bags of donuts just for the 1 reaction time. But other than that, you're going to have to pick one or the other. Well, this time Larry Eagle goes red and then stops the timers with a 590 and 116 miles an hour. 642, 104 miles an hour. Comes up for John. And just like that, Earl Rose, the #1 qualifier. Bo Fowler, 2. Russ Gent, 3rd. John Barsky. How about the Flintstone #4, the M&M Express? Mark Nowicki is 5. Dave Deffern is 6. Miss Amy, 7. Aaron Allison, that's your quick 8. And just like that, we roll around the corner and bring out Super Rod. All righty, my top sportsman cars are beginning to roll in now. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Do, 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 do. Here comes Gene Brown. I should have known who that was. He was up earlier, didn't have a number, didn't have the name up, and I was like, I know that car. I know that car. That's Gene Brown, the beautiful little Chevy 2. First generation machine. Derek Willard. Out of Changing Paths and E and C racing engines. Ooh, 005 for Derek Willard. Close to donuts, but no donuts. Wah, 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 wah. 643, 122 miles an hour for Derek Willard. 639, 134 comes up for Gene Brown. You know, the crazy thing, I've been watching close. I haven't seen one person yet get in on the right side of the car. I saw a lot of that last week. Down there at the Nitro Championships in Sydney. By the way, if you ever get a chance to go to Sydney Drag Strip, wow, is that place cool. Wow, is that a long plane ride. Brian Johnson left. Charlie Flanagan on the right. How about Flanagan, the 81 model, 2nd gen Camaro. Kind of the lost generation, especially those late 80s. Or those early 80s. Like that. Yeah, not the late 80s. That was Gen 3, but the late 70s and early 80s are kind of the forgotten generation. The first couple of years made some waves, right? The first couple of years of 2nd generation, the 70, 71 in there, but then they started putting the rubber baby buggy bumpers on everything that was federally mandated, and those cars just kind of fell out of popularity, kind of like the Mustang too. All still part of the lineage, but not the favorite of most collectors. 69 Valiant over there on the left side. That means got a 526-inch big old battle Dodge under the hood. That's Brian Johnson's car. Johnson goes 645. Johnson goes 120. 6:36 at 121 for Charlie Flanagan. You want to be the man? You got 2 thou to play with. I'm sorry, you got 4 thou to play with. 6,404 is number 1 right now. All right, top sportsman. This is going to be your final call because we're just about to the end of our super rodders here. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman, final call. Final call. If you're going to make Q at number 2, I need you to the lanes. Post haste without exceeding the pit road speed limit. Chris Goebel down the left side and Keith Mayers. Come on, Keith. What are you doing out there? Keith is like lollygagging in qualifying. He's all the way down number 5 spot. You lollygagger, you. You guys remember Bull Durham? You lollygag your way into first. 6:41 for Keith Mayers. Ooh, Keith, so close. Okay, that's better, though. At least he's number 2 qualifier now. Chris Goebel goes 6:33. What did that make them? Lollygaggers, coach. Lollygaggers. Pat DeBottis in the truck. Charlie Knopick in the Corvette. Michigan against Ohio, but these two have lined up against each other. Timer 47. Both of them running in this area of the country, no matter what the first letter of your HRA is. By the way, speaking of this part of the country, and this goes for the stock and super stock guys, I waited until you could hear me. Remember, Darana Dragway in West Salem, Ohio has got the big stock super stock. The Buckeye stock super stock badge. May 16 and 17. A lot of cash up for grabs, a lot of other prizes, a lot of cool stuff. Pat DeBottis goes 6:42. Charlie goes 6:48. And just like that, it's going to be Rick Stroud on the left side, Steve Theodore on the right. Rick Stroud, the 27 T Roadster. And Theodore from Lancaster, Ohio. I think maybe I bought too many donuts. $6.27. Hello, Steve. No, I'm going to put another sandbag in the trunk of that baby. 6:42. Comes up on the Summit side. Up next on the Summit side, going to be Tom Diamond for Trays and Asphalt. And in the Coughlin Cars side, Mark Harmon. Really? Mark Harmon? Like Luke Skywalker? Probably not the first time he's heard that, right? Bright Red 69 Camaro. Oh, wait. Mark Harmon wasn't. That was Mark Hamill. I got my marks mixed up. Good thing I'm a NASCAR racer, man. Those guys screw up their marks. They go into the wall full throttle. 6:36 for Tom Diamond. 6:51 for Mark Harmon. That was the guy on NCIS, right? Gibbs. Is this the last car?
No.
No? This ain't the last car. Oh, Mike Coughlin, who never came and got his donuts. So Jeff Sowers, 67 model Nova, LS powered. As he is off and running 026 at this end and 635 at that end. And Mike Coughlin, I got yelled at in the online chat for not knowing who this was earlier, and that could have hurt my feelings, but fortunately I don't have any feelings. I've been accused of many things in my life. I've never been accused of having feelings. That is a really cool slam-down Chevy, though. dropped and chopped and channeled and mushed and morphed. And Coughlin goes 28 on the tree and takes the Jags car to the stripe at a 6.448. So Derek Willard sitting number 1, Keith Mayers 2, Brian Johnson 3. How about Tom Diamond in the number 4 spot? Rick Stroud 5, Jeff Soward 6, Pat DeBottis in the truck, and Mike Coughlin, that's your quick 8. And Mike Coughlin, you have donuts coming. All you have to do is come claim them. Then you can yell at me for not knowing that that you had a 55 Chevy. What a great car. Hey, I want to welcome everybody, those of you that are here and those of you that are following along online, courtesy of Speed Sport or on our YouTube channel. Here's one for you since Mike English is working on his math skills today. How many times has somebody named Coughlin driven down this racetrack? Holy smokes, is that going to be a big number? Big number.
That's above my math skills.
Yeah. Yeah, even taking your shoes off ain't going to help you with that one. Bazillions. I also be like remiss while we have a quiet moment here and do a little track prep. I cannot and don't believe I ever will set foot in this racetrack and not remember my old buddy Leo, who was out of Salem and considered this his home racetrack. He and I traveled together for a lot of years and drank a few cold ones together and enjoyed the time on the road. Still think of him from time to time, especially when we roll in here to the Darana Raceway in Hebron, Ohio. So we'll do a little sticky spray and play a little She Thinks My Tractor's Sexy. And then we'll roll out a little Top Sportsman qualifying session number 2. Top dragster, you need to be getting them off the jack stands because don't need you yet, but it won't be long. We have got a massive field of Top Sportsman cars. There were a couple of the categories that didn't have very big numbers this week, of course, with the last-second move from Alabama up here. But this has always been a real hot spot in the country for Top Sportsman cars, and they definitely showed up and showed out here this weekend. I'll have to wait until my screen rolls over, but I do believe that we're going to send some Top Sportsman cars home early. I think we got more than we get spots for. I mentioned it a minute ago. I'm going to mention again while it's quiet. Darana Dragway in West Salem, Ohio, May 16, 17. That's a couple weeks from right now. The Buckeye Stock Super Stock Shootout. Going to be rolling in there. 2 days, 2 races. Big bucks. Prizes. If you're not familiar with it, look up Jeff Ross. He's wandering around this weekend, and he'll tell you all about it. That same series is going to roll in here a couple of times over the course of the year. July 18, 19, and September 11 and 12. If you're a stock super stocker in this part of the world, got you covered with the Buckeye Drag Racing Series. So we got our Top Sportsman drivers getting strapped in, suited up and ready to go while the tractors do the final touch-up. And then we'll bring them on out here. Hey, quick reminder also, while it's quiet, stock, super stock. Attention, stock and super stock. When you come back next round for round number 1, this is a left side racetrack. Please be sure that your dial is clearly visible on the left side of the car. And Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, you can make a note of that for tomorrow as well. But when you pull up under the opening here on the side of the tower, our computer wizard is going to be looking directly at the left side of your car. So please be sure that your dial is visible and written clearly, or your dial board is turned toward the left. And that will increase your chances of winning like tenfold. Absolute pleasure to be back here. The last time I was here was one of the fling events where Pete Biondo cheated me on the Christmas tree race. You can still find that on YouTube if you want to relive my pain and suffering and whining. I might have whined a little. I do have to tell you, though, I was in Sydney, Australia this past weekend, and speaking with a racer down there, and he asked me about those fling racers. He said he's a avid watcher, the level of competition and stuff that happens over there on Pete's stuff. And he says, but I got to tell you, he said, when you and Pete hit the practice tree, he said, that was the funniest thing I ever saw. And I said, sure, because I lost. But I didn't lose as bad as you would expect me to. I had the Terminator a little bit nervous there for a bit. Well, we get those tractors out of the way, but we'll be ready to go again. I'm ready to go now. Now. And I do believe our top sportsman cars are going to be pushing up here to the ready line. All right, in. Here we go. We're going to fire off with a pair of Oldsmobiles. Eric Ellsworth rolling out here on the left side. Scoop. I don't need no stinking scoop. And one of the Dragster mobiles with Wilkerson power. That's actually Jason Hutchinson driving the Jags Olds. And they turn them loose. Eric Ellsworth for Air Hydro Power. Well, isn't air power and hydro power two different things? Top Dragster, come on down. Profiler Performance. Attention to pits. Profiler Performance, Top Dragster. To the lanes, please. Qualifying session number 2 of 3 for the Hot Rod door slammers. And the one hot rod, whatever you call it, the mini truck, doodah thingy. Where are you going? The racetrack's over here. I mean, I'm just trying to be helpful, but the racetrack's over here. If I'm not mistaken, they had a problem with that car the last time as well, so. Not sure exactly what's going on down there, but hopefully it's something they can get squared away. All right, first pair, second round. Trying to be part of the quick 32. Holy smokes. 460. Eric Ellsworth, 149 miles an hour. 489. Man, that thing's loud. 489, 162, and that thing was trailing a little smoke. Down there was the dragster mobile. That thing left soft and then just launched. Jay Kirk and Jim Haynes coming at you now. What do you think of that Corvette? I know, right? At a Haynes collision. You know, in Australia, they call that a smash shop. There's about half a dozen cars like, you know, Bill's Smash Shop. It's like, what the heck is a smash shop? That's where you take your car when you smash it. Okay. I was learning to speak Australian. And, you know, Good Day Mate is not, actually Good Day Mate is Australian, but not quite like we use it. Man, of course, that was off like a shot as well. Check it out, 432, 164 miles an hour. Holy smokes, is that thing loud. 461, 151 miles an hour comes up for Haynes. You guys got to warn me when those loud cars are coming up. Jeff Mandel rolling up now. Yes, Mandel, as in Bob's Profab. 57 Chevrolet with a big old supercharger sticking out of the old hood. Ron Barnhill coming at you in a Mustang. Engined by Oakley Motorsports. Working with Hughes equipment as well. Cruising our way through session number 2. Australia has a class they call Top Door Slammer, and holy smokes, is that fun to watch. You guys dialed it like 560. Having at it. Rump, 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 rump. In and ready. .422, 176 miles an hour for Mandel. That's getting it. That is getting it. 476, 144 comes up for Ron Barnhill. Mike Savvy is the #1 qualifier. As a matter of fact, he's the only guy to run under 4 seconds. The Mandels are right behind him in the O's. Oh, and I guess I lied. We had 30 cars take that first session. I thought we had. I thought we were going to have a bump spot, but maybe not. Maybe not. Just seemed like there were a lot of them lined up back there in the lanes. George Forster right now and Scott Schaefer on the starting line. The Monte Carlo brawl coming at you. Coming at ya. At the stripe, it's going to be a 458. Rolling up for George on the left side. Scott goes 465. Both of them right in the 150 mile an hour neighborhood. All three of the Mandel cars are qualified in the top 6. That's pretty sporty. At least for now. Mike Schaefer and Mike Damoud rolling in. Schaefer, the Dodge Flathead says Blackbird Performance. I'm assuming, and yes, I know what happens when you assume, but if Blackbird Performance, I'm assuming that is a supercharged Gen 3 Hemi. Which would explain the flat hood, which would explain the big performance. Those things are really fast. Really fast. Thinking about putting one of those in my Challenger. Well, one of my Challengers. Somehow I ended up with an E-body farm. Go! I'm trying to be helpful. Damoud goes 435, and Schaefer didn't move. But he still staged, so let's see. Oh, easy. Oh, man, I got to get me one of those. Holy smokes. Can we watch that again? And again, and again? I mean, yeah, that thing hard landed. He's going to pull over and stop. So I think he'll probably get out and look and then drive it off, but we'll find out in a minute. 660 at 58 miles an hour for Schaefer. But when that thing left, it hiked the nose and just kept climbing ladder like it wasn't coming down. I am certain now that that's got one of those supercharged Gen 3 Hemis in it. And it wasn't exactly a Kerslamo landing, but it definitely came down pretty severely. And Schaefer, mindful that sometimes those things will smash the pan off of him. I think he just pulled over and wanted to make sure it wasn't leaking, that he didn't want to drain the whole racetrack. And we appreciate that. And, well, hey, I predicted one in a row. He pulled over, he looked at the thing, it wasn't leaking. He's going to go ahead and drive it off. It definitely, like I said, it wasn't like a Kerslamo landing, but it definitely came down pretty hard. I have a feeling they're going to go back and put another 10 pounds on the nose of it and then just try that one more time. Or maybe lower the wheelie bar just a bit and try it one more time. But that is a cool car. Flat hood, I mean, you know, okay, mild cowl, but you get the idea. The thing went 125 to 60 foot with the back tires. A neat car. Neat car. If he don't want to drive it anymore, I'll drive it. I'll switch him jobs. I'll drive that. He can come up here and talk. Top dragster. Oh, attention pitch. Top dragster. I need you lanes, please. Mike Nitschke and Ken Langelos coming at you next. Lang Trans, Mullins Auto, Bob's Profab, all helping Ken Langelos, along with his local Napa store, and Nitschke for after-hours wiring. After-hours wiring. That's like a professional electrician that comes to the race car shop after, during happy hour and wires your race car. Comes another one of those loud cars rolling up into the water box. Everybody get ready. See, I'm trying to be helpful because loud cars scare me. I figure I can't be the only one. .440 comes up for Langelos. 441. Told you it was loud. 441 comes up for Mike Nitschke. 160 mile an hour, 8-mile car. Getting after it. Nitschke. Langelos going to qualify right next to each other, at least for the moment, 11 and 12. That'll bring up Bob Mandel 3 for Bob's Profab in that 1955 Bel Air with a big old blower sticking up. And Mike Savia, the number one qualifier over here on the right side. The guy on the right side is the only guy that dipped into the threes. He went 399. The guy on the left side went 402. We might actually get a side-by-side 3-second run here. We want threes. We want threes. Come on now. We know that Mike can do it because, well, we've seen it. I'm pretty sure that Bob can do it. We're trying to get Mike lined up just exactly in the right spot. Exactamundo. All right, boys, let's go ahead and ease them on in there. Two supercharged hot rods building a lot of heat down there. .403, 183 miles an hour for Mandel. Mike Savoy actually shuts off. But Mandel, I'm just looking at this thing unofficially. I think that's top speed. Of top sportsman. 183 miles an hour. Savoy goes 598, 557, obviously shutting off early. And speed is dyslexically perfect. 7.557. And here comes Mandela Jr. in the wagon. This thing is unique. And I mean, I realize it needs it for aerodynamics, but I'm kind of mixed on the, the rear wing off the back. I'm like, mixed emotions. Like that time that my mother-in-law drove my Hellcat off the cliff. It was mixed emotions. Oh, don't write me letters. I don't have a mother-in-law or a Hellcat anymore. John Vesper. Vesper over here in the Calder Cars lane. Mandela's car pushed just a little to the right, goes 402 at 181 miles an hour. John Vesper, 467 at 148 miles an hour. Man, those Mandel cars are fun, aren't they?
Okay, so this is round one, right? So
So Mike's still number one. Bob Jr. 2. Bob the third is 3. 4 now. And Justin Sowards is on the starting line. Left, and T.J. Luther right. Out of T.J. Luther's roadside service. Well, there you go. Got problems on the side of the road? He can help you. He can help you. TJ out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Down there in the middle of NASCAR country. That's just a hotbed of hot cars, simple as that. Don't take my word for it. Ask Sandy Rose. Whoa, easy. Sowards' car was pushing towards the concrete, and he made a wise move and decided not to push too far. 533, 127 miles an hour for TJ. I don't know if anybody's betting TJ first to finish line there. You probably got some pretty good odds. Jeff Sowards got a really fast car, but it just wasn't going straight. Now it's Donnie Gibbs left, Johnny Brooks right. I love that Johnny Brooks car, the right to trailers machine for MT Tires and Cox Racing. Out of Tennessee, you're talking about a little Chevy 2 and Donnie Gibbs. Out of North Carolina. Gibbs Performance Specialties. Third gen Camaro with a 600 incher. Looks like all my top dragsters are now in the staging lanes, but just in case we're missing anybody, this will be final call. Final call, top dragster. Donnie on the left, Johnny on the right. Donnie and Johnny, that sounds like a morning radio show, doesn't it? Hey, it's Donnie and Johnny in the morning. Your morning drive. You guys can stage whenever you want. I'm ready. Now they're ready also. Apparently they were just waiting on me. .449, 156 miles an hour for Johnny Brooks. .449, 158 miles an hour. Comes up for Donnie Gibbs. So Donnie and Johnny run almost identical runs down the racetrack. That'll bring up Jacob Elrod and Aaron Glasser, and hopefully the Elrod's got the all thread they were looking for. Trying to think of where you'd use a 1 foot long piece of 7/16 all thread. Aaron Grazer leaves a little early and then goes a little silent down there. 450 at 164 miles an hour for Jake Elrod, who also left a little early, but we won't count that against him. Aaron didn't get in the full pull. And just like that, we got Lester Johnson. Watch Lester Johnson, see if he don't head up towards the top, because that's a really fast little Corvette over there. The old Coltrane and Jim Haynes. Wow, Lester really wagging the tail down there. He had her softened up and then twisting around, goes 716. 716, 416. I'm sorry, when I saw the Bulldog come around the corner, I got distracted. 416, 179 miles an hour for Lester. 446, 160 for Jim. And for Lester Johnson, sneak him into the number 5 spot for the moment. Here comes Ricky Atkins, the Bulldog for Indy Cylinder Head. That thing is interesting. I was talking to him about it down the staging lane. He said, it's been a couple of years thinking about it. And then decided, why not? He said, I figured if I could put the engine in the back, I think it'd probably hook up at the car wash. And amazingly enough, it doesn't tend to wheel stand, which you would kind of think. Richard Perry in that absolutely beautiful shoebox Chevrolet over here on the right side. So the supercharged Mopar Indy cylinder headed wedge goes 449 at 154. Perry goes 566. 566 at 133 miles an hour. And now we got Ronnie Proctor and Ross Welch. Ronnie Proctor's pretty good at this. That's not exactly breaking news. I've been pretty good at this for a while. I got to tell you, I'm feeling my way through the AccuTime timing system that we're using here. The qualifying thing is a little different than what I'm used to. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it like that. Hot rod to the lanes. That would be for pairing round number 1. And again, stock, super stock, stock, super stock. When we call you, not yet, but when we call you, be sure your dial is clearly visible on the left side of the car. That will make our computer wizard happy. And as long as our computer wizard is happy, he won't be throwing crap at me, okay? So let's try to keep that. Let's try to keep him happy. Proctor and Wells. Wow, what's going on with Ronnie Proctor? 455, 155 miles an hour comes up for Ross Wells. Ronnie Proctor, trust me when I tell you, that car's faster than that most of the time. 522? Huh? That thing just didn't snap up on the tire or do anything like it was supposed to do. Oh, I think I broke the live feed. Oh, wait a minute. I think I unbroke it. Jeremy Bargo. Get that, it might be for you. The stock wheelbase, supercharged Camaro. Thank you, come again. And it's going to be the last one. I thought we had one more back there, but that down in front of me does not look like a top sportsman car. I'm trained at this. I've had many moons worth of experience. I'm trying to remember the last time the tow vehicle parked in the water box. Been a while for that, I think. Live and learn. .448, 157 miles an hour. Well, there you go. So Mike stays number 1. After 2, there's one more to go. Then it's going to be Bob Mandel and Bob Mandel. Is that a misprint? No, I don't believe it's a misprint. But, no, they're qualified second, third. Aaron Glazer qualified 4th. Lester Johnson sitting 5. Brian Schultz. Then Jeff Mandel. I don't know. If I had to pick a best Mandel car, I think I'd go with Jeff's. I'm not saying I don't like the other two. I'm just saying the 57 is pretty darn cool. Holy smokes, is that thing loud. Matt Albright, that thing's got a big old Alan Johnson Hemi sitting in it. AJPE. Now in top dragster, we're just kind of jockeying for position here. Hot rod, round number 1. I need your lanes, please. Oh, attention in the pits. Hot rod, round 1, to the lanes. Right side is it Anthony Platani or is it Tony? I don't know him. Does anybody know? Anthony, or does he go by Tony? I don't know Anthony. Guess what? He goes by Tony? One or the other? Look, Carver. I thought we agreed. Today we're picking on Mike. we can pick on Reinhardt tomorrow. It was supposed to be today we pick on Mike. .377, 192 miles an hour, and that's a high 5 down on the starting line. You might want to snug up the reaction time just a little. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your program or anything. Actually, sounded like it came up against the converter maybe before he was ready, and then brought the RPM back down, and then it came back up, turned loose on the enhancer. But anyway, 377 at 192. That's pretty fast. pretty fast. As a matter of fact, that's number one qualifier by a bunch. Platania goes 458 at 151 miles an hour. And we're going to clear the top end of the racetrack. I think we've got a couple other 3-second players here. I don't know that we've got another one that goes 377, but we should find out here shortly. Chris Ferguson and James Haynes coming at you now. That thing's loud. Chris Ferguson goes goes red by less than a thou. But you don't get donuts with a trip zip red light. You don't, because they're my donuts and my rules. 434, 158 miles an hour for Ferguson. Haynes goes 461 at 148 miles an hour. Carver broke the computer. You computer breaker, you. Randy Chestnut, Tyron Smith coming at you now. That's another supercharged Hemi over on the left side. Does that mean it's another 3-second player? No. I think I had a stutter step off the starting line. 437, 160 miles an hour for Chestnut. 441, 156 for Tyron Smith. That sounds like a 3-second runner. That's what it sounds like. That's Ashley Johnson. Another big old bad old blown Hemi. Kylan Foster on the left side. Rolling up here as well. Let's see here. Yeah, Ashley did not get a full pull last time. So let's see if Ashley can step up. That thing just has the look, has the sound of something that should run in the threes. And I can tell by, relying on my years of announcing experience that when your first qualifying run had a top speed of 103 miles an hour, you did not make a full pull. Years of announcing, and I learned that like a week ago. But I'm still making progress. Any questions? 383, 190 miles an hour, and no parachute down there for Ashley Johnson. Now, obviously, running to the 8th mile, you should have plenty of room to stop, but I just feel a little bit better seeing laundry when cars are going that fast. Looks like Ashley's got it. Stop burning out when I'm talking. Looks like Ashley's got it slowed down there. So Ashley's going to go to the number 2 spot, make the corner. 465 at 145 miles an hour comes up for Kylan Foster. Chris Goebel now and Ron Stayer backing up from the burnout. Chris backing up faster. What did Foster run? All right, final call, Hot Rod. Hot Rod, you should be getting paired in the back of the staging lanes, and if you're not in the back of the staging lanes getting paired, we're going to run without you. Final call for Hot Rod, round 1. Chris Goebel on the left side, Ron Stayer in the right. Goebel goes 422 at 164 miles an hour with a double 0-1. Missed a bag of donuts by a thou. Ron goes 006. He doesn't get donuts either. No donuts for you. And then Ron shuts off early. We'll have to see if he's got enough momentum to get down to the top end of the racetrack. I do believe he will. As I watch people driving by down there on Refugee Road. And apparently we're going to go take a look. We got some flashing lights down at the other end. We got Scooter up here at this end, just checking things out after Goebel's run down there. We continue making our way through a hardcore Thursday here. All right, looks like we're clearing off the top end of the racetrack with the Scooter out of the way. Eric Rollins and Martin Cheeseman waiting patiently. Team Cheese with a bottle on the back of it. I still don't see any hot rod cars out there. I'm starting to wonder. I am beginning to wonder where all my hot rodders are. By the way, if there's anybody out there who wants to shoot a message to me, you can always use the email address dragannouncer@gmail.com. Dragannouncer@gmail.com comes to me. Eric Rollins, Martin Cheeseman. Let's see what you got. I think we got another couple of 3-second players back there. I think. Loud car. Rollins goes 438, 159 miles an hour. 460, 148 comes up for Marty Cheeseman. And we got Jordan Dooley and Jessica Pritchett coming at you next. I'm not sure if Jessica's car will dip into the 3s or not, but that thing is going to be pretty low in the 4s if not. That's a pretty fast little hot rod down there. Out of Hoops Fire Protection et al. Of course, we're going to see Jessica's husband in the top fuel car tomorrow. At least I'm assuming we will. I haven't heard anything to the otherwise. .414, 170 miles an hour for Jess. .423, 163 Comes up for Jordan Dooley. Slide Jessica into the number 5 spot for the moment is... Holy smokes, are all the rest of these going to be singles? Here comes Dan Davies with the old side slowing supercharger. Try to say that 3 times fast. Dan Davies is the quickest dragster out there that's not in the threes. He goes 407. He'd already been 406. 173 miles an hour. And now it's going to be Landon Wright. All righty then. I was wondering why we had all those singles lined up. Apparently we're going to go ahead and match them up here. Landon Wright will take his single, and then we got the next pair ready to come at you. .009 too soon for Landon. Summit scoreboard says 431. 160.60. Here comes Chris Stein and Bode Bennett. I can see the end, and that means eliminations is about to begin. Chris Stein, the mono-strutted machine over on the left side of the race course. Currently sitting in the number 4 spot, and Bode Bennett over here on the right. And Bennett is, where is Bode? Down there about number 8. .406 for Chris Stein. Put him in the number 4 spot. Going to be a 431, 158 for Bode. And Bennett will stay where he was. Looks like we got a pair. We got a single. And we got eliminations. Getting ready to come at us. James Thurston in the left, Kara Jo Boatman in the right. Both of them easing into the beams for the second time today. Thurston left early by about a half an hour and goes 5:10 and 159, 466, 147 for Kara Jo. Final car in category, Dale Foss. Going to ease his way up into the beams over on the summit side of the racetrack, and we got round number 1, Hot Rod, getting loaded in and ready to go. .001 on the tree, 432 on the track. Darrell goes 162 miles an hour. Matt Albright, number 1. After 2, Ashley Johnson, number 2 after 2. Dan Davies is 3, Christine Ford. Jessica Pritchett sitting in the number 5 spot. Krista Goebel 6th, Jordan Dooley 7. Bo Bennett rounding out the quick 8. 24 cars have taken an official time, and we got Hotter Rodders rolling around the corner. For number 1, round number 1, round 1. All right, I'm getting the old evil eye from Brent Carver again, and I do believe that. Oh, I know what it is, because I like just enjoying the day and having fun and sending cars down the racetrack. Brent's mean; he wants to send people home. Big old meanie.
I'm meanie. Yes, we're going to send some home right now. Well, we just send them back to their trailer. They don't have to go. It's not mine. They don't have to go home.
Yes, they do.
But they don't get to go down the racetrack anymore. Joe Clark, we are going into round number 1. Again, if you're online, thank you for tuning in. Speed Sport 2 or YouTube. And by the way, if you are on either of those, you need to change over to a new feed here in 30 minutes. I think the new feed's going to go up at 3 o'clock. It'll only back record for so long, and then they'll start a fresh feed. So I saw that that's supposed to happen at 3 o'clock. So just pay attention. I think it'll keep showing on here, but if it doesn't, go back out and come into the new feed. Speaking of new feed, it is elimination time here. Round number 1 of eliminations here in Hot Rod Eliminator, 7 flat, 5/10 Pro Tree, door cars only, first pair, Camden Seigan and Joe Clark, and Seigan is 002 red. Joe Clark, how about 17 up front and 7 dead 1? 7 flat with a 1 for Clark and 17 up front Seigan. 002 red, and Joe Clark moves on to round number 2. Robert Jones and Corey Hansen. Hansen in the long roof Nova there on the left side, the 64 out of Brighton, Michigan. Right side, Robert Jones. Robert Jones, the 80 Malibu, the G-Body, out of Greensboro, North Carolina. 434 inches of small block Chevy. And again, 7 flat. This is Hot Rod Eliminator, 7 flat. Door cars only, 5/10 Pro Tree. The heads up 7 flat index. And somebody's in a little trouble. Corey Hansen has a starting line advantage and the whole shot win over Robert Jones. Robert Jones, 62 up front, 7:012. Hansen, 37 on the let go, 7:025. Takes the stripe by 13 thousandths of a second. Tightened that finish line up. Good pass there for Hansen, moving on to round 2. Next pair coming around the corner, Sean Pitts out of London, Ohio. The 2000 Catfish Camaro on the left side. And Jordan Odoms. Odoms in the S10 out of Linden, Michigan. Hansen Fab Tech and Ann Arbor transmission on the side there for Odoms. So again, this is first round. We are going to run 2 rounds of eliminations for these categories today. We do have Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight at 6 o'clock, starting at 6 o'clock. So if you go out here in the first round, at least hang around, watch some racing, and then stick around for supper tonight. You might as well stick around for the weekend. You're already here. Boy, big swing and a miss there for Jordan Odoms. Reaction time, not very good. Sean Pitts was really good. 13 up front, 7:01.9. Odoms goes 6:94 trying to get there and still can't get there. Was a bit tardy, shall we say. Lawrence Payton, your winner from Virginia. What was that, 3-4 weeks ago? Something like that. Payton got the Ironman, gave it to his 4-year-old nephew. He said, before the race, that was his birthday weekend. He said, if we win this weekend, I'm giving you the trophy. And he said that little guy just cherishes that trophy. It sits right there. He's 4 years old. It sits right next to his bed on his dresser. And he wipes it off and polishes it every night. Super proud of it. So that's cool. Jeremy Bargo, 68 Camaro out of Barberville, Kentucky. Bargo Aviation Services. Also pulling some double duty this weekend in Top Sportsman. They are just 6th thou apart of a starting line. Bargo 32 up front, goes 6.999. Breaks out by 4/10,000ths of a second. Took 38 and broke out, and needed to take 38 and a 1 and took 38 with a 5. 4/10,000 loss there. Payton 39 on the let go, 7:03.1, and Lawrence Payton moving on to round number 2. Terry Binkley right side in the Nova, and Lisa Hinton left side in the 77 Camaro out of Michigan. And Binkley lets go 30 red. Hinton 55 on the let go, 6.97.4 at 102 mile an hour. Binkley was 30 red, 7:14, clicked it off early. And Lisa moving on to round numero dos. Andrew Johnson, another G-Body Malibu there, the 78 Malibu out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. 509 cubic inches big block Chevrolet there for Andrew on that right side. And Gary Fleener. Fleener, another one of those second-gen Camaros there, 79 Z28. 540. And Fleener, let's go too soon, Junior. Andrew Johnson, 0047026. Fleener was 33 red, 701. And no good. Michael Zeiden, 70 Duster with 427. Left side, Robbie Ballard. Small block Ford, Windsor-based motor there, 427. Pair of 427s, but going at it two different ways. Big block Chevy on the right, small block Ford on the left for the 79 Mustang of Ballard. Ballard out of Lincoln Park, Michigan. Zeiden out of Roofstown, Ohio. So the Duster has a big block Chevy. The Mustang has a small block Ford, but the Mustang is 002, the color of his car. Zeiden way under. It was 003, runs it out the back, and I don't know. He was going to have a really hard time because he went 665 on the 7 flat. He was carrying 3.5 tenths. Rob Foss, right side. Nitro Joe Stats, Bill Jackson Racing Engines S10 out of Lucas, Ohio, left side. Glenn Ferguson. Ferguson in the 66 Fairlane. The Victory Lane Golf Carts, McCarty Auto Parts Machine out of Greensboro, North Carolina, over there on the left side, the Summit Lane. He's staged and waiting on Foss. There comes Foss, and Foss rolls the beams. Rolled right through him, and it basically looked like he didn't get trans brake set. Ferguson lets go 15.702.5, and Foss said when he took a little while getting in to light the stage light, and when he lit it, kind of never stopped. Tim Shuck, left side, West Lafayette, Ohio. Tim Shuck was the first IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series winner, Ironman winner last year, right here at Hebron, Ohio. So He knows his way to the winner's circle there. That's the Camaro on the left side. And Keith Booth over here on the right side. So pair of first-gen Camaros. Wing vent windows for Shuck there for the 67. He is 38 up front, Booth. A little tardy. So we'll call that another whole shot win there. Shuck 703. Still got there by a bunch, and Booth went 701. James Pigeon, right side out of Mechanicstown, Ohio, 83 Cutlass. Orange and yellow machine on the right side, and Steve Stasko, 64 Dodge with the 426 wedge motor in it, out of Newcastle, PA. All right, so staged and ready to rock and roll, and somebody has got a bunch of work to do, and I suspect, oh, wow. How about James Pigeon, 006, 7 flat with a 0. Stasko with a big miss on the starting line goes 686. Pigeon was dead 0 and 006 up front. 6 total there for Pigeon here in the first round. Nice pass for James. Mitchell Hinton, right side, the big Monte Carlo, 72 Monte Carlo, big block Chevrolet out of Brownstown, Michigan, and Steve Prosnek. Prosnek in the 69 Camaro with a small block. Over there on the left side, and I don't know how he sees anybody coming because that back window is covered in stickers, win stickers, and they, wow. How about a margin of victory there for Prosnek of 006? 6 thou margin for Prosnek. He was 15. Hinton was 14 on the tree. They both went 705. Prosnek went 705. Hinton went 705.9, and they were just 1 thou apart on the starting line. So 6.5 thou margin for Prosnek. Dean Carnes Sr., Mr. Pinky to you. And Dave Braskett. Braskett in that super cool 74 Opel Manta on the left side out of Marengo, Ohio. And Carnes out of Fairborn, Ohio, the 82 Toyota truck with a small block Chevy. Papadisco Sr., a little behind on the starting line, but comes around to get the win. 52 up front, 703.4. Braskett was 49, so had about 3 thou starting line advantage, but can't get it done at the big end. And Dean Carnes, Papadisco. Moving on to round number 2. Keith Mayers in the Porsche. There is no substitute. VP Hoosier, an American Icon paints there on the right side for the Porsche of Mayers, and TJ Lex Luthor. 2002 S10 over there on the left side with small block Chevrolet. Boy, oh boy, and somebody's getting it done the way they normally get it done. The win light going to shine for Mayers as he's 008 up front. Stretches it out just a little bit more, goes 705.5. Luther was 45 on the let go, 707.3. And Mayers moving on. Mayers, you have a win at the last event, I think. If he didn't at the last event, he has recently because he is tough. With Wheelie Nelson on the right side was 004-10. takes 42 to break out. Michael Walker is 21 up front and goes dead 6 for the win. So Ellsworth takes 42, breaks out by 2. Ouch. Donnie Gibbs Jr., right side. 71 Nova, also pulling double duty this weekend in Top Sportsman. Gibbs Race Cars, Performance Parts, Gibbs Performance Specialties. On the right side of Mooresville, North Carolina. Left side, the little Chevy 2 Nova of Rex Davis. Sponsored by Krista and Bart. I'd like to know Krista and Bart because I need a sponsor for my race car too. Davis on the left side there out of Columbus, Ohio. Local racer here. And we have got us a, well, we had us a race. Oh, I hope you see it. No, you do not see it. Davis goes 6:63. So they're still down there taking a look at the Gibbs machine. Got the push quad. Going on down there. All right, so they clear the big end there of Gibbs and Brian Webster, your number one qualifier, Death Row Tow LLC. For the 83 Regal with a small block Chevy out of Newark, Ohio. Going to be your number one qualifier and moving on to round number 2 on a single. Hit 31 cars in the class, so with the odd number 1 gets the bye run here in the first round. Cool thing is with 31 cars, I think there won't be another bye in Hot Rod. Should be even. An even. Oh, wait. Do I need to check the calculator?
No, that's what Mike couldn't figure out before. So
he couldn't figure that out?
explain it to him.
Let me help you, Mike. 31 is going to become 16, buddy. 8, 4, 2. I'm glad I could help you out there, Mike English. How about your number one qualifier going 7:01.0? He's got that thing dialed in as well. So Webster going to be on a tough side of the ladder. If you've got Brian Webster in round number 2, you're going to have a rough one. He was a little late on the starting line, but 7:01, he got that Regal dialed tight. So that's the final car in Hot Rod. So we are pairing up stockers. Stock going to be coming under the tower here in just a few minutes. All right, so while we're pairing up stockers, we'll check the surface, hit it with the little rotator there for a minute. Well, yeah. Well, as Barney Fife would say, good news! Engines are back to life, and that is a good thing. Quick Rod, you know you are on standby, and it's probably a real short standby at this point. Water going back in the water boxes. Cars coming under the tower. First round of Stock Eliminator. So here we go. David Bears coming in around in the left lane, and David Bears, as we are on a ladder, is by himself. So the 68 Hurst Olds. D-Stock Automatic, 757. His base number. Bears is 29 on the let go there in his 68 Hurst Olds. On the single and go 6:58, almost a second under there for Bears. Next up, Zach Ross, Jeff's Auto Body. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Quick Rod, Quick Rod, we need you to the lanes quickly. Quick Rod to the lanes, please. Quick Rod to the lanes for round number one, please. Quick Rod. Zach Ross over there on the left side, and Jim Nichols, 64 Plymouth Savoy with the Manx Wedge right side. A-Stock Automatic there on the right side for Nichols. Zach Ross, the 2010 Challenger, Jeff's Auto Body there out of Belmont, Ohio. Part of that Buckeye Stock Super Stock group as well. They're racing here in another week up there at Darana Dragway in formerly West Salem, Ohio, formerly Dragway 42. I think that's a week. May 16th and 17th. I think this is the 8th, right, or 7th? Yeah. It's one of those, +7 kind of deals again there. You don't. Yeah. Should I ask Mike English to help you out with the math a little bit? 6:43 on the window there for Nichols and Zach Ross. 6:13 on the left side for the Challenger. So Nichols going to leave 0.4 of a second ahead of Ross. Ross going to try to chase him down here in first round of Stock Eliminator. And away they go. Wheels up for Zach Ross. Ross in control. Ross goes 6:18 on his 6:13. Nick, he passed Nichols probably at 100 feet out. Nichols went 7:36 on his 6:43, so pretty far off on his number there. Zach Ross with a good pass. 34 up front, 6:18 on the 6:13. And Michael Hours going to be on your right side of the Xenia, Ohio, 71 Demon. 360 cubic inch power there. Jeg's Performance Pint Medallion and Grady's Performance there for Michael Hours on a 7:14 for that I machine. Left side, Tom Gillum, 70 Camaro. D-Stocker rowing gears there. The 350 under the hood, and that thing screams 661. The dial in there for Gillum. Won't matter from here on, as ours is 35 green and Gillum is 65 to the bad. Ours was carrying a couple of numbers, went 7-11-4 on his 7-14. Gillum was dialed right, but left wrong. Tim Barrett, right side, 735 for the 69 K-Stock automatic car out of Fort Ann, New York. That's the yellow Camaro. Left side, Mike English's favorite car, 79 Dodge Aspen with a walloping 318 under the hood. Going to be dialed 798 for the N Stocker on the left side of Dawson. Dawson with a little starting line advantage of about 20 numbers, but goes way under. Took a bunch, broke out by a bunch. Barrett, 64 up front, went 733 as a double breakout, but Dawson goes 792 on a 798. Took 67, took a bunch of the big end, and that was way too much. Randy Eakins, right side, in the Cobra Jet out of Sikeston, Missouri. Going to be dialed 646 over there on the right side, and Stevie T. Steven Tukolsky, left side, 66 Chevy 2. 327 power, 671 the dial. That is a runner for a 327, wouldn't you say? Unfortunately, it's also a lever, and it left fourth out too soon. Tukolsky, 004 red. Eakins, 17 on the let go of the brake, and goes dead on with a 3. So good pass there for Randy Eakins. That Cobra Jet going to be one to watch. Kevin Anderson, 69 Camaro out of New Oxford, Pennsylvania. Small block 350. H-Stock automatic there. Going to be dialed 698 there on the right side. And Brett, don't call me Cletus McFarland, left side. McFarland Chevrolet and Barry Chevrolet on the left side. The 70, what is that? That's a 68 Camaro. Wheels up for both of them, and somebody got a lot of work to do. Oh my goodness, hide the sharp objects. Kevin Anderson was 003, breaks out by 2 thou, and took a 10th and a half. McFarland had a large number for a reaction time and goes dead on with a 2. Anderson breaks out by 2 thou. Ouch! Kevin Anderson going to be not happy. Ron Jewell Jr., right side in the Chevelle. Going to be dialed 683 for that E-Stock automatic. Left side, McNeil Freeman in the taxi cab, and Jewell can't hang on to the brake long enough. Freeman going to be moving on with 77 up front, goes 933 on the 930. Jewell, 686 on his 683, but 21 red. 71 Duster of Roy Dean out of Bloomville, Ohio. 340 cubic inch small block Chrysler there. 717 the dial in for that D-Stock automatic car. And Caleb McFarland. Let's hope Caleb has better results. 641 the dial in there for McFarland on the left side out of Flemingsburg, Kentucky. That is a 2001 Firebird. Caleb is 35 red. Roy Dean, 12 on the let go of the brake pedal, goes 731 off the gas on his 717. Caleb McFarland goes 642 on the 641, but 35 red. Richard Mace, Corvette out of Jacksonville, Florida, the next generation power 90 Corvette. Guess we'll call that an LT1. 350 car on the right side. Going to be dialed 684. And Travis Booth, 88 Mustang with the 302. Out of Trafalgar, Indiana, 756. The dial in there for Booth. A Again, we should have quick rod in the lanes, quick rod. Second and third call, quick rod to the lanes, quick rod, quick rod. We need you to the lanes, please. So Mace going to leave second as Booth got about a 3/4 of a second head start. Here comes the tree. Booth away. Mace away. And Mace not going to get there. Mace's reaction time started with a 1, and Travis Booth did not. Booth was 30 on the tree, goes 7.62, tightens up the finish line some as Mace with a little miss on the starting line, and Travis Booth. Moving on to round number 2, Larry Nelson and Brent Durock. Durock out of Hookstown, PA, gets his money's worth out of the wheelie bars. 655 the dial in there for the Camaro on the left side. Larry Nelson, check out that cool 55 shoebox sedan with 265 screaming cubic inches. It is going to be screaming 815 for a 265 in a 55 Chevy. Derek going to be in complete control of that race. He was 14 up front, 659 on the 655. Nelson was 69 up front, 822 on the 815. Cannot get there. Durock moving on to round number 2. Taylor Deach going to be on the right side. The United Trailers machine out of Hicksville, Ohio. 2014 Cobra Jet with that 302 Coyote 5.0. One of the quickest cars in the category, 562 the dial in there for Deach. Left side, Corey Griffith. Going to be dialed 713 for the B&K Beverage 83 Camaro over there with the 305. Going to be dialed 713. Clean green on both sides with somebody in trouble. The somebody was Deach. Griffith goes 42 up front, 718 on the 713. Deach. 100 on the tree. Goes 564. Whole shot win there for Griffith. Paul Boster, right side Corvette. 03 LS1 machine. Out of Pataskala, Ohio. 667 for the Corvette. Left side, Jaden Deach. The younger sister of Taylor. Dialed 560, so yes, that one actually is dialed a little quicker. That's a 14 Cobra Jet as well. And Jaden got nothing to worry about as Boster is 29 red. And it's a good thing because Jaden was way off on the starting line. Now, a lot of times you get thrown off on the starting line when you see your competitor go red, and all of a sudden that grabs your attention and you miss. So in this case, we'll give Jaden a break because I did see her put a trip zip hole shot on her brother earlier this year. So she doesn't normally miss. Scott Bartlett was scheduled to be on the right side. Looks like going to be a single there for George Cox. 644 on the dial-in board. The A-stock automatic 99 Camaro, and away he goes. Down 644, goes 642.5, carrying 14.6, or carrying 15 thou there. George Cox. Moving on to round number 2, as well as Chris Ratchford, as Aaron Allison does not make the call. Ratchford in that stick shift 69 Cobra with a 428. Digging it. 428 Cobra Jet car. Task Force Power and Electrical Contractors for Ratchford out of California, Kentucky. How confusing is that? Listen to the way that thing revs. To be an FE motor, that's pretty cool. Sounds like no 428 I've ever heard before.
So, Brett,
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is big updates for a schedule adjustment. Call that an adjustment, not a change. It's an adjustment. As I mentioned at the beginning of the day, that the schedule is fluid. And what we're trying to avoid is fluid later on. So listen up. If you haven't already gotten the WhatsApp, you need to get it. We are going to run. We don't want to waste sunshine and daylight as we have it today. We are going to run 3 rounds of qualifying for Top Sportsman and Dragster and first round of Top Sportsman and Dragster. We're going to run second and third round of the other 5 sportsman classes. So we're going to run round 3 of qualifying for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster in order, as we have been doing right after this round of the other 5 sportsman classes. So we'll run your third qualifier for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Then we will run another round of Hot Rod, Quick Rod, Super Rod, Stock, and Super Stock. Then we will run first round of Top Sportsman and Dragster eliminations today. Then we will run third round of Hot Rod, Quick Rod, Super Rod, Stock, and Super Stock. So check your WhatsApp. People online, huh? It's clear. We do not want to waste daylight while we have it and sunshine while we have it, because I think there's some things going to be happening this weekend. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Stock. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes for pairing. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes for pairing. Yes, there will be 3 rounds of Sportsman today, plus first round of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster today. So Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, you still have 1 qualifier as scheduled, but we are also going to run first round of eliminations in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster today. We're going to run second and third rounds of Stock, Super Stock, Quick, Hot, and Super Rod. Do you understand Mike English? If you understand, everybody should understand. Yeah, get your calculator out. Maybe Reinhardt can help you.
Oh, no, I'll fail. Just let me fail.
Yeah, Reinhardt will help you. Write it out. Alan, what you probably need, not a calculator for him, though, an abacus. He's more familiar with that. Or just some stones that he can move around on the table.
That's for telling time.
All right, looks like I got Quick Rod in the box. First round of Quick Rod coming at you. Ron Stayer Jr. left side, and Mark Seigan out of Lakeland, Florida. Boy, with this cool weather today, I bet he's wishing he was still in Lakeland, Florida. Now, Quick Rod is on a 570 8th mile index. Quick Rod is on a 570 8th mile index. So Mark Seigan and Ron Stayer Jr. Stayer out of Navarre, Ohio. With a Hemi. That thing got a Hemi in it. Indy cylinder head out of and Hoosier. And Philpott. I thought that was a town in Kentucky. I didn't know that was also a company. Philpott. Philpolt. I don't know. 004 red. Stayer 16, one above one. 571, one on the 570, and 16 on the let go. So he runs it on out as he sees the wind light shining as soon as Seigan let go. Steve Taylor, right side. Coshocton, Ohio. I think people are testing me when they put some of this stuff in here. Muskegum Grinding and Machine out of Coshocton, Ohio. The easy part is Steve Taylor, right side. Left side, Scotty Reinshield. Reinshield out of Brookville, Indiana. McLaughlin Oil Company. And they're just 5 thou apart on the starting line. Wind light gonna shine for Reinshield. Reinshield also has a really good Corvette that he runs. So I don't know if he's running both of them this weekend. Scotty Reinshield, 572.0 on the 570 and 14 up front. Taylor was 21 up front, 575 and cannot get there. Kenneth Farrell, right side. I'm not even going to try that one. Rock Hill, South Carolina. Daniel Reyes, sponsorship.
It's an undercover chassis.
It's an undercover with Wilkins. I can say all those, but there's a word here that I might need Doug for. Chepikanikos. I think I got it. Chepikanikos. How about Tyler Schneider going to be on the left side? Schneider is going to be in trouble there, and that is a fact. Farrell was 571 and 20 up front. Schneider was 54 on the let go, goes 569, breaking out by 9 thou. Tyler Schneider loading up in round one, and Farrell moving on to round number two. Rick Stroud, right side. 25 next gen dragster with a 632 out of Douglas, Ontario. Left side, Don Tresson out of Pinkerton, Ohio. Undercover machine with a 656 cubic inch. Tresson asphalt and chassis. So we're rolling through round number one. And again, just for the update, so everybody hears it, knows what's going on. We're going to run, oh boy, somebody's coming for some donuts. And that is Rick Stroud, double. He is trip zip on the let go, 574. So he is 0, 0, 0, and a 5 on the let go. Transon was 43 up front, and they ain't nowhere to go from there when your competitor is trip zip and you're 40. So Rick Stroud, come to the tower. I know you can't hear me because you're still on the racetrack. Somebody with Rick Stroud say, hey, go see Alan Reinhart and get some donuts for your donuts. How about Gary Fleener, right side? 23 American dragster, level performance, and Fleener Racing Transmissions on the right side out of Port Clinton, Ohio. And Kendall Jacobs. Jacobs out of Marnie, Ohio. Two for one. Buy run next round. Going to go to Gary Fleener. Fleener was 25 up front, 572.9. Kindlen was 38 up front, also 572 and with an 8. But the wind light going to shine for the right side for Fleener. Kevin Trusty, going radical racing machine out of Grove Point, Ohio. Left side, Mitch Harkey. Harkey out of Salzburg, North Carolina. Par Racing Engine 615s on board both of these machines. L&M Motors and SWYG on the Harkey machine. Flicker of the bulbs. There goes the tree. And just 7 thou apart on the starting line. Wind light gonna shine for Harkey. 25 up front, 571. Trusty was 18, had a tiny starting line advantage, but can't get it done at the big end, and Harkey gets their 8 thou ahead. Mitch Harkey moving on to round number 2. Blaine Bazem, right side out of Lancaster, Ohio. Par Racing Engine 632 on board there for the right side of Bazem. Ron Brindisi Jr. Left side, Charlotte Pallets and Tar Heel Materials. JLS Auto for the 99 Carpenter machine out of Mooresville, North Carolina. I think there's a lot of racing that goes on around Mooresville, North Carolina. I feel like that's kind of a place where racing's pretty popular. Brindisi with a starting line advantage and takes care of it. 11 up front. 579.3. Bazem was 25 up front, went 580. So Brindisi gets there 22 ahead for the W. And single coming under you. That is Kathleen Smulligan. 2000 Cressman machine. Remember, we're on a ladder from round number 1. One of the things that is different with IHRA, and I like it. I feel like it's just the way it ought to be. They are qualified onto a ladder from round number 1. Maximum 64 car fields. And with that ladder, sometimes you'll see a single come in when your competitor can't make the call, and it's okay. So Smulligan goes 566.6 on the 570 and 009 red up front. So got a little work to do on both ends of the racetrack before Kathleen moves on to round number 2. And McNeil Freeman goes from the taxi to the T. 27 Model T with a 588. Well, I bet that's a significant difference when that leaves the line versus the taxi. 570 the dial versus what's the taxi run? 915 or so. And Jamie Elrod, she is tough. Sunoco, ATM and Innovations, and Hoosier Tire on board of the Lima, Ohio machine for Elrod. She got her a couple of Ironmen last year. And I'm going to guess that she's probably on her way towards working towards another one, and that's a fact. 15 up front as McNeil was 32 up front, and Elrod goes 571 on the 570. So Freeman was behind on the let-go, breaks out, takes 20. There was no room, couldn't make it happen anyway. So Jamie Elrod moving on to round number 2, and that looks like that's going to conclude Quick Rod. I should have Super Stock in the lanes paired. Super Stock, you should be in the lanes pairing or already paired. If you're not, you're really late. Super Stock, Super Stock. And that means Super Rod, you are on standby. Super Rod, you are on standby. Again, now that it's quiet, let's give you the update. We are almost through round 1 of our 5 sportsman classes. I always have that hard time saying that because that's Quick Rod, Super Rod, Hot Rod, Stock, and Super Stock. While Top Sportsman and Top Dragster are also considered sportsman classes, but they're going to run 3 qualifiers and 1 round of eliminations for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. 3 qualifiers and first round of eliminations today. Hot Rod, Quick Rod, Super Stock, Super Rod, and Stock. You all are running 3 rounds of eliminations today as we have, the management team has studied that forecast and all those things and said, let's make our absolute best effort to get everything done and let's not waste sunshine and daylight. So we're going to move on along and get a few of these classes down a little bit further. That way we have every opportunity to get the entire event in. All right, so while they are pairing up Super Stock, I feel, I shouldn't say it. Mike English, he's making me nervous right now. He's a little too close. Is that reading? You can do that too? Wow. Yeah, how about that? I believe Yeah, please don't get any closer.
We're good.
All right. So we're pairing up super stock. That means Super Rod, you are on a very short standby. Mike, are you just chomping at the bit to do super stock? You look like you are.
Step in. Whatever you feel comfortable with.
I'll do it if nobody else wants to.
I'm ready. We're all ready. We're ready.
You want to come look? Can you come over here when you get a minute? When you get a minute, no rush.
No rush, but right away would be great.
We get paid by the hour around here.
You get paid.
Mike, I think you should make yourself useful and do super stock.
Okay.
How about that?
That sounds good.
All right, so I'm going to step up and stretch my legs for just a minute, or 2, or 5, or 10, and going to hand it over to Mike English to do super stock. And
I will announce super stock. I'm not doing super stock.
you're just going to announce them?
Yeah.
All right, you're not going to race in super stock. You're just going to announce it. All right.
Days are long gone.
So he's going to announce the pairings with the results. Perhaps. As long as it shows it on the computer, he can also will give you the results for first round of Super Stock and Super Rock.
Scoreboard.
He'll look at the scoreboard. You can't see that scoreboard from here.
I'm married to an optician. You tell me I can't read that scoreboard?
I bet you can't.
571. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Rod, need you in the lanes, please. Super Rod, need you in the lanes. Round number one as we're sitting in the tower here. What a way to start. Round one, first pair, super stock. So check this pair out. Matt Obertanic. Come up on the left side there. And Caleb McFarland. The Copo Camaro, right side for Caleb. And Matt in the Cobra Jet Mustang. 567, left side, Matt Obertanic. 602, Caleb McFarland. The 302 powered Mustang. And the LS1 powered Camaro. Head start, right side, Caleb. The McFarland Chevrolet team cars. Caleb is pre-stage, waiting on Matt Obertanic. About a bulb head start going to the Camaro. They light the second lights together. Tree comes down. Green light and a green light there. Clean, green, and gone. Somebody was 008 and down there top end. Matt goes 008, 70 with a 0 on that 67 dial in for the win. Caleb got down there out by 7 thou, and he was 73 on the tree. Next pair rolling up. Earl Rowe, 88 Camaro. 637, getting the head start over Larry Eagle. The Olds Calais with a small block Chevrolet, 590, Larry right side. Calais make such good race cars. They look so cool. Nothing against Earl's Camaro, but I mean, it's, you know. Couple of green line starts again. Matt Olds made up that handicap start down there at the top end. 596.6 on that 90 dial at 008 Larry Eagle. Earl Rowe was 55 on the tree. Goes to 39 on that 37 dial and could not get there. There's Aaron Russell and Ron Kearns. Grand Am for Kearns on that 609 dial and chasing Aaron Russell's Camaro, 69 Camaro, 427 for diesel truck repairs in Washington, Ohio. 615, the dial-in on the Camaro right side. 427 Camaro, third generation body. Fourth generation, I'm sorry. I'll get it here. Give me a sec. And the Grand Am with the small block, the GTG automatic Grand Am. Itty bitty little head start going to the Camaro right. And a red light start by 12 thou. Red light's on, Camaro's gone. Kearns was 34 on the tree and goes 609.3 on that 609. Dead on 3 and advances next round. It's rolling up Amy Falk, former world champion. The Pontiac at 604 for Amy, and Lance Pitto, 64 Chevelle for Sir Brothers Auto Parts and Ron Jewell Racing Agent, San DiMatteo Auto. 64 Chevelle big block, 631 for the Chevelle. The former champ at 604. Down there top end, that win light says Lance Pitto, 39 on the tree, 33 on that 31 dial for the win. 80 missed the tree at 78, goes to 2 over 606 for the loss. Bob Marshall, David Dufresne, 67 Camaro. David, 601 the dial, getting a head start over Bob Marshall, the Mopar, at 597 for the guy who has been doing this a very, very long time. Bob Marshall goes red. David Dufresne is 41 on the tree in the Camaro. Ooh, that baby got over here to the center line there. Wow. Goes 693 at only 71 miles an hour on that 601 dial-up. But that Camaro, about half track there, made a move towards the center line. He rolled out of the throttle. It's already a winner as Bob Marshall won 34 on the red side as Aaron Allison. 576 left side Aaron Allison. And Homer Carty, Virginia, 67 Nova at 608. So the Nova getting the head start. Clean green in this pair. Nova with the head start. The better of the two reaction times. Top end Nova. 6:09.7 on that 6:08 dial-in. 17 on the tree. Aaron Allison goes out. 28 on the tree and an 80 with a 1 on that 76 dial-in. Is August Atkins. The AMX at 565, chasing Rodney Worrell's Corvajet Mustang for that wired-up specialty steam car. 576 Rodney right side, 565 for the AMX, the Kenosha Cadillac, which, by the way, is a clutch car. Whoa, hang on there, AMX, getting over here to the center line, trying to stay with it. Top end brake lights, and it's going to be Rodney Worrell. 78 on that 76 dial with 66 on the tree. Augustus was 83 on the tree and goes to 70 with a 1 on that 65. And Rodney moving on with the Corvajet Mustang. Mike Price, 69 Camaro, small motor at 653, getting the head start over Brett McFarland, the very cool Corvette. The Corvette at 579. So 653 to dial for the factory modified Corvette. Camaro, I'm sorry, the Corvette doing the chasing. Somebody missed the tree big time there. I'll tell you about it in the second year down there at top end. Wow. Mike Price had a big starting line advantage, took a big stripe down there and broke out. 49 on that 53. Brett McFarland had a reaction time, started with a 1, goes dead on 3 and gets the win there. He dodged a bullet there. George Wright, 96 Mustang, stick shift for the Pumpkin, and Bo Fowler for A&A Transmissions, the Valari. Valari at 674, about a half second head start to the Mustang at 629 for Varsity Ford. Problems for the Mustang. Valari's going to move on as long as he rolls out of that throttle down there. Goes 687.7 on that 674 dial-in. Was 50 on the tree. George was better on the tree, but by the time he got to the tree, that Mustang was dying. Looks like he's going to make it off the track down there at the top end. James Rawlings, Russell Gent. Russell come up right side for Klotz Lubricants and Cosmetics Gaskets. 629 in the Camaro right side. The 7th lane, James Rawlings. James, the GTC Automatic Sunfire. 591 for Hippie Fabrication and ClassRacer.com. There we go. Russell gets in, waiting on James. He's in. Green in this pair. That's Sunfire coming on top end. Got enough? Yes, he does. 592.1 on that 91 dialing. 007 for the win. Russell was 28 with a 2. Out by 8 thousandths. Was 16 on the tree is Kevin Reedy. Randy running. Randy right side. VP Fuels, American RV. Oles Achieva at 590. Chase and Kevin Reedy at 619. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman qualifying session number 3. Need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. The tree comes down to a red light start for Kevin Reedy. Randy running 77 on the tree. Runs it down through there. 589.6 on that 90 dial and in the automatic win. This next pair rolling on up. Dodge Fever with Jeff Ross for Jeff's Auto Body and Thomas Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Dialed in at 625 for the Challenger and Rick Wilson. The Wired Up Electronics team car. 597 for the Mustang. Top Sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. Q3 to the lanes, please. Pre-stage is Jeff Ross in the Challenger, waiting on Rick Watson. Oh, that Challenger just skied that front wheels big time. Out in front, here comes that Mustang. Brake lights on the Mustang, does not get there. 22 on that 25 dial it. 69 on the tree, and the win for Jeff Ross. Rick Watson was out by more, 91 with the 4 on that 97 dial, and 84 on the tree is Josh Barsky. And Rick Nicolo. The Nova, 610, the head start for the Nova. Josh Barsley, 578. So left side, 67 Nova, right side, 65 Nova. Josh, of course, in the 67, chasing with that 578 dial-in. That's pretty good down here. See what happens down there? It's going to be Rick Nicolo. 38 on the tree, 611 on that 610 dial-in for the win. Josh missed the tree and goes 79 with a 7 on that 78 dial-in, but was 87 on the tree. As a Byron to Mark Nowicki. John Freak not making the call with the Firebird. Dialed 603. The Mickey Thompson Tires team car. .72 on the tree. And the Avenger top end is 6020 on that 603 dial. That'll wrap up round number 1 of Super Stock Eliminator. Quick Rod in the lanes. Or Super Rod, I'm sorry. My apologies. Super Rod round number 1 coming out next. Busy Thursday here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series Spring Nationals. 3 rounds of the sportsman categories. And Super Rod coming out now. Steve Theodore, 63 Corvette, comes up right side. And Mike Coughlin, Jakes.com, 55 Chevrolet. You can tell that's one of those profab cars for Bob Mandel and the team. Of course, Mike picked up a pack of donuts earlier from Alan Reinhardt. Had a perfect reaction time. Qualified. Hey, still got them up. We still got a bunch of them here. So if you guys want to go for donuts, guys and gals, if you want to go for donuts, I'm sorry. So Coughlin in the 55 Chevrolet. And Steve Theodore, stunning. A topless Corvette. Shocking. .640 up on the board. Get there first and don't run under. Wind light will come on in your lane. Clean green in this pair. This baby going to be fun to watch down there. Corvette starts to make a move. Mike Coughlin, 29 on the tree, 645 on that 40 index. Steve Theodore was 43 on the tree, goes out at 648.9 is Brian Johnson, Mark Harmon, this pair. Hardtops, wow. There's only one convertible out there, and that's Don Towson right now. But Mark Harmon, right side, 69 Camaro, and Brian Johnson, the Valiant. Wow. That's got race car written all over it. It's got Big Edge Mopar under the hood, by the way. Brian Johnson pre-stage, waiting on Mark Harmon to light that first light. There we go. Thank you. Clean green again. The Valiant taking on the Camaro. Down there at that top end, Valiant is 20 on the tree, 648 for the win. Harmon was 37 on the tree and 652. And I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised they're not hugging the index like I thought they would. It's Charlie Flanagan and Tom Diamond. Tom coming up, the Tassin Asphalt and Concrete Roadster. 27 Ford Roadster and Charlie Flanagan, 81 Camaro. Not a real, shall we say, popular quick rod car. Super rod car, I'm sorry. Hey, but whatever works. Nobody's been close to perfect. Nobody's been hugging the index in this pair. Well, somebody was close to perfect in this pair down there top end. 648.8, 006, Tim Diamond. Charlie missed the tree and then goes 643 and could not get there. It's Rick Stroud, John Sheekish. John, 63 Corvette, being that summit lane. And Rick Stroud, the Ford Roadster, the car that was like, everybody had to have one of those back in the day. Now it's the Corvettes that everybody has. Watch that Corvette coming on big time down there at that top end. No. How about dead 3, 30 on the tree, Rick Stroud. John Sheekish missed the tree and then goes, didn't miss the tree. He was 47 on the tree. Goes trip 6s with a 9, and that was like way off the index for John Sheekish. Next pair coming up. Chris Goebel, the K car with Brad Anderson for power. Wow. And Pat DeBotis, the Dakota pickup truck, big block Chevrolet, by the way, under the hood of the pickup truck for APD race engines and course and race fuels. Of course, Chris Goebel for APD and Flenor transmissions. The K car, it's Brad Anderson power. I have to tell you, I'm watching these pairs stage up, and the pair of the water box is pretty good, but we'll talk about that in a second now. As Chris is in, waiting on Pat, in, set, go. Pat goes right into throttle stop mode with the Dakota pickup truck. Here he starts hustling after him down there top end. Not going to get there. Dead 3, 029 for the win. Dead 7, 032 for the loss, and by 7, 10 thousandths of a second. Wow. Pat DeBota's moving on. I'm sorry. Chris Goebel moving on. My apologies. Forgive me there. Is Keith Mayers, the Alfa Romeo guy who made a very good run for a world championship a couple years ago, and Charlie Canopik, guy who finished top 10 of the world last year. The Corvette will be in the summit lane. A pretty big time round one matchup here. Charlie rolls up left. Here comes Keith. 2 go down and 1 come back. So 2 of the big-time players in the class get paired up as qualifying. It's the way you qualify them off the index. Charlie's pre-stage waiting on Mayers. There comes Keith. He comes in, lights that first light. Keith is in. Charlie is in. Clean green this pair. Advantage off that starting line. Corvette, win like Corvette. Out by 5 thou, 11 on the tree for the win. Keith Mayers was 21 on the tree and out by 3 hun. And the Corvette's coming back as Jeff Sowers and Gene Brown. Gene over here right side, the 62 Avon out of Knoxville, Tennessee. And Jeff Sowers, Johnstown, Ohio, the 67. The 67 over the left side is LS powered. Of course, right side, Gene Brown, the more traditional BBC for power in the 62 Nova. Whatever makes it work to run that 640 index. Couple of green light starts again down there top end. Wow. 42 on the tree, 639.6 for the win for Jeff Sowers. Gene Brown was 006 and took a bunch stripe. Goes 636.6 trying to get there. Had a huge advantage, didn't make it work as Derek Willard. Changing pass and E and C racing engines. 68 Camaro will close out round number 1 of Quick Super Rod. One of them broad classes. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. .23 on the tree. Goes back to wide open throttle. Stanley down there top end. 638.2. 126 advancing to round number 2 of Super Rod. Top Sportsman qualifying session number 3 will be coming out next. Top Sportsman Q3 will be coming out next. Top Dragster, you are on standby. Top Dragster, you are on standby. Top Sportsman qualifying session number 3 coming out on the pad. Top Dragster, need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, need you to the lanes, please. Qualifying session number, what is it, Ron? Number 3, thank you. So unlike Brett Carver, I'm going to send 2 down and 2 are going to come back. Because, yeah. You're right, Ron Vance. Brett Carver is a mean person. Makes people go down and come back. Only one comes back, that type of deal. Understand it completely. So, TJ Luther come up left side over there, and Jason Hutchinson, the Jakes.com Olds Cutlass. And I have to wonder, I'd have to ask him. I wonder if that was one of the old pro stock cars. Could ask Mike Coughlin. He'd know. He's in the house this weekend. Here, let me give you this. You're late. You're late. You wanted to do Top Sportsman, I thought. Oh, okay. Sounds good then. So TJ left, Jason right. TJ's 005 red down there, top end. That Olds Cutlass goes 458, 147. Jason is 472.7, 147. Mike Savoya sit number 1 at 399.4. Jason will be number 20. And TJ Luther, looking on the sheet here, number 28 in qualifying is George Forrester. The 98 Monte Carlo. And Mike Savoya. 572 inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood of the car right side. And that's the small motor of the 2. So team out of Missouri. Who's sitting number 1 right side, 399.4. He's followed by the Mandels. Bob Jr., number 2. Bob the 3rd, number 3. And then Aaron Glasser, number 4. Lester Johnson, number 5. That's your top 5 and Top Sportsman. Mike Savoya putting out another 3-second run. Not this time. Monte Carlo down there, top end, 464, 152. Mike Savoya was better on the tree and it got down there. You saw him rattle the tires go 555, 86 miles an hour. George Forrester will stay at 23rd is James Hayes and Eric Ellsworth. Ellsworth sitting in the water box here. James over there, the 58 Corvette for Hayes Collision and Restoration down in Troy, Ohio. And I don't believe that Eric Ellsworth is going to run here. Group from there, yeah, going to push him off that starting line, the right side of the track. James Hayes won 461.0, session number 1. The Corvette top end, that's Simon Lane and Bruce, 457. Moves him up to the number 24 spot. On the qualifying sheets, there's the next pair pulling into the water box. Lester Johnson, 58 Corvette, and Mike DeMood. Mike will be over there in that Summit lane. Lester Johnson, the Corvette, sitting at number 5 spot at 416.3, a hunt behind Aaron Glasser. Mike debuted in the number 9 spot at 432.5. Pre-stage is Lester Johnson in the Corvette. Waiting on Damood left side. Down there, top end, Damood, 432. Mike Damood stays number 9. Lester Johnson goes 505 and stays in that number 5 spot. As Ron Barnhill, the 98 Mustang, is into the water box left side, and Jeff Mandel, the Super Bel Air for the Profab team car, that 57 Chev. Brand new car. 5th run on that. Alan Reinhardt says brand new car. Jeff Mandel has gone 422.8 and is qualified in the number 7 spot. Ron Barnhill, the Mustang, is in the number 29 spot at 476.5. So a brand new 5.7 Chevrolet for Jeff Mandel and that Profab team. It's on the quarter battle there. Super Bel Air. Mike Savoy is sitting number 1, 399.4, and you saw him come up earlier and rattle the tires. So the brand new 5.7 Chevrolet out of that Profab team. That red light means nothing. Left side, watch that scoreboard down there. 423. Jeff Mandel stays number 7, 476. Ron Barnhill stays number 29. It's Kevin Chess and Scott Schaefer, this pair. Scott will be over there left side. And Kevin Chess coming back here, right side of the track. Scott Schaefer, 461.5 is city number 29. Kevin Chess, I believe this is his first shot at the track. Wow. Oh, pushed it off twice. Thank you. So just wants to put a number up there, be part of the field here and make that 32-car field. Top Sportsman, qualifying session number 3. Oh, they're not going to push that baby off this time. Kevin Chess down there top end is 470.148. Scott Schaefer is 4.609. Kevin Chess with that 470 will go to the number 28 spot. Scott Schaefer to the number 26 spot. Next pair, Jim Hayes and Donnie Gibbs. Donnie coming back right side the track there. The Camaro, the 92 Camaro for Gibbs Race Cars and Gibbs Performance. Mooresville, North Carolina. And Jim Hayes, the 63 Corvette for Hayes Auto Service. Gibbs qualified 19th, went 4.499, session number 1. Jim Hayes qualified number 15 at 4.464 for the 63 split window Corvette. Starting line, Donnie Gibbs, he was 006, runs it down through there, 451, 451.4, 155. Jim Hayes goes 4.459, 160. As the next pair, Johnny Brooks and Kevin Evans, this pair. Johnny Brooks coming back, that is the Wright Trailers, Cox Racing Engines, Mixie Thompson Tires, 67 Nova, Tennessee, and Kevin Evans. The Dodge Neon, with a Mopar wedge motor under the hood of the Neon, right side. Johnny Brooks sitting at an 18th spot at a 4:49. Well, that Melvin made a dart to left, but he stays right with it. Johnny Brooks goes 4.491. Kevin Evans goes 5.307. Johnny Brooks with 158 miles an hour. Kevin 132. Mike Nitchie, the Cobalt, and Brian Stoltz, the Camaro. Mike sitting in that very lucky 13 spot, won 4:41.9, best run this weekend. Brian Stoltz, your number 6 qualifier, has gone 4:16.4 with that Camaro. Little purge in the nitro system for Brian Stoltz, left side. Pre-stage Mike Nitchie. Waiting on Brian to come up in that Camaro. Now they're set. Mike was 17 on the tree right side, gets down through there, 4:43, 159, 4:21, 168. Brian in the Camaro. Brian up to that number 6 spot. Mike will stay number 13. Ricky Atkins and Jacob Elrod. Jacob over there, a guy, a former world champion. The 63 split window Pro Charger Corvette. And Ricky Atkins, the Mini Cooper. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod Eliminator. Back to the lanes, please. Round 2, Hot Rod Eliminator. Round number 2 to the lanes. Jacob currently sitting in that number 15 spot. Ricky Atkins, the hay hauler, is number 18th qualifier. Ricky has gone to 4:49. Jacob has gone 4:46. 008 left side, 12 right side. Jacob goes 4:49.2. 008. Ricky goes 4:51.9. 0:12 reaction time is Ross Wells Jr. and Joe Vesper. Joe be right side here doing his burnout, and Ross Wells Jr. Wells has gone to 4:55.1 to be number 22, and John Vesper, he's coming back right side of the track there, has gone to 4:67.4 in his number 27 qualifying ladder in Top Sportsman. Purge in the nitro system for Vesper right side. Now they're set. Red light means nothing over there, that left lane. Down there, top end. 4:53, 156, Ross Wells Jr. 4:67.6, 1:48, John Vesper. John Vesper, 27th, Ross Wells Jr., 22nd. The next pair doing their pairing. Aaron Glasser and Jeremy Bargo in this pair here. Jeremy right side and Aaron Glasser. Aaron sitting that number 4 spot. The very swoopy Camaro in that summit lane. Bargo in the number 16 spot. 4:48.0, Jeremy Bargo. Aaron Glasser is 4:15.0. You pick up a bunch if he wants to move in that number 3 spot. Qualifying session number 3 in Top Sportsman. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series Spring Nationals. Darana Motorsports Park. National Trail Raceway. Aaron out of the throttle again. That's back-to-back runs that he had to lift. 4:48.156, Jeremy Bargo. Jeremy, who's 26 on the tree. Aaron was 27 on the tree. Aaron goes 6:16.3 at 75 miles an hour. So Bob Mandel the third and Pat DeBonis. Pat will come back over there far side. The Dodge Stratus, which is Chevrolet powered, and Bob Mandel the third. Bob sitting in that number 3 spot with that show quality 55 Chevrolet from Profab Fabrication. And Pat DeBonis. Pat currently in the number 20 spot. 4:52.0. Pat left side. Bob Mandel 4:032. We've only had one 3-second car. Mike Savoya, who came up earlier, rattled the tires in his second shot. Session number 1, he won 399.4. Don't forget, this is qualifying session number 3, Top Sportsman. All the categories will run 3 rounds, except for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. They will run 1 round today. Pre-stage, Bob Mandel the third. Waiting on Pat left side. He is pre-staged. The third is in, Pat is in. That red light starts with Bob Mandel the third down there top end. 4:04 stays number 3. Pat had a nice move off that starting line there that started to rattle the tires and got out of it. Down there goes 5:17 at 100 miles an hour. Bob Mandel the third was 4:045, 183. Is the next pair. Jay Kirk be over there at that summit side of the track, and Bob Mandel Jr., the Nova wagon. And you can tell me whatever you want about any car, but that wagon is just cool. So Jay Kirk over there in that summit lane. Jay Kirk, number 8 qualifier, 4:32.1. Bob Mandel Jr., number 2, 4:020 with the Nova wagon. So there we go. Junior rolls up right side. Jay Kirk over there left side. Q3 Top Sportsman. Wagon dip down to the 3s. Pick up a couple hundred, could do it. Down there top end, 4:02, 181. Stays number 2, Jay Kirk, 4:31.8, 164. Jay Kirk, number 8. It's Killer Brooks. Team out of Youngstown, Ohio. And Richard Perry, the 55 Chevrolet. Killer Brooks, the Cavalier with 738 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet for Tri-Area Electric and Streamlined and New Image Powder Coating, Sicilian Body Shop, and Tim's Auto. For Killer left side. Pre-stage is Richard Perry, waiting on Killer Brooks to roll her in there and light that second light. Killer's in, Perry's in. Perry with a big move off that start line. Killer, wow, bang, poop, pop down there, both of them. Perry at 5:38, 102. Killer Brooks at 5:10, 114. And neither one of them going to go into round number one with a respectable pass down the track there. As Richard Perry's has been a best of 5:38. And Killer just putting up that 5:10. So the next pair of the water box would be Justin Souders. The very swoopy Camaro right side of the Willies, John Vergatz Jr. John has had nothing but problems this weekend. Safety's Convoy taking a quick look at the track there. Getting down near the tail end of qualifying session number 3 in Top Sports. You remember, next time we see them today, we're going to round number 1 of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster will run today. Rounds 2 and 3 of the other sportsman categories will also run today. As Justin Souders purges the nitro system, John comes up left side in the very swoopy Willies. This will be the final pair, a single run, and then Top Dragster. Justin has gone 4:33.9 with the Camaro right side. Pre-stage both cars. They are set. Justin with a good move off that starting line. 4:27, 166, John Souders. He was 20 on the red side. John Vergatz goes 4:76, 119, but finally puts the number up after having nothing but problems now as Eric Ellsworth, the Olds Cutlass for Air Hydropower, Novus Home Mortgages. Qualifying that 25th spot at 4:59.9. Final car in class. Top Dragster will be out next. Top Dragster will be out next. Improve on 4:59.9. About to find out. Pre-stage is Eric Ellsworth. In and set. 33 on the tree. And down there top end, a 4.58. Ellsworth stays in that same spot, 4:58. Top Dragster coming out next, qualifying session number 3. Alan Reinhardt coming out next. Top Dragster qualifying session number 3.
Thanks, Mike. First pair of dragsters is going to be rolling up. Randy Chestnut and Tyron Smith. There's a lot of... Why are you talking, burning out when I'm trying to talk? There's a lot of people wondering why schedule was adjusted for the round of Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and the extra round of everybody else. And, well, the reason is I need the overtime pay. So, you know, a couple extra hours of overtime will help me buy more stupid junk that I don't need. I wasn't late today. No. No. What do you mean I was late?
It's our story.
Mike, back me up. Oh no, you're still upset about the math thing, aren't you? No, wait. Mike wouldn't know if I was late. He can't even count to 9 o'clock. Oh,
Man,
yep, karma.
I'm not sure I'm showing up.
I wasn't sure you showed up today. Final qualifying. We're about to set the ladder here in Top Dragster. And we did end up with a bump spot in Top Sportsman. I knew we had that many. Well, Tyron, this is the last time you can red light for free. But, man, that thing is really doing some crop dusting down there. And we're going to have to go down and take a look. 417 at 161 miles an hour. But that thing was, yeah, there won't be any mosquitoes down there in the right lane for a while. I can promise you that. 434 to $158 for Randy Chestnut. And we're going to have the over-the-wall gang down there. Our safety team go down and take a look. But a lot of smoke out of the pipes down there. Oh, that sucks. You got all the way to the ready line or something's wrong with it? All right, we'll get things inspected down there. Hot Rod, if you're not already here, you're late. And Stock Eliminator, you need to be warmed up and ready. Quick Rod, you also need to be warmed up and ready because we're going to be re-racking you guys back around here for that next round of competition. I haven't heard anybody call for equipment yet, so I've got my fingers crossed that nobody does. I want to welcome everybody once again that is here on site and all of those of you that are following along via the live stream. Really appreciate what the guys at Speed Sport do, putting it up and making it available for free, both through their channels as well as IHRA's YouTube channel. Brisk and crisp and beautiful day, but with the potential for tomorrow not being quite as beautiful, we're getting a jump on things. I just tried to get him with a mic off thing, and Doug didn't even flinch. He's known me too long to fall for that. Now we're just trying to get out ahead of it. So if we, if Mother Nature smiles on us, well, it'll just mean that everybody makes it to the Racer Appreciation Dinner a little bit early tomorrow, and we're fine with that. And if Mother Nature doesn't smile on us, it get us a little bit ahead. Nothing wrong with being ahead. Just don't be too far ahead, as long as you snug it up at the finish line. All right, looks like everybody is headed back. And we should be able to continue on. Our hot rodders are paired up and pulling forward. I'm just happy to be here after, the guys have been teasing me about it a little bit, but had one of those interesting travel days yesterday. Got on the plane early. We actually left about a half hour late, but I had loads of time to make my connection. Been in the air about 45 minutes and got the dreaded, well, folks. It actually started with the dreaded, is there a medical professional on board? And then about 15 minutes later, it was, well, folks, we're going to need to divert because we have a passenger in medical distress. Absolutely not complaining about that. If I was that passenger, I would hope that they would divert for me as well. So we got to go to Albuquerque. And then got the patient handed off to the medical professionals on the ground. We got her gassed back up and ended up getting to Dallas too late to make my connection. They said, no problem, we'll put you on the next flight. I said, okay, great, that'll work. I still got plenty of time. Got on the next flight, sat on it for about 45 minutes, and they said, well, folks, we need to change a tire. I don't know how the hell they didn't notice that before we got on the plane. I mean, the tires were there the whole time. Continue the story later. Marty Cheeseman on the left side. Eric Rollins in the right side. We've got 24 cars that have taken an official time, so everybody's going to run. This will just be setting the ladder. One more bulb. A 005 on the start for Eric. Save that for eliminations when you're going to need it. 425, 164. Comes up for Eric. It's going to be a 480 at 142 for Cheeseman. Here comes Tony Platanat. I was told it's Tony, not Anthony. And Dale Foss coming at you here. Tony currently sitting down in the number 17 qualifying spot. And Dale Foss right in the middle of this thing. Sitting number 12 right now. Off and away on the green is Dale, 432, 161 miles an hour. It's going to be a 458, 151 for Tony. Loud car. And Tony with a pretty big miss at the tree. Get away with that in the final qualifying session, but need to get that baby straightened out before we see these cars later on this evening. For round number one, here comes Jessica Pritchett. Team Hoops, 142 performance. And Ron Stayer over here on the right side. Stayer's car almost looks like something's missing, doesn't it? I mean, that is a low-profile engine combination. Shorty dragster down there. You'll take stock? Well, then let's have stock. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Stock eliminator. Come on down. Round number two. Stock, stock, stock to the lanes, lanes, lanes. Please. 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 Jessica runs 416, 169 miles an hour. Ron Stayer's car goes silent down there. Shh, nobody can hear me. And then 798 at 56 miles per hour. Make sure that Ron's going to be able to clear the top end of the race course. I do believe he's got enough momentum on his side down there. And just like that, Bo Bennett. Dan Davies coming at us. Bode easing his way up there. Dan Davies got that side-slinging supercharger. Every time I see one of those, it reminds me, remember the Flintstones when they put the brontosaurus ribs on the side of the car and it flipped over? That's what it looks like. It looks like the car should be leaning to the left. That thing's fast. 4:08 for Dan Davies. 172 the speed. 4:33 for Bode. At 1:33, Dan Davies. Already in with a 4:06, so he's got that thing dialed down in the low O zone. Quickest to the cars is not in the threes, and our 3-second club has 2 members. Matt and Ashley. Has Landon Wright and Jordan Dooley. Coming in now. Stock Eliminator. Come on down. Round number 2. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Final qualifying. We'll re-rack these top dragsters. Big tip of the cap to Profiler Performance. Back in the top dragster category, and we're going to send half of them home before we head back to the house or the coach or the hotel or wherever we're going tonight. Well, I don't know what Jordan was looking at with the tree counted down, but it was not the tree. Jordan, please, please, please get that out of your system before we get into round 1 later on. Landon goes 431, 160 miles an hour, 432, 161 for Jordan. And boy, Chris Goebel had a burnout looking like for all the world like breaking in new shoes, didn't it? That looked like a new tire burnout. That's what it looked like to me anyway. Heck, he's backing up faster than some of the cars go down the racetrack. Chris Stein, meanwhile, over on the left side. Slightly more conventional look on the burnout. And the back up. Got my hot rodders all in there, locked in and ready. We got my stock eliminator. We're going to make this final call. Stock eliminator, final call, round 2. Way up on the center line down there is Chris Goebel, but does keep it on his side. 425 at 163. 406 for Chris Stein. And Chris Stein, currently number 4 driver. Run 406 a couple of times, and here comes a couple of the fast guys. Scott Lucan on the left side, utilizing that Pro Charger as a lumbar support, tucked right behind his back. And here comes. That's your number 1 qualifier, Matt Albright. Take a look at the nose at Matt's car. If you're way up in the grandstand, you can see down there, it is a different configuration as far as nose of the car and front wing. Nobody says they all have to be exactly the same. Got that big old Alan Johnson performance power plant in it. Big Hemi, big blower, big speed. .377 is what Matt put up. Remember, 370 is the floor. Can't go quicker than that. So Matt is pretty close to a lock for holding on to that number 1 spot. We've only actually had one other car in the 3s, and that's Ashley Johnson, who we haven't seen yet in this 3rd go-round. .378. Oh, 395, Scott Lucan. Hey, Scott, welcome to the Cool Kids Club. I knew that car was fast. He just hadn't made a good clean run yet. So Scott Lucan goes 395, and he gets into. So now we have 3 cars in the 3s. Well, that makes sense. And then we have 4 cars in the 4s. No, wait, that's not right. We have a lot of cars in the 4s. We got Matt, Ashley, and Scott. 1, 2, 3. We got James Thurston on the left side. We got Chris Ferguson on the right. As we just got a couple of these dragsters left. Then it'll be hot rod, then it'll be stock, and then it'll be whatever comes next, which I will be calling momentarily. So hopefully our quick rods are warmed up and ready. Don't need you yet, but it will not be long. .002 Jim, 007 Chris. No donuts. Another loud car. No donuts, but close to donuts. 443, 159 for James. Chris goes 436 at 154. Here comes Kevin Trusty on the left side. That powered machine. And Ashley Johnson. Ashley, our number 2 qualifier right now. So we got one at a 370 something, one at a 380 something, one at a 390 something, 2 at a 40 something, 2 at a 41 something, 3 at a 42 something. Are you getting the hint? There's a lot of fast cars here. A lot of fast cars. Somebody sang a song about that, right? You got a fast car? I mean, they didn't sing it about me, but... Ashley Johnson, 007, 387, 188 miles an hour. Man, Albright's still the fastest guy on the property so far. He's got 192 mile an hour top speed up just for funsies. 463, 140 miles an hour for Kevin Trusty. Is this the last pair? I do believe this is the last pair. Kara Jo Bowman in the left side. Kylan Foster in the right side. Kara Jo currently sitting number 17. Kylan sitting number 22. And it looks like this is the last pair. My hot rod guys are getting loaded in and ready to go for round number next. (16 to 18), both of them solid on the tree, if not spectacular. And 467, 145 for Kylan, 465, 147 for Kara Jo. Matt Albright, congratulations. Number 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I see 25 cars on the sheet. That should be around 1 by run. Ashley Johnson, number 2. Scott Lucan, 3rd. That's our 3-second contingent. Then it's Dan Davies, Chris Stein, Jessica Pritchett, Tyron Smith, and Chris Goldwell. That's our quick 8. And here comes round number 2 of Hot Rod. Stalkers, pull forward. I need that pairing room back there for the quick rods that we're going to be calling in here momentarily. Sean Pitts, Keith Mayers, come on down. You're the first 2 contestants here in round number 2. 16 cars coming back. No twofers, no freebies the rest of the way. Everybody's going to be racing somebody unless somebody breaks or something silly happens. And I'm going for no breaks, no silly. Let's have everybody race somebody because that's more fun. The Camaro is Sean. The Porsche 968 is Keith. You want quick rod? All right, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Quick rod, it's time. Let's quickly bring those rods into the staging lanes to get matched up for round number 2. Quick rod, come on down. So Keith is in the 4th. Sean is in the Camaro. I think everybody can tell which is which. And whoa! Keith Mayers turns on the red bulb. Done for the day in Hot Rod. Sean gets himself a free ride. Goes 701, 96 miles an hour. Keith goes 6.999. 11 thou too soon on the leave and 1 thou too quick down the racetrack. Of course, once the red light was on, none of the rest of it mattered. Here comes Lisa Hinton in the left side, Joe Clark in the right. So we had the Camaro against the Porsche. Now we got the Camaro against the truck. As Mike English pointed out, there are a lot of trucks in Hot Rod here this weekend, and unfortunately for Joe, that one is not going on. Fortunately for Lisa, she runs 7:02. Joe ran 7:03. Lisa was better on the racetrack as well, so Lisa will move on to tomorrow. I'm sorry, to later tonight. Brings up Corey Hansen and Andrew Johnson. Johnson, in 1978 Boo with a big old 500-inch motor in it. The Nova wagon over on the left side of Corey Hansen. I don't know, for some reason that reminds me of Jeg Coughlin's old wagon. I don't know why, but it just does. Both drivers get away on the green. Finish line stripe. Wow, Johnson had a 008 reaction time and breaks out. Oh, he got there first by a mile and broke out by 7 thousandths of a second. Corey Hansen should have been toast and got let back in. Corey, you're going to send him a Christmas card or a birthday card or a something card somewhere down the line. And if you're pitted anywhere near Andrew Johnson, you might want to duck and cover when he gets back there. There are liable to be some low-flying wrenches coming out of the trailer. Mike Walker on the left side, James Pigeon in the right. Mike was talking earlier about that 72 Chevelle. He's right. That is a sweet ride. Ain't a whole lot wrong with the 83 Cutlass down there either. Both of them bumping their way in. One of them is going to come back and race again later, and one of them is not. Oh, no. Mike Walker. Oh, man. You want to talk about living right? 702 for the win. James Pigeon is minus 0048 red. Mike Walker minus 0045 green. Mike Walker by 0.3 of a second wins when both drivers left early. That's one of those where you look at the time slip, you better look up to the heavens and go, thank you. Well, I said there was a lot of trucks that ran into each other here. Larry Payton on one side, Dean Carnes, Disco Dean in a Toyota. Larry Payton, the S10. Quick Rod, come on down, need you please. Quick Rod to the lanes. These two both get away on a green. Oh, man, that double leaving early is going to be painful. Well, here's the deal. Disco Dean missed a tree, and Larry Payton didn't let him up. Payton had a reaction time advantage, ran 7:04 to lock out Dean, getting there first. Dean got there second, still broke out by a couple of thou. And well, sometimes, you know, crazy, right? .704 can lock a guy out moments after there's a 0.3 thou difference in red light. Brian Webster now and Donnie Gibbs Jr. Brian left, Donnie right. What do you think of the red Nova? I was looking at that thing when it came by my window, and I could not find a flaw. That's a sweet car. Webster out of death row toe, and Webster's coming back because Donnie Gibbs drops it red. Donnie turned on the bulb that matches the car, which is not what he wanted to do. So Brian Webster running on down there to a 7:02 at 99 miles an hour, 6:95 for Donnie. Didn't matter. Red light came on. He figured we're putting the foot down. Let's go ahead and make the last run. And a runner all the way down there, Steve Prosnick. Now on the left side, Mike Zayden in the right. Zayden in that 1970. That thing really got a 427 Chevy in it. Oh, man. That Duster would be cool with like a 452. That's a 60 over 440 for those of you that don't speak Chrysler. Steve Prosnick. Oh, and he turned it red. The 69 Camaro that's got the coolest ramp truck in the pits. And he goes red by a Hundo 010 on the early side of the tree. So 695 comes up for the win for Mike. And I've only got one spot left to fill in the quarterfinals, so this should be the last pair. Tim Shuck and Glenn Ferguson coming at you. What do you think of Ferguson's car? The Fairlane. That thing's really got a big block Ford in it. Yeah, It really does. Really does. Hey, Quick Rod. Nice job. Thank you guys all getting in there, get paired up. Super stock. Oh, attention to the pitch. Super stock. Come on down. Final pair. Tim left. Glenn right. Who's coming back for round number 3? Dun, 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 dun. It's going to be Glenn. 701 beats a 703. Tim Shuck was 006 on the tree. Got down to the other end. He gave up the stripe by 0.06 of a second. Glenn Ferguson said, thank you. So Glenn's going to come back and run Lisa in the next round. It's going to be Mike and Larry. That's on the bottom side of the ladder. Top side is going to be Sean and Mike. Brian and Corey. That's the 8 cars that are left. And here comes stock eliminator. I love stockers. You like old school stock or new? Zach Ross. The big old bad old 392 drag pack Dodge Challenger out of Jeff's Auto Body. And David Bears. The line performance, Olds 455. Do you know Jason actually makes his own Buick blocks now? I know, right? I saw one sitting in his shop one time. I said, well, that's an ambitious project. And he said, yeah, that's one word for it. Well, remember, he won his first world championship in a Buick, so. All right, here we go. We're dialed in. Handicap head start is going to Dave Bars. The right lane, the Oldsmobile going to be first. Here comes the Olds. Here comes the Dodge. Both drivers off on green. Both drivers wheels up and away. David's holding on. Zach is closing in. Here's the finish line. Click, bang, Dave. He predicted a 658, ran 661. Zach ran 612 on a 612, but he was 4 hun late back at this end of the racetrack, and Zach paid for it down at that end of the racetrack, so Dave will advance. That'll bring up George Cox on the left side and Corey Griffith in the right. George Cox driving the Memphis-based Camaro. That car's had some pretty big name pilots in it over the years, including guys named Richardson and ladies named Amy. And George is just carrying on the tradition of turning on win lights. Corey Griffin going to try to end his day here with the 83 model 305 car. Nope, not going to happen. Oh, man, one foul. Corey goes red by a thou, and George Cox will go cruising right on in to the next round. 1 thou red and then 7-4. Oh, 1 thou red and then dead 4. If you're looking for Corey for the next 30 minutes, he's going to be down there at the time slip booth, pounding his head against the wall, going, why? 1 thou red and then dead on. Randy Eakins now and McNeil Freeman. Oh, this ought to be fun. The Cobra Jet dialed in 645, the screaming small block factory stock G. Now, that's not a blower car, naturally aspirated. And McNeil Freeman, taxi! He's got the light on. That means he's open for business. He actually buys race gas by using this thing for Uber when he's in between rounds. So, you know, if somebody needs an Uber to Walmart tonight, you don't have to call Uber. You can just call McNeil. Oh, Freeman. Randy Eakins just got a gift. McNeil Freeman got there first by 1/10.5 to break out by 6 thousandths of a second. Randy Eakins. And Randy, that was 2 for 1. Randy's going to buy his way into the semis. He'll be back to race tomorrow. That hurts. Brings up Brett McFarland and Roy Dean. McFarland, Verberries, Chev, Olds, Buick. This is the Camaro. AA Stocker. 454. No. Big block and a clutch. 454 is in the Corvette. I'll get it straight. Roy Dean over on the right side. Dean, D, Duster, D, stock automatic, D. There goes the D stock automatic. There's first gear, second gear, third gear. Can that big red Chevy run down? Yes, he can. Check it out. Got there. 636 on the 631. 746. Roy Dean had a reaction advantage. Couldn't run the number. Goes 746. And Brett McFarland turns on the light. Brett going to come back and run Dave Bears a little bit later on as Travis Booth and Tim Barrett come at you here. Travis Booth, that's a little 302M automatic, 88 Mustang. That thing would have had, what, about 150 horsepower from the factory. Not exactly the big muscle flexing supercharged 5 liters that we see today. And Tim Barrett, that yellow Camaro is a genuine Z28. Real deal. Tim took the drive line out of it. He's got it all wrapped up in a corner. When he gets done racing, it's going to go back to stock, or go back to stock, and he's going to take it on the show car tour. True story. Travis Booth goes red, and he goes red by a bunch with the Mustang. So Tim Barrett going to take Linda's car at least one more round. Jason Deach and Michael Owers coming at you now. Winner of this one going to come back and take on George Cox a little bit later in the day. Jaden out of Deach Trailers, United Trailers, 302 powered, FSAA. AA means force fed. And Mike Owers. That's a neat little car. 71 360 Demon. Red light start for the Demon. Oh, no. Oh, and he's going to win the thing. Don't hit anything. We're going to need that later. Michael Owers went red and won the race. Jason Deach blew the tires off, kicked the tail sideways, crossed the center line. Crossing the center line is a deeper infraction than the red light, and Mike Owers in stock eliminator. That is a rare, rare, rare red light winner. Crazy, crazy. And so Mike is going to come back and run George Cox a little bit later on in the day. And Jaden is going to be sick. When that thing knocked the tire off, he hung on to the throttle, doing the second burnout, and when it kicked the tail sideways, I mean, I'm the silver lining kind of guy, right? That thing could have turned left, and it would have been way worse. It turned right, crossed the center line, cost him the race, but didn't cost him anything else. If that thing turns left, it was going to have concrete poisoning. So Jaden Deach, DQ on the center line, and Michael Owers red and wins. So according to my little cheat sheet, this should be the last pair. And what a great pair. Chris Rashford, 428 Cobra Jet, and the 1969 Classic Ford. And Brent DeRoche, that's a clutch car, the 94 Camaro. So here it is. A couple of third pedal guys. And not a lot of handicap here. Believe it or not, the 428 is going to get the handicap head start. Now, it's not a big one, but the classic 428 will be screaming its way on down there just over a tenth of a second before Brent DeRoche lets the clutch out on his car. A couple of guys banging gears. Winner's going to come back later on and take on Tim Barrett. So will it be all Camaros all the time, or will the classic Ford Cobra knock down a Gen 4 Camaro and come back and line up with a Gen 1 car? I'll let you know 6.5 seconds after the tree counts down, which at this rate might be 30 minutes from now. There we go. Camaro's in. Radford's in. Red light. Chris let the clutch out. Too soon. Too bad. Brent's going to take the win. Brent's going to come back and run Tim. That's going to be a battle of Camaros, Gen 4 v Gen 1. Dave Bear is going to come back, take on Brett McFarland in his classic big block 4-speed Camaro. Randy Eakins gets a free ride because nobody wants to race Randy. And it looks like Mike Owers, after red lighting, gets the gift. He's going to come back and take on George Cox in his Gen 4 Camaro. Well, that was a rather interesting round of stock eliminator, and we've got Quick Rod sitting at the ready. Thank you. I have my secretary handling paperwork over here. Appreciate that. There'll be a little something extra in your envelope this week. Might be anthrax, but there'll be something extra in there. Hey, Superstock, if you're not paired up, you need to be because Quick Rod is rolling out. You're next. And Super Rod, you need to be warmed up and ready to go. Won't be long. Won't be long now. Also, just a heads up, remember, top dragster, top sportsman, let's get those things race ready. And remember, point your dial board to the left. Pretty and please. All right, here we go. Scotty Reinchild left. Kenny Farrell right. Winner of this going to come back and run Gary Fleener later on in the day, and I know that because I can see into the future. And I'm assuming that Fleener can win a bye run. Reasonably confident. I got 3 guys up here in the tower going, weh. Scotty and Kenny, both drivers away on the green. It's Scotty, it's Kenny, it's Kenny, it's Scotty, it's Scotty, it's Kenny, it's. Wow, wow, wow. 002 take 005 to run dead 9. 002 dead 9. Scotty Reinchild locked out. Come on, man, really? Scotty was 011 and locked out. Now remember that because somebody here is going to be like 40 and win. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. Ross Stayer in the right side. Kathleen Smulligan in the left side. Kathleen had the free ride in round number 1, and she got the red light this time. If memory serves, she left early in round number 1 also. Didn't cost her because there was nobody in the lane. This time it did cost her. Ron Stayer, 572. Call that a winner. He's moving on. And now it's going to be Mike Harkey in the left side and Ron Brimsby in the right. Winner of this one. Going to come back and take on Ron. Harkey left, Brinzy right. Charlotte Pellets, Tassel Materials, JLS Auto, all helping the guy. How about a couple of guys came all the way from North Carolina to race each other in round number 2 on Thursday? Could have like flipped a coin. One of us will save some diesel fuel. You go uphold the honor of our state. Hey, Superstock, let's pull forward, man. We're ready for you. Problems for Mitchell. 566. A 001 light for Ron. Mitch goes red by 2 thousandths of a second. And then goes 568. But Ron Brimsey going to come back. So Ron's going to race Ron. You know what that means, right? Ron is going to the final. No doubt in my mind. Another one of those I can see into the future things. Because I'm translucent. No, that's not right. What is it? Transcendental. Transcendental, that might be it. Here's Jamie Elrod and Rick Stroud. Hey, guess what? It's 2-2-2 for 1-1-1. Oh, red light start. What are you kidding me? Jamie goes red by a hundo and Rick Stroud. That is a classic whoa go. Jamie goes red by a hundo and Rick gets 2 win lights for that. 2 win lights for Jamie's 1 red light. It's a great trade if you're Rick. Kind of sucks if you're Jamie. I mean, I'm not trying to get too technical for you, but it does. So here is the bye run. I told you Gary Fleener was going to come back later on and run Kenny Farrell. And this is Gary taking the tree, so he can come back later on and run Kenny Farrell. Where are my super stockers? They should be at the ready line. What are you guys doing back there?
I gotta go out there.
007 at this end. Dead one at that end. Gary, save that. You know, unleash it on somebody when you need it. The transmission builder out of Level Performance. Super Rod, come on down. Oh, attention to pitch. Super Rod to the staging lanes, please. All right, well, here come my super stockers finally rolling forward. Super Rod, I need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman, let's get the nose put on it. Get it down off the jacks. Won't be long. We're going to be needing you here. And remember, please point your dial board to the left. What's that? I did. All righty. Super Rod, we are ready for you. $14 cars still alive. I'm just doing the math in my head, but I do believe that means 7 are going to come back for round number 3. And then we'll have clean semis after that. Just take a look at that Ron Kearns car. That thing is really nice. Love the graphics and the way they did it. Little Grand Am over there. And Mark Nowicki, the factory GT machine. New generation 360 Dodge crate motor under the hood of the M&M Express. That Dodge Defender's been a race car for a long time. Long time. A little help from the folks at Mickey Thompson getting the horsepower to the ground. Now, the handicap here is negligible. That's German for not very much. 0.06 of a second. Ron Kearns dialed 609. Nowicki dialed 603. So the left lane should leave first by just a smidge. And they are off and running. Well, the left lane did leave first by just a smidge. But he was allowed really more of a smidge than he got. It's going to be a 604 on the 603. Mark Nowicki locked him out. Ron Kearns got there second, still broke out by 0.02 of a second. He was 3 hun late on reaction time, so he was supposed to get a 6 hun head start, and he only took 3 of it. And that's going to send Mark Nowicki into the round of 7. And here comes James Rollins and Rod Worrell. C automatic and a factory Super Stock B. One of the wired up Cobras. This one dialed in 577. Again, not much of a handicap head start, just 1 and 1. The LS, that's a 6.2 liter, really direct injected 6.2. That's cool. That's a red light. Not cool. Not cool. 15,000. The red light's on. Rollins gone. Rod Worrell is going on. And now it's going to be Lance Pinto and Randy running. Lance Pinto left, Randy running right. Now we get a little bit bigger handicap, about a bulb, give or take. Pinto with that 396. The 64 Chevelle will not have the front tires back on the ground when running leaves. Another factory GT car. That's a new generation crate motor under the hood of that super sleeper that's been around for a long time. Told you the front end wouldn't be gone by the time he left. Told you. This time they're both away on the green. We figured out down at the other end of the racetrack, and it says Randy 592 on the 588. He was better on the tree as well. Lance goes 2 above. Couldn't get there. Margin of the stripe, 9,000ths of a second. Randy running, and we're talking round figures here, was holding about 300, took 009. That is a nice job. Rick Watson and Bo Fowler coming at you right now. Winner of this one's going to come back and take on that M&M Express a little bit later on. The Coyote 302 for the wired up supercharged Cobra Jet, and Bo Fowler, the Volare Super M automatic. Got a 310 in it like it left the factory. I don't believe it left the factory doing here, but what do I know? Cobra Jet trying to catch him on the brakes, and breaks out by a mile. 674 on the 674. Bo Fowler goes dead 5 for the win. Rick Watson had the reaction advantage, caught him early, was on the brakes at about 400 feet, and still broke out a ton. So Bo Fowler will advance, and Bo will come back and he'll run Mr. Nowicki in the next round. Here's Larry Eagle. Here's Homer Carty. Larry, Homer, Larry. Shake hands, go to neutral lane. It's a WOGO. Win one, get one free. The winner of this goes right straight to the semifinals. Now, you do have to pass go and collect your $200, or at least come to the starting line and turn on the stage beam, but you will advance. You will advance. Eagle, who's been crushing it. Did he ever come and get his donuts? I don't think he did. Larry Eagle won donuts earlier in the day. Hadn't picked them up yet. That's okay. You can pick them up anytime. Anytime. Like, well, now, since you got nothing to do for the rest of the day. 610 on the 609. Going to work it out for Homer. He was 009. He dialed 609, was 009, ran 610. And that was going to be a winner. 603 for Larry Eagle. He missed the tree that time. Paid for it badly. Homer will come on and get you a free ride later on. Now it's Matt Overtack and his wired up machine. Now this is not supposed to be a solo. Where's Dave? Dave's not here. Well, I can see that, but where is he? Apparently Dave Deffron had some kind of a problem with the Camaro that he could not overcome and come back for the round. So Obertanic going to get the freebie. He put a 570 on the window just for funsies. Let's see how close he is to that 570. Just for funsies. What's he doing, burning himself down? Okay, there we go. I was going to say that didn't make any sense. Obertanic just going to take a nice lazy drive. Obertanic is taking a little parade lap. You know, wave to the fans. I'd like to thank everybody that brought me here. Hey, Super Rod, pull forward. Come on. I need that space so we can get our top sportsman cars paired up. Super Rod, pull forward. Brett McFarland in the Chrome Bumper Corvette, the 454. Now, McFarland, I finally figured out what happened. He put his stock eliminator car information in super stock and his super stock car information in stock. So that's the 454 powered Chrome Bumper Corvette. No, really, it is. Trust me on this. Rick Nicolau on the other side. Winner of this is going to come back and take on Randy Running. Final pair in the round of super stock, and then we are ready for Super Rod, who is apparently not ready for us. Red light start. Rick cut her loose. Couple of hun too soon. 578 on the 579. Yes, that normally would be a breakout for Brett, but it didn't matter because the red light came on. So McFarland is going to run Randy Running. Those are two surnames that have been at this for a while. Bo Fowler coming back and taking on the M&M Express. Rod Worrell. Going to race Matt Obertanek. And Homer Carty with the free ride. And we should have, ought to have, better have 8 quick rod cars back there. Get paired up and ready to roll forward. Top Sportsman. Oh, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman. Tune them up. Dial them up. Send them up to the staging lanes for round 1 pairing, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes.
What? I came down to the stairs, no problem. Maybe you can see, I can't. Well, it's 1 step, 2 step, 3 step fall. Okay. 3 step fall.
Hey, Mike, go warm up some green beans for Ron, would you?
Mine was a little cold.
We're trying to make his life a little better here.
Did you guys go over for the appreciation dinner already? There might be some up there. Oh, okay.
Hey, Quick Rod, if you guys don't get matched up and pulled to the front, you're going to have to listen to more about Ron's cold green beans. I'm just saying. I know that's groundbreaking commentary coming from the tower here at Darana, Hebron. All right, I see the first of them rolling forward. So let's see what we got here. Derek Willard going to take on Rick Stroud. Now, Rick has an excuse because he just ran. So he's going to go back, get in his other car, and come back up. We will make an allowance for that. Brian Johnson taking on Chris Goebel. Charlie Kinnepick and Jeff Sowards. Tom Diamond and Mike Coughlin. 4 of those guys are going to come back. 4 of them are not going to come back.
Yeah.
Sportsman, if you want to let your stagers know. 310P just came up and said it's scratching. So that they're not going
Hey, Top Sportsman. Oh, attention to pitch. Top Sportsman. I need round 1 of the staging lanes. Killer Brooks, come on down. I do believe we've got a spot for you. Killer Brooks, I understand that we do have one person that is declared broke, and you're the number 1 alternate. So head on up here, so if you're needed, you'll be ready. Top Sportsman, round one, to the lanes. Super Rod, roll around the corner here, boys. We're ready. Come on. Come on, we still might make the Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight. That's what I'm going for. All right, rolling out first, going to be Mike Coughlin. Mike Coughlin in a Bel Air that was purchased from the Mandel family. That makes sense. All right, 640 is the magic number. 8 cars still in the competition. When we get done with this, there'll be, I was going to ask Mike, but he doesn't have his calculator. If you win here, you go into the semifinals. It's about as simple as that. Coughlin. Team Jags, the 55. Tom Diamond, Team Drake and Asphalt. 27, T Ford. Coughlin, 004, 642. Call that a winner. Tom Diamond wasn't bad. He's 18 on the tree in 643. But it's a right place, right time kind of sport. And Mike Coughlin was in the right place, put the right time on both the reaction timer and the scoreboard. Chris Goebel and Brian Johnson coming at you now. This time we got a couple of full-bodied cars, a couple of windshield guys. The K car, it's got a big block Chevy in it, by the way. And again, somebody got mixed up with the. I was filling out one for my dragster and one for my door car, and did a little mix and match on some of the stuff. Now Johnson's Valiant over there, that baby's all Dodge. No kidding, 526 cubic inches worth under the hood. That should be enough to run 640, I would think. Dodge makes a little bit of a squirt towards the right, but he pulls it back into the center of the groove. Now, trying to get the nose of it out in front of Chris Goebel. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. 6:45 on the 640, getting there first. Chris Goebel, reaction time started with a 1. That is not usually a winning combination, and it's not here either. Got there second and broke out. That's a classic 3-striker. Late on the starting line, strike 1. Second to the finish line, strike 2, and ran too quick. That's strike and 3. Now we got Derek Willard in left, Rick Stroud in the right. How about Rick Stroud hustling right back like that after he just went down moments ago in his other car? Willard changing paths, E&C engine, 68 topless Camaro Roadster, and Rick Stroud, the classic 27T. Winner of this is going to come back and take on Brian Johnson. Who wants to race the Dodge? Both drivers away on the green. Derek Lev drops back at a whole lot of horsepower in that triple nickel Chevrolet, but not enough to run down Rick Stroud. 642 holds on for the win. Had the reaction advantage, goes 42. Derek Willard runs 6,400, and it was not enough. Left about 5 hundo back here and got locked out down there, even though he ran dead on. Jeff Sauer, Charlie Kennepick, winner of this one's going to come back and take on Mr. Coughlin. So will it be a couple of shoebox Chevys, the 55 version and the 67 version? Or will Charlie Kennepick out of Ontario, I think I said Ohio earlier and I got yelled at for that. He's out of Ontario, which we all know is in California. What? I'm not falling for Canada. It says Ontario, CA. CA is California.
Billy will let you know when we're ready for top sport.
You guys aren't going to fool me again. Final pair. You guys can take your time. We're not ready for Top Sportsman anyway, so. Charlie drops it red. Team Canada, Team Red Light. Team Ohio, Team Winner, Jeff Sowers coming back. So we're definitely going to have an Ohio guy in the final because Jeff is going to run Mike. And those guys both claim the Buckeye State as home. On the other side, it's going to be Rick against Brian. That's going to be the final four. That's going to be Super Rod. That's going to be later. I got Top Sportsman at the ready line. I got the spray buggy on the racetrack. We're going to do a little traction touch-up. Then it's going to be round number one of Top Sportsman. And Brent Carver looks like he has had his dinner and getting ready to come in here and talk about some really fast door slammer and dragster racing. And when I say racing, I mean racing, not just qualifying. How was dinner, by the way?
Excellent. Had some roasted chicken and mashed potatoes, and I'd suggest you make your way because it's pretty tasty.
That dessert looked pretty killer.
Yep.
Some chocolate peanut butter
Yumminess.
kind of confection thing.
Yeah. So Racer Appreciation starts at 6. We got a little preview here because, a lot of us don't get to leave right there at supper time. So Racer Appreciation starts at 6 o'clock at the hospitality tent. And it's worth eating. It's delicious.
Right
As
on.
always.
I think I'm going to go get my own plate right now.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, sir. Moving into Top Sportsman and Top Dragster first round of eliminations. 32 car full field here in Top Sportsman. Yeah, 32 car field and a full field in our Top Sportsman category. Your number one qualifier, Mike Savoya. Down with 399 on his qualifying sheet. That was your number one qualifier. Number two with Bob Mandel Jr. That is the two-door Chevy 2 out of Bob's Profab. Number 3, Bob Mandel, the third. That's the Tri-5 Chevy. We got 3 of those Profab cars here in Top Sportsman. Because you got Jeff Mandel making one of the few first passes here in the 57 Chevy. That is a brand new build. I think they took it and shook it down, made a few passes last week with it. First time out here for the 57 Chevy out of Bob's Profab down there in Culleoka, Tennessee. So got us a great field of Top Sportsmen coming at you. Again, Racer Appreciation dinner served at 6 p.m. over at Hospitality. If you have this is your first IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series event. Racers and crew, got your armbands on. You can head over to Hospitality and have you a fine meal. Our hospitality team just does an amazing job taking care of everybody. Always got water on the starting line everywhere you need it. We want to make sure you are taken care of and know that you're appreciated here at IHRA. The pit crew playing a few tunes out there while we've got a little track prep going on as we finish pairing up our Top Sportsman. Final call, Top Sportsman. You should be in the lanes, Top Sportsman. You should be in the lanes. Top Dragster will be on standby. Tractors find the parking space, and looks like it's about time to put some fire back in the pipes. Gonna have Jeff Mandel and George Forster going to be our first pair out here in round number 1. Yes, this is round number 1 of eliminations here in Top Sportsman, a full 32-car field. And this is number 7, Jeff Mandel, and number 23, George Forster. Forster going to be in the Lumina on the right side, 98 Lumina, 665 inches of big block Chevrolet. Out of Greencastle, PA, and Jeff Mandel. Got a 422 on the dial-in board there. For that brand new build out of Bob's Profab down there in Culleoka, Tennessee. Got the signature blower and the signature Tri-5 over there. Beautiful machine. Well, it passes the burnout test out of the They built it to where it would do a burnout, that's for sure. Jeff Mandel lighting the hides there. George Forster. The 98 Monte Carlo with the little short burnout. 457. Going to be on the right side for Forster, and a 422 on the dial board there for Mandel. Three-tenths of a second head start there for Forster. Mandel going to leave 3/10 behind him and see if he can chase down Forster at the big end. First pair out. IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series Spring Nationals. Top Sportsman round number 1 coming at you. Mandel with a starting line advantage and gets it done. Gets there by 9 thou. He's 11 on the let-go. 424 at 173 mile an hour. Forster closer to the dial-in, but left a little bit on the table up front. Was 25 up front, so he's 14 thou behind on the starting line. Jeff Mandel, the first car to move on here in round number 1 of Top Sportsman. Next pair up, Jacob Elrod, left side, the Pro Charge 63 Corvette with a 449 on the window. Right side, the 98 SN95 Mustang out of Fredericktown, Ohio, of Ron Barnhill. Barnhill with 632 cubic inches of Ford power. Oakley Motorsports and Hughes Equipment on the side of that Barnhill machine. Barnhill going to leave a quarter of a second ahead of Elrod. Both the way clean and green. There's a little bit of a starting line advantage for Barnhill, but Barnhill dips way under. Elrod was 25 up front, went 455. Barnhill took a mile at the finish line to go a bunch under. 56 thou under. 56 un, I'm sorry, a bunch. So Elrod, yes, a Walmart parking lot. Eric Ellsworth going to be on the right side. The Cutlass out of Lexington, Kentucky. Got Jay Kirk over on that left side. That's super quick 468 Camaro of Jay Kirk, dialed 431. Ellsworth going to be dialed a 458 on the right side in the Cutlass. It is your number 9 qualifier of Kirk and your number 25 spot of Eric Ellsworth. Ladder set off of qualifying ET. They can dial them beyond that, but the ladder is set off of actual ET. 1 hunt apart on the starting line. The starting line advantage goes to Jay Kirk, and how about 19 up front, dead 4, 23 total for Kirk, and locks out Ellsworth.
Silver Chevy Silverado.
All right, got a Chevy Silverado, Ohio plates, 7932. What is that? HSP 7932. It's parked trackside, just past the scoreboards, I believe. It needs to be moved, and it needs to be moved ASAP, or it will be moved by us. We don't want to move it. We want you to move it. Chevy Silverado, you want to move it? Well, it would be kind of fun sometimes, right? Just a chain. Chain would do it. Ken Langlois, left side. Right side, Kevin Chess. Got quite a match going on here. 469 for Chess. 441 for Langlois. And Ken Langlois, let's go. 001. Kevin Chess was 12 up front and probably feeling a bit bamboozled on how he lost that one. Was 12 up front, ended up going under, but the solution was that Ken Langlois was 001 and 442 on his 441. So Langlois moving on, taking out Kevin Chess. TJ Luther, right side. Mike Nitschke, left side in the Cobalt. 442 to 471. Light drops, and they are dead even on the starting line. 23 to 24. And how about Luther? Dead 7. Nitschke goes under by 3 thou. Took 9 at the finish line to break out by 3. So took 9, needed to take 5 or less. And I dare anybody to say you can judge 5 thou at 160 mile an hour. I will say I do not believe you. So TJ Luther, the next one to move on, taking out Nitschke. Scott Schaefer, right side. Left side, Michael Wayne. Mike Demute, 432 the dial in there for the Dodge on the left side. Right side of Schaefer, going to be dialed 461. Demute was number 10 qualifier. Schaefer was number 26. Schaefer went 460 with a 9, got a 461 on the window. Demute went 420. I'm sorry, went 432, and that's what he's got on the window of it. Michael Wayne got a little work to do and gets it done. How about 41 up front, but dead 0. Schaefer was 11. Had 3 Hun to work with, and Demute gets around to go dead 0 for the win. That was the only way he could get that win, and he made it happen. When they left, I said, oh, Michael Wayne is in trouble. But he did everything he needed to do to get there and goes dead 0. That's one way to do it. Jason Hutchison, right side in the Cutlass. Digging that classic-looking car. And Lester Johnson, the Coltrane 58 Corvette out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, down 414 for Johnson, your number 5 qualifier. Hutchinson with a massive starting line advantage as Johnson misses the tree. Clicks it off early. I think the only thing Lester was hoping for was that Hutchinson was breaking out, and Hutchinson did not break out. Lester Johnson goes 452 on his 414. It wasn't going to matter. He was way behind on the starting line. Johnny Brooks, right side, that really good-looking 67 Chevy 2, right trailer machine with 782 cubic inches of power. Going to be down 449. Left side, your number one qualifier, Mike Savoya, in the 2017 Dodge Dart. I don't think that's what Dodge had intention of when they built that little car back in 17. But excellent choice. A good-looking ride. It just sits down low in all black and scary-looking. And it should be running a 398 on the window. So Brooks with the top light on, waiting for Mike. There comes Mike in on the pre-stage, and Mike goes right on into stage. Here comes Johnny. Here's Johnny. But Johnny is 003 Roja. And just like it happens so many times, Johnny Brooks is 3 thou red and goes dead 9. The car always says, I got you, buddy. Every time it seems like you got a real close red light and the car goes up and goes dead on. So Mike Savoya going to race Jay Kirk in the next round. Jason Hutchison going to race TJ Luther in the next round. Let's see what the next pair is going to be here. That is Bob Mandel Jr. Your number 2 qualifier, and he's got Ricky Atkins in the Mini. Mandel going to be down 402. Adkins down 450 and giving up a half a second. Oh boy, Big Bob is 002, dead 5. How about 7-pack going 402? Baby, that. And Ricky Adkins, get this, Adkins was dead 0 for the loss. He was locked out from the get-go. Mandel was 7 total. Adkins was 32 on the let-go, dead 0, and just wasting fuel. Bob Mandel putting one on him right there. Mandel going to race Michael Wayne in the next round. At least assuming that I advanced my ladder correctly, which, you know, that's a big assumption. good news, good news. Good news is Brian Stoltz coming into the water in the right lane. Mighty Joe Young under the hood and dialed 418. Ross Wells Jr. going to be in the other lane. A couple of very similar-ish looking cars. A couple of first-gen Camaros. Stoltz is your number 6 qualifier, went 416 with a 4, got a 418 on the window. Wells, your number 22 qualifier, went 453 with an 8. First qualifying position, got a 453 on the window, so they're right on their numbers. So Stoltz going to be in the right lane. The nitrous powered machine. And Ross Wells. Seeing who moves on. Winner of this pair will face the winner of the James Hazen John Vergatz pair. Right now we got Mandel versus Elrod. Mandel versus Damude. Huddleston versus Luther, and Savoya versus Kirk. Those pairs are set for round 2. Here comes the tree. Away they go. It's somebody's real late. And it was not Ross Wells. Ross Wells was 35 up front, 455, clicking it off and tightening it up a little bit. Stoltz missed on the tree pretty badly. Goes 420 on the 418, and Wells going to be moving on. Here's one of those Mandel machines. That is Little Bob Mandel, the 55 Bel Air with 521-inch Hemi. And a mighty blower, 403 the dial in there for Mandel the third. Going to be racing Donnie Gibbs. Gibbs out of Mooresville, North Carolina, that 92 Camaro on the left side. 598-inch big block. Some nitrous on it and dialed 449. Mandel went 403.2 in qualifying, got a 403 on the window. Gibbs went 449.9, got a 449 on it. They sound like they're dialed pretty honest. I think you got to be not carrying a whole bunch of money with these, a bunch of ET when you're trying to race in top sportsman. There's just not enough time to react to dropping numbers. So, especially your Mandel over there dialed 403 on the right side with that blower going. Pre-staged on, who's going next? It's Gibbs and Mandel right behind him, and away we go. They're absolutely identical to the 10,000th on the starting line, and Mandel by 0.003 gets to the stripe first. They literally were both 0.0243 on the let go. Mandel goes 4.050 with an 8. Gibbs went 4.51.1 with a 1. So margin of victory shines for Mandel by 0.03 of a second.
Pretty close.
That's real close. All three Mandel cars moving on to the next round. Away goes Kevin Evans. He struggled in qualifying and knocks it red. Jim Hayes leaves early but leaves second for the win as Evans knocks the red light on before Jim Hayes leaves. So Jim Hayes going to meet up with Ross Wells in round number 2. Who do we got next? We got James Hayes on the left side, the 58 Corvette out of Troy, Ohio. Going to be down 457. 0.3 quicker. Justin Souders over on the right side out of Louisville, Kentucky. So Souders going to leave second by 0.3 seconds. It's a couple of very seasoned racers right here. Be interesting to see who is going to move on here as we're getting near the end of round 1 of Top Sportsman. Starting line advantage for Hayes, and Hayes on the double breakout. Hayes was 6 thou under. Souders was 7 thou under. So James Hayes going to move on. Takes out Justin Souders here in round number 1. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, we need you. We actually should have you in the lanes, but top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. And Jeremy Bargo heating the hides and coming in on an alternate. Going to be Killer Brooks. So they are dialed heads up. Jeremy Bargo went 4:48 in qualifying. Brooks came in as an alternate. As Pat DeBottis was not going to be able to make the call and let him know so we could bring an alternate in. And that is Zoe. Interesting that he's dialed heads up there with Bargo. Folks, we got us a race here. Brooks just can't run the number. Bargo was behind on the let go. Let's Killer was 18 on the let go to Bargo's 42, but Bargo goes 454. Brooks cannot cover the number, goes 488 with a 9. So Jeremy Bargo will face James Hayes in the next round. Next pair up. next round in a little wiggledy-wiggledy. Aaron Glasser lets go 12th thou red, goes 418 on the 415. A little movement there on that car on the hit. And Aaron Glasser going to move on and face Ken Langlois in the next round. That's going to be quite a monster matchup right there. Both those guys are normally just killing the tree. So I can't wait to see how that one plays out when we go into round number 2. Round number 1 in Top Sportsman is 32. We're moving to 16 and one car left. That is John Vesper, or Johnny Vega. 467 on the board. As Ronnie Proctor cannot make the call. Vesper went 467 with a 4 in qualifying, got a 467 on it. Going to see just how consistent it's getting ready to be, and that will be our final pair. So next round of Top Sportsman going to be Mike Savoya versus Jay Kirk. Jason Hutchinson versus TJ Luther. Bob Mandel III going to race Johnny Vega. Another Mandel car moves on there. That's Jeff going to race Jake Elrod. Big Bob Mandel, Michael Wayne, Ross Wells, Jim Hayes, Aaron Glasser, Ken Langlois, James Hayes, Jeremy Bargo. Field set for round number 2. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes getting paired up. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. I'm glad I have obviously some very exciting announcing going on. Top dragster round 1 coming under the tower. We're going to do 1 round of top dragster, and we have 1 round left of the other 5 sportsman classes yet. We have hot rod, stock, quick rod, super stock, and super rod. 1 more round this evening. We've had a spectacular day of weather here, trying to get ahead of any pending weather issues throughout the weekend. The main thing we want to do is make sure that we are ahead of the game and take advantage of everything we are given. And we have been given a spectacular racetrack and a spectacular day here in Hebron, Ohio. So how about first pair out, Ashley Johnson? Going to be dialed 386. Your number 2 qualifier going to face off against Chris Ferguson. Ferguson went 4:34.6 in qualifying. Going to have a 4:35 on the window. Johnson went 3:83 in qualifying. Got a 3:86 on it. So based on qualifying, they're both carrying a couple of little numbers, but not much. And again, at these kind of ETs, I don't know how you carry any. I'll just be honest, I'm not real good about carrying them at running 650s, much less trying to run them at 430 or 380. So Johnson on the right side, Ferguson on the left side. First pair of top dragster coming at you. Afraid Ashley Johnson is in big trouble and goes dead 0 for the loss. Ferguson was 009 up front, 439. Takes 10. Or 1 hun, 10 thou, 1 hun. At the finish line, Ashley Johnson was 65 up front and dead zip out the back. Ferguson moving on. And that was a twofer, as Mr. Reinhardt likes to call it. Double points round. James Thurston and Dan Davies. Davies going to be down 407. Thurston went 439 in qualifying, got a 439 on the dial-in board. So Dan Davies going to be on the left side, down 407. Just a couple thou slower than his qualifying effort. Thurston went 439.4, got a 439 on it, so 4 thou quicker. Should be able to run them both out the back, I would say. So a 3/10 head start for the right lane for Thurston. But the better light went to Davies, was 006, 410 with a 6. Margin of victory, 6 thou. Thurston was 17 on the let go, goes 442.1 on the 439. Davies goes 410.6 on the 407, but was 006. Dan Davies taking out Thurston here in round number 1. Kara Jo Bauman, right side, going to be down 465. Left side, Chris Stein, 406 for Stein, your number 5 qualifier. Stein went 406.8 in qualifying for that 5 position. Kara Jo went 452 to be number 17, but got a 465 on the dial-in board. I think I've seen that before where she sprays it a little more in qualifying to improve the position, but then maybe dials it back a little bit in eliminations. And that's exactly what I see here. It did not work this time as Kara Jo lets go 13th down red. Chris Stein, 22 up front, 407.0 on the 406. And Stein moving on to round number 2. Randy Chestnut, right side. Going to be down 433, went 434.8 in qualifying to put a 433 on the windows. Scott Lucan. 395 with a 1 in qualifying and got a 394 on the window. So Scott Lucan was your number 3 qualifier. Randy Chestnut was number 15. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod to the lanes for round number 3. We need you, Hot Rod to the lanes, and we also need Stock. Round 3 of Stock to the lanes, please. Listen up out there. Round 3, Hot Rod and Stock. We need you to the lanes for pairing. Ouch. Randy Chestnut is trip, zip, red, dead 2. Randy Chestnut was as close to green as you can possibly get. 0, 0, 0, 1, red, and dead 2 out the back. Oof, that is tough. Scott Lucan. Alan Reinhardt said you can still come get a bag of donuts even though it was a red trip zip, because he just thinks you probably need to feel a little better after that one, and I get it. Yeah, he wants to give you a little warm hug and say it'll be okay. So Lucan moving on. James Hayes going to be on the left side. Got a 460 on the window. And the better reaction time, but Chris Goebel gets to the finish line, 9th thou ahead. And Goober gets to move on, 24 up front, 424.0. Hayes was 11 up front, goes 463 on the 460. And Goober moving on to round number 2. Bodie Bennett, right side. That looks like left side going to be Jacob Elrod for the win, as Bodie Bennett knocks it 005 red. Jordan Dooley going to be on the right side. Going to be down 423, went 423.2 in qualifying. Got Kevin Trusty. I like that name, Kevin Trusty. 461 over here on the left side of the surface. So Jordan Dooley, 423 dial in, 461 for Trusty, going to lead first. 0.4 of a second. The chaser will be Dooley. Winner here will face off against Scott Lucan. Oh, Trusty. 58 red. Dooley was actually 005 red as the second lever. Went dead 9. So Jordan Dooley gets to move on where he will face Scott Lucan. Looks like track crew going to take a little peek there at the left lane. Perhaps something behind the Trusty machine. So we'll give them a second to look that over, and we'll be back with you in just a minute as we are just a few pairs away from wrapping up here round number 1 of Top Dragster. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes for round 3, as well as Stock. Stock, you should be in the lanes for round number 3, please. Foster. Rollins going to be on the right side, going to be dialed 423. Left side, Kylan Foster going to be dialed 465. Foster went 465.8 in qualifying, and Rollins went 425 with a 0. So we would say they are definitely dialed honest. And again, at these ETs, if somebody says they're carrying a bunch, I don't know how in the world they do it. Winner here will face off against Dan Davies in round number 2. And Foster is in. And there goes Rollins. Trees are coming. And the way it goes in 007 red for Foster. Rollins was red as well, but did it second. So Eric Rollins moving on as double red light shines. The win light shines the way of Rollins. Next pair up. Anthony Platania, right side, and Jessica Pritchett on the left. Pritchett going to be dialed 414. Platania going to be dialed 458. Went 458.8 in qualifying. Got a 458 on the dial-in board. 414 with a 5 for Pritchett, and got a 414 on the dial board. This is your number 6 and number 18 qualifier. Right side, Platania. Left side, Pritchett. Away they are. Both lanes are both green, and they're within 4 thou of each other on the starting line. And Pritchett goes dead 4. Locking out Platania. 15 up front, dead 4 to be 19 total. Platania was 19 on the let go. So basically no room. Landon Wright, next pair up, right side. And Tom Elliott, and they are dialed heads up, 431. That's because Tom Elliott's not over there. That makes sense. It makes much more sense now. I look down at the ladder to fill them in, and I look up, and there ain't nobody on the left side. So Landon Wright going to move on to face off against Jessica Pritchett. Got a 431 on the dial-in board, goes 431 with a 6. I'd say it's dialed about right. What do you think? Next one up looks like going to be another single. That's going to be Dale Foss, as Ron Stayer cannot make the call. So Dale Foss is your number 13 qualifier, went 431.7 for his best qualifying effort, got a 432 on the dial board. Thing nobody was there. He was 10 red, goes 431.1 on the 432. But Dale Foss going to go on to the next round. We're missing one car in Hot Rod. We're missing one car in Hot Rod. Final call, Hot Rod. We're missing one car, and we are just minutes away from running without you. Hot Rod. This will be round number 3, and we are missing one car. We are down to 8, which means there's only 7 in the lanes. If you are supposed to be in round 3 of Hot Rod and you're not there, you are fixing to miss your opportunity. Martin Cheeseman going to face off against Dale Foss in the next round as Cheeseman moves on for free as Tyron Smith cannot make the call. Hot Rod. Missing one car. Number 1 qualifier, Matt Albright, on a single, and he will face off against Chris Goebel in the next round of Top Dragster. Cheeseman on his single, 003 on the let go, 480 on the 478. So looks like Martin is ready for the next round. Matt Albright went 377 with a 7 in qualifying. Again, going to face off against Chris Goebel in round number 2. Matt Albright gets a freebie time shot as your number 1 qualifier with a bye to round number 2. Stock, you should be in the lanes. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. Quick Rod, you should be on standby. You should come on. Attention in the pits. Quick Rod, come on. Quick Rod, come on. Yeah, stand by in the staging lanes for pairing. Quick Rod. That also means Super Stock and Super Rod on standby. How about Albright put a 377 on the window and goes 377 at 191 mile an hour. That is a 3.7 second repeating bracket car. That is pretty wicked. So the next round is set in Top Dragster. And it will be Albright versus Goebel, Stein versus Elrod, Lucan and Dooley. Ferguson will have a bye. Pritchett versus Rollins. Cheeseman versus Foss will be the next round of Top Dragster. The next thing we see coming out should be Hot Rod round numero 3. Quick Rod, I've called you. Quick Rod, I've called you. Quick Rod, I've called you to the lanes, please. And Super Stock and Super Rod, you are on standby. These are going to hold right on through. A few pairs in each class as we're trying to get ahead of any sort of potential issues coming throughout the rest of the weekend. So sitting in the first 3 rounds. Never know what might happen. You might hit somebody with some stairs, falling asleep, or you never know. Oh, no, that wasn't you. You'll just fall. You'll fall. He'll fall asleep. My announcer is so exciting. Literally. I put Mike English to sleep. Alan Reinhardt thought about getting out the defibrillator paddles just to make sure. Clear! Yeah. So had to add a little bit of excitement there to Mike English's life this afternoon. What a day it's been. I mean, just been fantastic. We've had great weather. It's been cool. We got a little breeze. You know, some might think it's cold. It's been perfect weather here inside the tower all day. The wind hasn't bothered me one bit. Has it bothered you there, Mike English? No. Top dragster and top sportsman, you are done for the evening. You are done for the evening. Top sportsman and top dragster. You are welcome to put them in the trailer, and you're welcome to head over, if you have not already, gone to hospitality for racer and crew appreciation dinner. Get yourself a full belly. The food is delicious as always over there. I recommend the chocolate peanut butter dessert. Very tasty. So we're down to 4 pairs in Hot Rod. Last I checked, we were waiting on one, but perhaps we've got them all now. I'm seeing them up here at the ready line, so that is awesome. So if you're watching online, we've got a little bit left yet tonight. We've got one more round here, and we are down. We are in round number 3. Hot Rod, Stock, Quick Rod, Super Stock, and Super Rod. 1 round to go, and then we're calling it a night. And there's not very many in each one of these classes, so they were going to bang right on through them. And then we're going to put them away for the evening. If you have not had your Racer Appreciation Dinner, make sure you go do that. Our folks over there in hospitality love to take care of you. Oh, and I love the long roof 64 Nova of Corey Hansen going to be on the left side, and Brian Webster was your number 1 qualifier, if I recall. There on the right side, that 83 Regal with the small block Chevy in it, Death Row Tow LLC. I think that's what Ron had when he fell down the steps earlier, Death Row Tow. Hot Rod Eliminator, round number 3 coming at you. 4 pairs, 7.0 index, 5/10 Pro Tree, door cars only. And we will be down to 4. Here's the calculator, Mike English. We're going from 8. Half of those are going to be 4 left after this round. You got it? You only need 1 hand, so that's good for you.
Perfect. There's your final.
Got it. Brian Webster. That's so nice. You did such a good job there, buddy.
You wouldn't be reading that.
I know. I know who wrote that in. Corey Hansen, left side. And Hansen knocks it 10 red out. Brian Webster moving on to the next round, the semifinals. So Brian, super stock, super stock, super stock. Attention to the pits. Super stock to the lanes, super stock to the lanes, please. Super Rod, you're on a short standby. Super Rod, you're on a very short standby. Larry Payton, right side, your winner from Virginia. Mike Walker, left side, 72 Chevelle. 501 perfect converters. Small block Chevrolet there in the Chevelle, and I'm going to guess that's probably what's in Payton's machine as well. A big block. That's what Mike English says, so it must be right. What I do know is Payton was 10 up front and Walker was 32. Payton goes 701.5 on the 7 flat. Walker goes 698, so he went 2 under. He took 13. I don't think he could get there. Payton was 10 up front, and that pretty well locked him out. So Payton moving on. Glenn Ferguson and Lisa Hinton. Hinton was 14 on the let go and a double break out. Oof. Glenn Ferguson was 31 up front, so about 16 behind on the starting line. Ferguson goes 698.7. Hinton goes 697.8. So Glenn moving on to face against Larry Payton. Oh, my. Michael Zayden right side and knocks it 0-0-0 to red. Sean Pitts gonna face off against Brian Webster. So the semifinals are set. And that's going to be Brian Webster and Sean Pitts on one side of the ladder, Larry Payton and Glenn Ferguson on the bottom half of the ladder. Semifinal set in hot rod. Michael Hours, right side in the Demon. Left side, George Cox. We have moved into stock. Yeah, but so Michael Hours in the Demon right side, going to be down 710. We are in stock. And George Cox, 642, the A stock automatic 99 Camaro on the left side. Wheels up for Hours. And Cox is 10 red. Michael Hours going to be moving on to the next round. Gotcha, yes. 7 coming back right now, and one of them is going to be Michael Hours moving on to the semifinals. Yes, 7 going to turn to 4. You are getting the hang of this, Mike English. By the end of this weekend, I think you're going to have it figured out. By tomorrow, you'll forget. No, he's got until Monday. 6:30 going to be the dial in the right side for Brett McFarland and David Bears left side. Bears is your number 1 qualifier, and Bears is 10 red. Ouch. McFarland going to go 6:35 on the 6:30 and 57 up front. So Brett McFarland. Moving on to the next round. That will be the semifinals. Randy Eakins has a freebie. So Randy in the 2019 Cobra Jet. 645 on the window and a freebie to the next round on the single. 3 on the drop of the break. 647 on his 645. So Randy going to face off against Michael Hours in the Demon in the semis. Last pair out. Brent Durock, right side. 94 Camaro and Tim Barrett, the 69 Camaro. Winner here faces off against Brett McFarland. And that will finish up this round with this pair. Your semis will be set. Super Rod, attention in the pits. Super Rod, if you're not in the lanes, bring them on. There ain't that many of anybody left. So Super Rod, come on to the lanes. If you are still in round number 3, you should be in the lanes. How about that? Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. Super Rod, you should be in the lanes. And Tim Barrett should have been 46 thou slower on the start. How about Durock? Was 0, 0, 0, 3 on the let go, and dead 6. How about 6 total for Brent? So we got Brent versus Brett. Going to be in the semifinals. Durock and McFarland, Eakins and Hours. And that is stock. We are rolling right straight in. And like I said, we just blow through these because there ain't that many left. This is round 3 of Quick Rod. Got 5 cars coming back right now. The first one is Rick Stroud. So Rick Stroud moving on to the semis. In that right lane, and this is Quick Rod, so they're a 570 index, 570 index. Dragsters, roadsters, altereds, throttle stops. Pretty well anything you want to do. And put it on a 570 number. Stroud is 10 thou on the starting line. Goes 574.5. Rick Stroud ready to face off against the winner of Gary Fleener and Kenny Farrell. This pair, though, is Ron Brindisi and Ron Stayer. I'm taking Ron for the win. Ron is going to the final. Yes, this is a twofer. There's going to be Ron in the final, guaranteed. Will it be Stayer or will it be Brindisi? This is a twofer. This is for a bye to the final. How about that? Boy, that puts a little bit of pressure on you, right? Ron is going to be excited, but Ron is going to be disappointed. How about a 002 and a 16? The 002 was for Stayer. The 16 was for Brindisi, and Ron Stayer. 002 up front, 572 on the 570 for the dub. And Ron Stayer is on a bye to the final. How about that? That's a way to go in, right? I say, I don't want to buy. I want to buy. That's when I want it. It's much better to have that buy then, right? You get one in the first round and you're like, oh, man. Gary Fleener and Kenny Farrell. Winner here faces Rick Stroud. Right side is Fleener. Level performance, Fleener Racing Transmissions. Left side, Farrell. Chepakanikos. Sponsorship. Farrell is 008, and on the double breakout, Gary Fleener gets the dub. Fleener is 569.0. Farrell is 568.0. Farrell took 41 at the finish line to break out by 20. And on the double breakout, Gary Fleener going to finish up the bottom of that ladder. So you got Gary Fleener and Rick Stroud in the semifinals on one half, and you got Ron Stayer with a bye to the finals on the top half of that ladder. Super Stock should be coming at you next, and Super Rod, you should be in the lanes. All right, Super Stockers coming under the tower in a pair of Dodges. Going to kick us off, Mark Nowicki in the Avenger. The right side, Bo Fowler in the Volare. Oh. Bo Fowler out of Mooresville, Indiana, 674 in the Volare. Nowicki, the Avenger, out of Michigan, 603 the dial for Nowicki. So Nowicki goes 6:01.1 on the 6:03, but Fowler knocks it dead red. And a pair of teammates right here, the Wired Up Electric crew. Rodney Worrell, right side, and Matt Obertanic, left side. 16 Cobra Jet. They are, yes, they are very charged up for this pair. Obertanic and Worrell. Obertanic on the left side in the 16 Cobra Jet. Worrell on the right side. I'm going to call that about a 13 Cobra Jet. 572 for Worrell on the right. 567 for Obertanic on the left side. Obertanic is 005 red. Rodney Worrell moving on. Goes 569 on the 572 and 39 up front, Rodney Worrell. Will face off against Homer Carty. Carty right here on the left side out of Wytheville, Virginia. 67 Nova with a 608 on the dial-in board. So McCarty on a single as he came out of the top part of the ladder. Came from the number 22 spot. To be here in the semifinals where he will face off against Rodney Worrell. It's 20 up front. 608.3 on the 608. I would say Homer is ready. He said, "Go, let's go." All right, so one pair left here in Super Stock. And then we have two pairs left in Super Rod, and then we're going to be calling it a night. Chris Goebel said, "Why are we stopping now? Let's just keep going." It's perfectly fine inside this tower. I see no problem with the temperature.
Gorgeous day.
Yeah, the high was 60. I mean, what's he crying about over there? There's no crying in drag racing. Daily.
Half of them every round.
Super Rod semis are sitting down there, and one pair left of Super Stock as McFarland, I believe, is in two classes. So getting strapped in there and ready for the semi, the final semi here in Super Stock. Appreciate everybody tuning in online on the YouTube feed and on Speed Sport 2. You'll be able to do the same thing, as I think we are looking for a 10 a.m. start time again tomorrow. So tune in and listen to all the action. And remember, if you are online and you can't tune in on one of the video chats, you can tune in with Track Tune tomorrow or all throughout the event.
And tomorrow
It's going to be lots of, going to be all pro all day. And we are going to turn and burn and get in a couple rounds of qualifying of all the pro categories tomorrow's kicking off with the sleds, the relevant sunglasses sleds. Straight into pro qualifying tomorrow, and it is going to be rock and roll time here at Darana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio. Here's the last pair, 588 the dial in. On the right side for Randy Running, the 92 Achieva. And left side, Brett McFarland. Manchester, Ohio, the Corvette. Dig that car. Winner here will face Mark Nowicki in the semifinals later this weekend. We'll call it that. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., we are going straight into it. Sleds are first out, I believe, according to the schedule. Is that what you saw there? Oh, you got it over there. Well, you know. No. Don't count on that. Now, starting off with sleds and then right into top alcohol, funny car, top alcohol, dragster. So, if you're online, be tuned in early. If you're here, be up and ready to go early. Sleds and then alcohol right out of the gate. Wheels up there and nearly dead even on the starting line. Randy Running with the starting line advantage, but Brett McFarland goes dead 9. He was 58 up front, dead 9. Running was 53 up front, 1 above 8. And by 4 thousandths of a second, Brett McFarland drives around with the Corvette. And Brett will face off against Mark Nowicki in the semifinals of Superstock here at the Spring Nationals, IHRA style. Pairs to go. Super Rod semifinals coming at you. For Ellen Reinhardt, Mike English, and myself, Rick Carver, we thank you for tuning in all day here at Darana Raceway. The IHRA, Doug Foley, Daryl Cuttle, and all the team. We appreciate you coming out and spending the weekend here at Darana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio, and even Ron Vance. I didn't see it, so I can't make fun of him. I can make fun of his finger, but I can't make fun of him falling down the steps. again, remember, whether you're online or you're here, we are kicking off at 10 a.m. with sleds and then right into alcohol. So, folks, get up early, get them all ready to go. Let's take advantage of every minute of great weather that we have and get the rocket and rolling here on day number 2. IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, race number 3. Next up, after this event, race number 1 of the Triple Crown. Maple Grove. That is going to be an event that you must see in person. Will it be live streamed? I'm sure it will. Will that do it justice? Not even close. Triple Crown action. All pros. First race of that Triple Crown in 5 of the classes. If a driver sweeps the 3 races in 5 of those classes, is a $1 million bonus. Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, Mountain Motor, Pro Mod, and Pro Stock. Yeah, there we go. I knew there was 5. How could I forget Pro Mod? Duh. So that event is going to be wild. Nitro cars running to 1,000 feet. Alcohol cars, I believe, are running at a 1/4 mile. Pro Mod, Mountain Motor, and all those guys running 1/8 mile. We're going to have bikes. All kind of stuff. That event is drawn up to be absolutely awesome. And it takes you, it takes the spectators, it takes the racers, it takes everybody involved to make that thing what it can be, and it is going to be incredible. Are you going to be there for the autograph session on Thursday night at Maple Grove, Mike English? Gosh, I hope so. Yeah, Hooked on Phonics works for me. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be there. You'll be there for the autograph session to be security for Alan Reinhardt. Jeff Sowers. You know, you need security at a autograph signing. I know he won't be there.
Yeah, that's why he needs security. He's not going to be there.
Security. Mike Coughlin. Here we go. Semifinal action in Super Rod. Last 2 pairs of the evening, and it's Mike Coughlin in the Jegs machine on the left side, and Jeff Sowers out of Johnstown, Ohio, the right side, the 67 Nova with an LS. Pretty cool. So this is going to make up half of the finals in Super Rod. It's going to be the shoebox, or will it be the Box Nova? $640 the index. Coughlin in. There comes Sowers. Wheels up for Sowers, is running for his life. Mike Coughlin is 002 and dead 7-9 total for Coughlin. Sowers was 18 up front, 1 above, and locked out. So Mike Coughlin going to make up half of the finals in Super Rod. Final pair of the evening, Rick Stroud and Brian Johnson. Stroud still in the semis in another class. Will he still be carrying 2 entries after this, or will Brian Johnson say, nope, 1 is enough for you? 69 Valiant on the left side, 27 Roadster on the right side for Stroud, and Johnson is in here comes Rick Stroud. Both away, and it is a tie. An 11 to an 18, and the 11 went to Stroud. And how about that? 11th thou win for Rick Stroud. He's 11 up front. One above 6, go 641.6 on that 640. Left side, Johnson, 641.9 and 18 up front. So Rick Stroud. McFarland's in 2 semifinals. Stroud is in a final and a semifinal. There are going to be some running forwards when we get down to the next rounds of Sportsman, and I'm assuming that's probably not going to be till Saturday. They are on the schedule for late tomorrow. I do see it. There it is. I didn't look through the whole thing. I looked at the beginning of the schedule. So, yes, Top Sportsman, Round 2 and Round 4 of the rod and stock classes are on the schedule for later tomorrow afternoon. So please pay attention. Like I said today, the schedule is fluid. We may move some things around. We want to make sure we get everybody a great racetrack and everybody their best opportunity. From all the IHRA crew here and the crew at Darana Raceway here at Hebron, Ohio, we thank you. And we will see you on the flip side. See you at 10 a.m. in the morning with the sleds. Have a great night.